Hello everybody, welcome back to our latest live stream. Hope everybody's having a fantastic evening so far. We are going to be going over all the severe weather that we have ongoing and what is to come, because there will actually be another potential for some severe weather later this evening across portions of the Ohio Valley. I'm going to get to the latest on those details, and as well as all the warnings we got out there as of right now. We have about 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and there will likely be more tonight. That's why I'm going live here tonight. If you are new here, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button down below. Friendly reminder as well, make sure to hit the like button. Really helps our page out a lot. All right, let's get right into it. So as of right now, we have a whole complex of storms over in New England and eastern New York, and this has been ongoing for the last several hours. This is what originated from earlier today, actually from well earlier. It started around 3 o'clock or so. As well, one second. Let me just post this real quick. All right, my stream is not buffering. Okay. And okay, it looks like everything looks better. Sorry about that. I don't know why I already had buffering off the start, but we look good or better now. All right, let's get right into the severe weather that we have ongoing as of right now. Again, we're going to start with New England. We have a lot of other warnings to get to as well, but this is our first warning as of right now. It's currently in western Massachusetts and eastern New York. This cell is currently moving off to the east. Again, this is all the storms from earlier that originated back out to the west, and they all started really all back in Pennsylvania and western New York earlier today. Now we're starting to see them migrate into New England. Now, overall, these storms are not likely to be that severe throughout New England. There might be a couple of strong storms, definitely carry out some rumbles of thunder, or maybe even a little bit of gusty winds, but overall we're not going to expect much beyond that, except the exclusion at this point is currently the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it does include areas in western Massachusetts and northwestern Connecticut. Again, Pittsfield is the main location included, as well as Chatham. Main threats, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This cell is moving off to the east, and again, it's all outflow driven for the most part. We have other cells ongoing as well back over here near New York City, actually just off to the west of here, currently producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is also moving off to the east as of right now. Again, overall, these threats will be pretty low over the next several hours. It's moving into a little bit more of an unstable, or at least more stable, environment back out to the east. All right, also there's a severe thunderstorm watch ongoing until 10 o'clock. I would expect this to get canceled pretty soon, but we may see a new severe thunderstorm watch in portions of Ohio, and as well as even maybe into New York later tonight, and I'll give you a bit more reasoning on why here in a little bit. There will be another potential for more storms later. We have a couple of other cells ongoing as of right now, closer to Washington, currently over in Illinois. This storm is currently, this is Indiana, but this is currently in southwestern Indiana. This is producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. This is actually our worst severe thunderstorm as of right now. Now, we do have a couple of storms right now that are tornado possible, which means that there's a little bit of broad rotation with them. We're going to get to those in just a second. This is just one of the cells, though, that's producing some pretty hefty winds, so we have to watch this pretty closely. Again, it's currently moving down to the east-southeast. Let me go over to the velocities and give you a look at what we're looking at in that department. And let's go and take a look at that. So here's looking at the velocities as of right now. Again, highest winds currently right now near Alfredsville as of right now, moving down to the southeast. Here's a look at the winds. So we're seeing about 61 estimated by radar. Might be a little bit higher. Again, the winds, I believe, were not radar indicated. I believe they were observed. So they might be a little bit higher than that, but the radar is currently estimating around 60 near Alfredsville. And again, this is currently moving off to the east and east-southeast. And again, it'll be going possibly toward French Lick as well, closer to 56. It's about to cross over Highway 231 for those that might be truck drivers in this location. Back out to the west of this, we have another severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. This is near Robinson. This is currently producing damaging winds around 60, and as well as quarter-sized hail. This is moving down to the southeast. Warning does not expire until 9:15 Eastern time, and that'll be another storm to watch as it moves down to the southeast. I do apologize, by the way. I've been stuttering a lot here. I ate some rice and it really made my mouth dry. So do apologize about that. All right, let's go back over to the watch. This watch goes until 12 a.m. tonight. So we're going to see severe weather most likely between now and over the next couple of hours. Again, these storms will be moving all down to the southeast. We may see some development in southeastern Missouri as well. So we'll have to watch that pretty closely over the next hour or two. All right, we do have a tornado possible over in Colorado right now. This is something to mention a little bit. I believe at least it still has a tornado possible label on this. We have some storms ongoing in eastern Colorado. These are still definitely some dangerous cells right now moving off to the east. Let's go and take a look at the velocities on this and give it a look and see what's going on here. So here's a look at the velocities as of right now. It looks to be very broad rotation. Definitely nothing defined. We'll have to watch this pretty closely. There's definitely no question that we might see a very brief or weak tornado out in this direction, back out into portions of eastern Colorado. And again, this is an ongoing threat. We have a marginal threat that extends all the way up through Wyoming tonight. So there's a little marginal threat out in the west. Let me go back over to the there we go. And that's what we're looking at right now, back out here to the west. We have a couple of warnings, by the way, down in Arizona. I know we have some Arizona viewers, so I'm going to touch on this really quickly. We have a lot of flash flooding ongoing, but we do have a severe thunderstorm producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is well to the southwest of, or south of Phoenix. So that's, again, just one cell we have ongoing back out there in Arizona as of right now. We have one other warning ongoing back down into portions of Georgia. This is producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, a little bit of nickel-sized hail, so nothing too out of the ordinary with this cell either. It's near register as of right now. It is moving off to the east. It's going pretty slowly, so a flash flooding threat definitely not out of the question with some of these storms. So just be ready to get it to a higher ground just in case you do get a flash flood warning. But overall, most of that activity will be shifting off to the east. And again, that's all the storms we got going as of right now. We will see more develop, as I mentioned before. I'm going to kind of give you a bit more of a breakdown on when these will happen and all that here in a bit. I'm going to go over the future radar, but we are likely going to see some more storm activity in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and potentially New York going into the late evening and overnight hours. I'll give you a bit more of a breakdown on that here in just a moment. All right. Sorry, I ate rice, and again, my throat is dry. I need to drink some water real quick. Also, actually, there's a tornado warning up in Canada. I forgot to mention that. Let me go and show you on the radar here. There was some rotation on this cell. Again, I can't get the best view on this, but this is a look at it as of right now. And there was decent rotation up here. You can kind of see it. As of right now, it's still fairly broad, but that is moving off to the east. And this will likely not impact the United States. It might get close, but I think it's going to be kind of doing it. It might hit upstate New York, but it likely won't. And even if it does, it might just produce damaging winds. That'd be about it. But upstate New York, just being mindful of that. Again, we'll have another area of storms developing here across areas like Erie, as well as near Cleveland and Buffalo, probably between 10 and 11 o'clock. That's what most of the computer models are indicating. So we might see another line of storms develop. And that's, again, why I'm live tonight. We'll likely see another area of storms develop. Again, most of those storms will produce damaging winds. Also, real quickly, to get some of the reports from earlier, I was not live for these. We had a funnel cloud reported back up in Carmel, north of Indianapolis. So we had this actually reported earlier. This was associated with the storm that had a very decent looking structure, but overall it just struggled to really develop into anything tornadic. But there was a funnel cloud reported up that direction. That's in Hamilton County, Indiana, and also back down here to the south near Bloomington. That's over in the rural area of Ellettsville. Also, we had a funnel cloud more recently, about an hour and a half ago, and that was reported by public as well. So those are the warnings and whatnot that we have ongoing as of right now. We also have a lot of damage reports, by the way, as I mentioned before. A lot of trees down. Actually, a tree fell onto a house over in Oil City. So that was actually a bit more recent. Not even 2 hours ago that actually happened. There was also a tree that fell into a car over in Cranberry, western portions of Pennsylvania. We also had trees down in time estimated by radar over in Slippery Rock. Back out in western portions of Pennsylvania, we also had trees down. No specifications on those. And again, more trees down over in New Beaver. Back up into southwestern portions of New York, we also had a report of multiple trees down in the town of Jamestown. Also reports of 2 trees down and power lines down. So again, a lot of trees down, power lines down, all that sort of stuff. And again, this whole complex of storms that's currently moving through areas in New England. Let's go back over to the, I'm going to go put this radar on. It makes it a little bit better. But a lot of damage reports over near Kingston and around really the interstate, probably close to 115 as well as 96 or as well as 23, excuse me. We have a lot of trees down. All these blue squares, again, representing a lot of damage reports. So we are definitely going to be seeing that. And unfortunately, that's going to continue. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Connecticut, by the way, for 60-mile-per-hour winds for Torrington, as well as New Milford, New Hartford. Those areas are the main locations included. This may go towards Hartford, so we'll have to watch this area of storms pretty closely. Again, most of this is being outflow driven at this given time. All right, I do have to change up my flavor too, and I don't have a flavor nearby. All right, let me get some questions. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. There's a TDS in Canada. Thank you for the report. All right, let's take a look here. Massive CC drop in Canada. Is there? Take a look. Again, I can't get Canada radar, so it's gonna be kind of hard to see it here, but go over to the live radar. Let me go to the correlation coefficient here. It might be, maybe it was a few minutes ago, because at least I'm not seeing it from this radar site. Oh, yeah, you actually can see it right there, can't you? Was there for a second. You back here? Are you talking about this right here? That correlation coefficient drop? That's pretty impressive. That's what you're talking about. That was around 8:50 or 8:39, excuse me, so about 60 minutes ago. That's a pretty decent looking drop over there in Canada. Yeah, Canada was actually, this is actually where the strongest low-level jet is right now, is actually over in portions of Quebec and Canada. So that's why we have a bit more of a tornado threat out that direction today. Hey, Zero, how you doing? As well as King Cheese, welcome back, guys. How you guys doing today? As well as Moxie, hope you're doing well. Hey, Virginia, how you doing? Welcome back. How's it going in Colorado? There's actually a lot of storm activity out that direction. I will get to a little bit more on that here in a moment. I'm going to take a look at the hail here in a second, though. And by the way, is buffering fixed for everybody? Just want to make sure. I think it should be fixed now. For some reason, the stream started off and it was really buffering at the very beginning. Hey, lovely. How you doing? Welcome back. Boring sunny in northern Illinois. How you doing, Patricia? Or Patricia. I don't know how to say your name. Sorry. Hope you're doing well, though. Yeah, I heard there's a I can't talk. Tornado in Canada, though. I just saw that. Yeah, it was a very impressive. Let me go back. Let me go to my radar real quick on my phone. I actually get, again, if I get radar scope, I can go ahead and take a look, but I just don't have it on here. Yeah, that's a pretty large drop. That's without a doubt. You know, I do wish I had radar scope. It costs like $30 on the computer though. I'll probably get it someday. But hey, Ro, how you doing? Welcome back. Anything for Maine? Maine will not see much tonight, Lovely. You will definitely see some storms tomorrow. Again, I'll have a full forecast for you tomorrow on that. Yeah, I'll take a look at Canada in a second. I'll go back to it. Yes, Squad, I do, but it's only on my phone. Hey, Pro, how you doing, by the way? Welcome back. By the way, if I didn't say hi to you, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. All right, I'm back to the beginning of the chat. All right. Hey, Runway, how you doing? Welcome back. All right, let's go back up here. Again, people are saying there's a big correlation, or again, a CC drop back up here west of Brockville. It does not look nearly as impressive on my radar, but here's kind of a look at it as of right now. There is a tornado apparently on the ground over in Quebec. Again, correlation coefficient isn't very impressive from here, nor the velocities, but here's where that tornado is as of right now. So it's definitely a dangerous situation. Unfortunately, it is, again, in Canada, which is... luckily, I don't think too many people live in the area where this tornado warning is right now, but it is a very intense tornado, it looked like. Again, it's well to the west of New York. It will not come to the United States, most likely in this form, but it is definitely a dangerous storm. I'll try to see if I can buy radar scope on here real quick. Like $30. See if I can buy it on here. I will buy it for you guys if I can find it. Radar scope Windows. You guys know how to buy it on here? Is it on it's on the Apple Store, okay, or Microsoft Store? Leave this to the side here real quick. All right, I'll get radar scope just so we can kind of look at it as well. Yeah, this is storms over Western Connecticut. We will go and touch on the storms up in Canada as well. Of course, I don't have a credit card on here. Nice. Okay. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. Again, we're going to be covering all the severe weather tonight, and we will be looking again at the ongoing severe weather threat in portions of Canada in a second. Everybody's having a good evening so far. I do apologize. I have to do this real quick. Okay, there we go. Do apologize about that again, guys. Just had to do that real quick. Again, this is the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning west of Hartford. It is moving off to the east. It is moving pretty quickly. It can swim about 30 miles per hour right now. Hopefully my transaction goes through. And it was not authorized. That is just fantastic. All that time for nothing. Okay, I'll try to look into it again pretty soon. Hey, DFW, by the way, welcome back. How you doing? Let me go back on my phone. I'm going to take a look real quick, but unfortunately my credit card declined. It's just fantastic. Yeah, unfortunately, again, it's probably a large tornado over there in Canada, and I wish I could cover it, but it's kind of hard to when I don't have the software for it. It is moving off to the east-northeast, so any good news, at least for the United States, it will not likely impact New York, just for reference. It is going to stay probably off to the north, but it's definitely going to be a storm to watch pretty closely. I got this sent in, though. This is a look at the photo of it. So you can kind of see here, again, the correlation coefficient showing a tornado on the ground. Again, very strong inflow, obviously, going to the storm here. So there's definitely a tornado on the ground there over in Quebec again, in that Providence. That's what they call them. So, yeah, unfortunate situation. Again, next time, I'll promise you guys I'll get radar scope. I know you guys have had a lot of support recently for my page, so I'll definitely get radar scope to make sure that we can cover those in the future. It is a very dangerous situation, though, over there in Canada. Hey, Death Star, how you doing? Welcome back as well. Hope you're doing well. Totally understand, lovely. Doing good, Magic. How about you? All right, let me back over to the warnings as of right now. We currently have, let's take a look. We have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, we do have an ongoing tornado possible. I'm going to go back over to that. We do have, again, northwest of New York City, there is an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, that's going toward Franklin. West Milford was also in the track of that eventually. I do not think New York City will see a whole lot in terms of severe weather, but it's not out of the question. We do have a flash flood warning, though, ongoing over in portions of southwestern, or really western kind of portions right now of Indiana. And this is currently going to include Alfredsville, as well as Bicknell, as well as Sanborn, Oaktown, and Washington are all included in this. By the way, we do have a recent report of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds over in Washington, which is in Davies County, Indiana. So that's our latest report. Again, this cell right now moving down to the southeast is producing damaging winds, currently right around 70 miles per hour. Again, that's currently moving off to the southeast as of right now. But again, we have a flash flood warning ongoing until 3 a.m. tonight. That doesn't include Oaktown, Bicknell, as well as Sanborn and Washington. Let's go and take a look at the rainfall over the last several minutes, because again, we have had a lot of rainfall tonight in this area specifically, and it likely will continue. I have another cell back out here to the northwestern portions of that flash flood warning, and this is a look at the rain as of right now. This is an insane amount of rain, unfortunately. It looks to be right around 4 inches almost near Oaktown. This is a look at the rainfall totals. So we're starting to right around 3 inches, I should say, close to about 3.5 northeast of Oaktown. So between about 2 to 3 inches in a lot of these areas. You can just see it all across the area. Near Sanborn, about 2, maybe 2.25. Plainville, about 1.5 so far. Again, a lot of rain's already fallen in this area, and there's likely going to be more rain from where that came from. And also back up near Sullivan, there's a little area there just to the east of Sullivan, already saw 3 inches. So we're seeing a lot of rain over in this direction, and unfortunately, as I mentioned before, it is likely going to continue, especially with this next round of showers and storms right now moving through areas like Carlsley and near Linton, and as well as Sullivan. So again, those are moving down to the southeast, and that might pose again more flash flooding over the next little bit, and that is again why there's a flash flood warning. We're likely going to see additional rainfall from where that came from. We do have an additional report, though, that just came in, by the way, near nickel-sized hail back up in Avon. That's near Indianapolis from earlier. That was about an hour ago. Quarter-sized hail was reported a couple hours ago as well. That is off in southern portions of Illinois. Back over to the severe thunderstorm warning. We actually have a new one in Colorado. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's currently moving off to the northeast. This also has a tornado possible, so there might be a little bit of rotation here. Let's go and take a look at it. And as of right now, looks like we have some little bit of rotation right now just to the southwest of Las. I don't know how to say that name, but that's going off to the northeast as of right now. So again, anywhere near Highway 50 and 194, that is currently where we're going to see this ongoing area of rotation potentially go off to the northeast. So this might be something to watch. Again, very low end tornado threat today across portions of Colorado, but there's a little bit of rotation there. Nothing too crazy, but definitely something to monitor very closely as it moves off to the northeast. And again, we have another complex of storms right now over in eastern Colorado near Flagler. This is all producing gusty winds at least to 55 miles per hour. Definitely can't rule out it might be severe, but as of at this given time, we are definitely not seeing it, at least right now, we're not seeing it at least being severe. Again, let's move it off to the east. Thanks, NJ, I appreciate it. Thanks, Pro Magic, appreciate that a lot, appreciate it. Hey, Evan Gamer, welcome back, by the way. How you doing? Rebecca, how you doing? Welcome back. Do you guys see rain over there in Oklahoma recently? I think you guys saw a little bit the other day. We actually have a whole area of warnings up here, apparently over in Montana too. A considerable threat back up at the radar site. 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. This is all the way back up closer to Billings. It actually includes Billings. Where is Billings here? It's actually getting hit right now. That's where it is. So Billings is being hit right now. I know that's a big area here in Montana, as well as areas like Lockwood, Shepherd, Huntley, Billings Heights, as well as Billings West End, Valentine, Acton, as well as Comanche. Those areas all included. This is near Highway 87 and 212. That's again moving down to the east southeast. Quarter to ping pong ball sized hail was also reported recently just 6 miles west of Billings. So this is a pretty nasty looking storm right here. It's moving down to the east southeast. Luckily, it should be going to a bit more of a rural area, but it is impacting the downtown area of Billings. I am curious to see if we have any video coming in from here. Take a look. It's a bit more of a populated area here over in Billings. We have one camera. I'm not sure if it's going to have any view on this, and it is looking the wrong direction, so we won't be able to see it from there. But this is again moving down to the east southeast near Highway 212. It will be moving off to the east. This actually, no, it does not. This does not have a rotation or anything like that. It looks like, so as you can kind of see by radar, looks to be very high winds though. If we go over to the velocities, let's take a look at the estimated wind speeds with this. And it is currently right around 65, and that's again right next to the radar site. So we're definitely looking at high winds, possibly as high as 67 in Billings right now. So extremely high winds right now moving down the east southeast. Definitely a very dangerous storm. Again, stay away from windows if you're over here in Billings. And again, make sure you're staying away from windows, interior of your house, lowest floor possible. Also a hail core right now going through Billings. So definitely possibly going to be some hail damage there as well. You can see that black area representing some pretty large hailstones. Let's go over to the hail radar and take a look at that as well. And we'll take a look at what we're looking at here. And the latest scans as of right now, again, this is slightly delayed from the actual radar, but you can see the latest scan showing right around a $half size tail. Now, our report, though, was ping pong ball from a local person just off to the south of 3. So we likely have seen at least ping pong ball size tail. It might even be a little bit larger than that. Could be as high as potentially golf ball sized right now entering the billing. So definitely a dangerous storm here, again, moving down to the southeast. And you can just see the massive hail core right here. This is a pretty decent looking area here. And again, this is right next to the radar site. You can't really get much better than this in terms of how far it is from the radar site right now. So definitely something to keep in mind. Again, this is currently moving down to the southeast. Again, crossing over Highway 212 and going through the downtown Billings area. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. Robin, it's a low threat. Overall, the tornado threat's going to remain low tonight. Actually, the next Storm Prediction Center outlook just came out, I think. Let me take a look at that real quick. Let's see if they're noting any areas. There is a low-end tornado threat tonight, and I'll go and outline it here. And that's why, again, we have an ongoing area tonight that may have a little bit of development. I said that there might be a line of storms that we start to see develop back out in Canada. That will kind of develop in western portions of like New York, into portions like Pennsylvania, and even Ohio. So there's a second round to this. You can actually already see it developing right now back out here to the west. And we have an ongoing tornado warning back up near northwest of Kingston. Unfortunately, again, I cannot get coverage on it. We will definitely have coverage on any Canada storms, on our next stream. I did make that promise to you guys. But here's a look at the ongoing area of severe weather tonight. Let me go and pull it up here. So this is what's been condensed down to. So we still have a marginal threat of severe weather outside, down all the way down to Columbus. The slight risk is still ongoing for the rest of this evening into the overnight hours. So it's not over yet for those in the Northeast. This will include areas like Syracuse, all the way back up in northern Vermont and northern New Hampshire, as well as northern Maine, and back down here near Pennsylvania, northern and northwestern portions of Maine, Pennsylvania. Why am I saying Maine? As well as northeastern Ohio are included in this ongoing threat tonight. Now, again, the main threats will be damaging winds, but there is still a low-end tornado threat. You can see this green shaded region representing your low-end tornado threat tonight that goes from about Cleveland back through Buffalo into upstate New York. Those are the areas included again for tonight. And we still have an ongoing complex of storms in actually western New England right now. This is an area to watch pretty closely. I don't think they're in the risk right now actually for severe weather, but there is a couple of ongoing damaging windstorms back out this direction. And if we go and take a look at that right now, you can see a couple of areas here currently moving off to the east, producing a little bit of damaging winds. So definitely something to keep in mind there. Let me go back over here to the east. Again, this is actually another area of storms right now ongoing back out here in New York. We have an ongoing special weather statement south of Buffalo, 40-mile-per-hour winds possible here. That includes Boston, Eden, as well as Springville, Colden, North Collins, East Concord, Wales Center, and a bunch of other places there on your screen. But again, low-end threat over that direction. We still have ongoing severe weather, as I mentioned before, over in Illinois and Indiana, mainly Indiana as of right now, though. This is an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 70-mile-per-hour wind still ongoing with this cell. It's been a very potent cell, to say the least, for the last several minutes. Thank you, Cleek, by the way, for saying that. I appreciate it. But here's an ongoing area of wind right now. It's getting south of Alfredsville, excuse me. So you can see the highest winds definitely right here, right now, west of Highway 231. Just actually outside, it looks like, of the severe thunderstorm warning. So definitely have some high winds with this cell right now. Again, very high winds overall. This storm will again be moving down to the south and southeast over the next several minutes. Again, I can't rule out maybe something brief or weak in terms of maybe a low-end tornado threat with these storms. I don't expect much, though. I don't think Illinois will see much else tonight. It's mostly outflow driven at this point, so it's going to be very hard for anything to rotate. And overall, I don't even think we saw a single tornado so far today. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've seen one. But I think somebody mentioned there might have been one up in near Indianapolis earlier today. But good news so far, at least today. We've only seen really a damaging wind threat, and obviously the flash flood threat now ongoing just off to the northwest of this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning in western portions of Indiana. So that's what we got going as of right now. Runway not as of right now. There might be something next weekend, though. There has been a confirmed tornado in Canada. I am aware of that. Again, I cannot get coverage on that. I will have coverage on that, though, any stream from here on out. I wish I could, but I would have to put my credit card information on stream, and I just don't want to do that. Hey, Allison, how you doing? Welcome. Again, if you're just tuning in for the third time, make sure to hit the like button. We're 20 likes away from 150. By the way, thank you for everybody subscribing so far. Thank you, Lizzie. I appreciate it. Good to hear, Boxing. Good to hear. I pray for anybody that's in that Canada storm right now. It is definitely a very dangerous cell. I will take a look real quick again. I'm not sure if it is still on the ground. Let me take a look. It still looks pretty tight, unfortunately. Yeah, there might still be a tornado on the ground with that. Again, very unfortunate situation. Again, I hope everybody's okay up that direction. That is actually near Parham as right now, near Long Lake and Tamworth, kind of in that direction. It looks like it's kind of in between those towns, which may be some good news. It might be kind of away, at least at this point, in terms of maybe away from that storm. Thank you, Sarah, for the $20 super chat and another $20 super chat. I don't know if that was an accident. They just came back to back, but I really do appreciate your support, Sarah. Thank you very much. That is a very generous super chat. I really do appreciate that. $40 super chats. Everybody give a clap in the chat, by the way, for Sarah. That's a very generous donation here at the page. Appreciate that a lot. Hopefully that wasn't an accident, because I've never seen it go back to back like that. But I appreciate that a lot. All right, let's go back down here to the radar. Now, our highest winds as of right now, I'm actually going to put it on the... There we go. So this is a look at the winds. It's just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm surprised we don't have a new warning yet, but near Jasper as of right now, our highest winds currently near 70 miles per hour. So we're definitely seeing some high winds, as you can see, near Jasper. Again, it's moving down to the southeast. Death Star, this is actually pretty typical for this time of the year. We don't see a whole lot of severe weather during this time of the summer. Actually, surprisingly, I think it's been a little bit above average, in my opinion. It's been slightly above average. But, yeah. I do need to get a new flavor for my drink, by the way, so I'll have to do that real quick. Sarah with another $10 super chat. Man, what is going on with you, Sarah? I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate your amazing generosity, to say the least. I really do appreciate that. Appreciate you supporting the stream. Let me go real quick, get a flavor. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I got dark cherry. Or black cherry, whatever it's called. Got for my drink. Alright, we are drinking some black cherry water today. That's what we're going with. Yeah, I really do appreciate that, Sarah. I just saw the 50. I appreciate that, Sarah. $50 super chats from Sarah. Really do appreciate it. All right. Again, right now near Jasper, we have 70 mile per hour winds ongoing. It is moving down to the south. A dangerous cell right here, moving down to the south right now. Let me get back over here to this radar. Again, south of Albertsville as well. Thank you, Sarah, for another $2 super chat. Sarah, what is going on? Another $2 super chat. I appreciate that a lot, Sarah. Hey, but if you haven't already, make sure to give some claps in the chat for Sarah. Again, very generous donations overall. And I really do appreciate that again, Sarah. Thank you very much. Yeah, black cherry, honestly, is probably the best flavor of water ever. $52 in total from Sarah, by the way. Again, make sure to give some claps in the chat. Really do appreciate that a lot. Let me make sure we don't have any new warnings as of right now. We currently have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 13 flash flood warnings. Again, there is going to be a threat for flash flooding tonight, and unfortunately, that's likely to build as well. So it is definitely very unfortunate right now. Sarah with another $5 super chat. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. Man, you're going crazy tonight. This is probably the most I've ever seen out of a single person super chat train ever. 5 super chats in a row. I appreciate that a lot, though, Sarah. Really do. Death Star said Sarah is like the Mr. Beast of this Twitch chat. It's not Twitch, by the way, but you know, that's pretty funny though. All right, let's go back to the storm. I'm surprised there's not a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. We're seeing winds probably right now around, I would say, 70 miles per hour. That's just the northwest of Jasper. Again, the highest winds right now along Highway 231. Again, if we look at the wind speeds currently, just again moving down to the south. Oops, did not mean to do that. This to look at as of right now, though, we're still looking around 68, maybe near 70 miles per hour. So definitely possibly still some high winds here near Highway 231 moving down to the southeast. Definitely a very dangerous storm here. All right, we do have a new warning here. Actually, it's only for 60 mile per hour winds, but this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Jasper, Bird's Eye, as well as areas in Huntingtonburg. Or Huntingburg. I just said Huntington. That's not a word. Huntingburg. These areas are included again near Highway 231 and just back off to the east of that. That is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. And again, this is currently near Highway 231 as well as 56, 545, 164, all kind of in the track of this as of right now. Again, this is currently moving down to the southeast. And Sarah with another $5 super chat. Sarah says, okay, I'm done, maybe. Hey, that's a lot of money. I really do appreciate that, Sarah, a lot. From Sarah alone, $62 in super chats. Again, everybody give some claps in the chat for Sarah. Very generous overall tonight. And she's always here. She's very nice. Appreciate that a lot, Sarah. That is, again, that's probably the highest super chat train I think we've ever had. That's at least 4 super chats that are currently displayed on the screen, but she literally just sent 6. Appreciate that. Sarah loaned me $5. I really do appreciate that, Sarah, a lot. Appreciate it. All right, let's get back to some of the severe weather, though. Again, a lot of gratitude to you, but we do have to get back to some of the severe weather that we have on the radar. We actually do have a new warning. This is the new one as of right now. We are currently at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, there will be more later tonight back up in northern Ohio and portion. That's what you say, super chat outbreak. Is that what we're going to call it from now on? That's what we should call it. If we ever get more than 3 super chats, that's going to be called the super chat outbreak from now on, just to go with the theme of weather. That is actually such a good suggestion. I'm gonna put that in chat. All right, now let's go back over though. But as of right now, again, this is the severe weather we have ongoing in southern portions of Indiana. Again, we will have another area of storms if those for that are up in Ohio, New York, or Pennsylvania. We're not done for tonight. I mentioned this a few times. We will have another area of storms developing later tonight in these areas. Again, the potential for maybe an isolated tornado will exist, but the main threat will most likely be damaging winds. Again, that goes from about Cleveland, and as well as Columbus, back out to the northeast, closer to Syracuse, and to upstate New York. It may also include portions of extreme northern Maine. So that's our area right now that we're looking at. So again, main threat tonight is going to be across those areas. We do have ongoing warnings, as I mentioned before, over in portions of Connecticut. Let's go and take a look at these warnings as of right now as well. And this line seems to be weakening overall. A little outflow boundary currently moving off to the east toward Hartford, and as well as Windsor locks. This may produce some gusty winds near Hartford, but I would expect this does weaken into just some strong storms as it moves out that direction. But definitely something to watch pretty closely. And Sarah with another $1 super chat. I appreciate that a lot, Frank. Thank you very much. This is a super chat warning. That's what we're going to call it too. Let's go back out to the west. We do have another warning. Again, there was a storm up in Billings. Actually, we do have a new warning on the Billings storm. 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail is ongoing with this storm. So we have a very significant warning ongoing here. This is near Billings, moving down to the southeast. Again, warning expires in 10:15 Eastern time. It is producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour and as well as golf ball sized hail. So definitely a dangerous storm here. Our latest report from Billings, we had reports of around nickel sized hail. We also had some around quarter sized hail. And also back out here to the west, we had a 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind report and hail up to the size of ping pong balls reported by a trained spotter in the area. So we've had pretty significant severe weather up this direction. Getting a very potent cell right now moving down in the southeast. And Sarah with another $5 super chat. Again, if you have not already, give some claps in the chat for Sarah. Again, a lot of generosity. I really do appreciate that a lot. This is easily the most super chats we've ever had in a single stream or even a single 5 minutes from one person. Appreciate that a lot, though. We actually, over in Billings, we actually have a really good looking hail storm over here. Let me see if we can post this on here. Yeah, it's basically, it looks like a snowfield right now over in Billings. That's what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of snow just fell in Billings. Let's look at the Billings, by the way. Let me go and take a look here. Let me try to put this on another screen. Let's look at it. Go back over to here. And credit to Terry Reed for this. You can just see all the hail falling here. Look at that hail. It literally looks like it snowed in Montana. So obviously crazy stuff ongoing over there in Montana right now. All right, back over to the chat. Pretty decent looking, just a hailstorm though, right there. Yeah, I know. We're looking at the Billings cell right now, actually. I mean, this is a very impressive storm. And it looks like it's outflow driven, actually. You can see the outflow boundary here. Yeah, that was again, probably like a snow parade over there in Billings. We'll call it a snow/hail parade. Again, it wasn't snow, but it looked like snow, honestly. Again, a lot of the time when we see really big hailstorms like this one, let's actually look like the correlation coefficient here, because it'll probably serve a justice to what we're seeing. Look at what the correlation coefficient showing. Look at all of that blue and green. And again, if you're not like a weather nerd or anything like that, what this basically is showing is how much hail we're seeing falling with this storm. And it is a significant amount. We don't usually see this much blue, especially this close to the radar site too. So we're seeing a lot of hail falling with that storm. And that, again, that video there really served justice to that. I mean, we're definitely looking at some extreme hail with this storm. I mean, that's a lot of hail to say the least. Definitely a crazy storm there. Currently ongoing near Billings. Again, a lot of hail. Lots of hail. Again, golf ball sized hail. And again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. It is a crazy event going on over there in Billings. And by the way, if you do have any photos or videos, make sure to tweet me on Twitter. Again, our Twitter's linked down in the description below. And again, it'll be awesome if you do have any photos or videos. If you're in Billings too, I don't know if anybody's watching from Billings, but that is a crazy looking cell over that direction. Hey, Shelly, if you don't want them to take 30%, you can always click the donation link too in the description. It doesn't take really, I don't think there's any fee on that. Any softball size hail? I don't think they're softball size, but this is a massive, I mean, it looks to be, there might be some golf ball size hail mixed in here, but I think it's just a lot of small hail. And when that happens, it can accumulate and cause damage. So that's kind of what we're seeing with the cell as of right now. Again, that's near Highway 212 and 87. It's moving down to the southeast. It should be going to more rural areas overall, but it is definitely a pretty impressive cell right now. Hey, Gene, by the way, welcome back. How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. We currently have 8 warnings ongoing, but we do have a lot of flash flood warnings, as I mentioned before. We currently have, let's take a look, 12 flash flood warnings ongoing. So, crazy stuff ongoing right now. Hey, Lucas, how you doing? Appreciate you liking the video, by the way. Yeah, we're only 18 likes away from 200. Make sure to hit the like button. I would appreciate it. Thanks, Tracy. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. We have another person coming in with a video. I think this is the one we just showed, but I'm going to show it again. Again, this is over in Billings as of right now, showing the serious amount of hail falling. Again, sent in by Tyler Reed, I believe. So, yeah, just a lot of hail falling there. And you could clearly see that it looks like a snowstorm ongoing. Now, it's not obviously snow, but it literally looks like the road is coated in snow at this point. Obviously, a lot of hail here. But yeah, you can just see, I mean, let's just take a little pause here at the end. Just look at the hail at the ground. So it looks to be probably right around maybe, I mean, it looks kind of like small. So maybe around penny size, dime size, maybe in that range, maybe even a little bit smaller than that. But that is, again, all accumulative over there in Billings. And again, we don't talk about accumulating hail really ever. It doesn't happen that often. It is pretty, it's not rare, but it's definitely more uncommon than not. So definitely a pretty impressive amount of hail that we're seeing over that direction. That is a crazy looking storm. And thank you, Tyler Reed, for sending that in, by the way. Appreciate that. Was it Tyler Reed? Who was that? Yeah, it was Tyler Reed. That was a crazy storm, though. That is a lot of hail. That is a lot of hail. Good to hear, Gene. Good to hear. Yeah, again, this storm's being outflow driven. So, again, it's pretty impressive what it's doing right now, but it is outflow driven. A lot of hail, as I mentioned before. Correlation coefficient is picking up on an extreme amount of hail with this storm moving down to the southeast. So, it is definitely very impressive. Again, near Billings, as of right now, is where we had the recent reports. We had actually a $half sized hail reported over in Billings as well, just west of Billings. We've had several reports. It ranges from around nickel size all the way up to ping pong ball size hail. The warning is currently for golf ball size, so it might reach as high as that. But, hey, Jacob. Yeah, we don't have to force, again, chill. We do not need to force Sarah to super chat anymore. Again, she already super chatted $68 already. I mean, that's just insane. We don't need any more super chats. I really do appreciate your support, though. Let me back over here. I'm actually going to retweet on Twitter, too, by the way, if you guys want to check it out on Twitter. Let's take a look. Do we have any new warnings? We still have 8. This is, again, the worst storm that we have ongoing. We have another one up here to the northeast. We have one back out here to the east as well. There's actually several tree limbs down over in Busby, so that's also another report that we have coming in over that direction. Is there a severe thunderstorm warning or watch in Louisville? I don't think so. I don't think there's at least a watch. If I'm not mistaken. They actually, wait, maybe they are. Take a look again. You might be under a watch, but you're definitely under a warning. Let's go and zoom out here. And here's a look. You're really not on the, actually, you're not on the watch at all. You're kind of on the cusp of it, though. If any storms do occur over the next couple of hours down here in portions of Indiana or Illinois, it's going to be a low-end threat overall. You can see the ongoing storm right now near Jasper. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing too crazy as of right now. Again, the storm's going to be weakening. We have a special weather statement for that outflow boundary, though, maybe producing some gusty winds. You can kind of see it here. Hard to dry out, but that's where we got it going as of right now. That may go towards Louisville, but the overall threat over there will likely maybe just be some gusty winds. I'm not expecting too much for you. Maybe some rain, maybe a little bit of, thunder and lightning, but I don't expect much in terms of severe weather for your location. Again, I can't rule out something, but it should be pretty low. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're really mainly live for that next event that's going to occur over the next few hours. We'll have another area of storms developing back up in northern Ohio, western New York, and northwestern Pennsylvania. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on that as well. And we're going to keep you updated with the latest on every severe weather event, so make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Like the video, would appreciate it. Up back over to here. She's overdrafted her account. Yeah, hopefully not. Christian, I might be going live tomorrow. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be to be determined, like every other stream is. I've been gone live for the last like 6 or 7 days, honestly. I keep saying to be determined, but they always happen. But probably, honestly, I'll probably say yes. I'll probably be live tomorrow. Again, keep updated on our Discord server. Make sure to go in the description below and join our Discord. We mostly post the updates over on there for live streams, but I will likely be live tomorrow as well. So, and again, I'll be live probably for the next like 3 or 4 hours or so as well. I don't have any buffering. Nope, there's no buffering. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm pretty accurate with forecasting. I don't want to brag or anything, but I've always been pretty accurate with it. Even, for the last 2 years, really, I usually only did North Texas weather until recently, but I'm usually pretty on the spot with what I do. Thanks, Blemmy. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think there's any buffering. I think we're doing good now. Yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, we had buffering, and it really actually, kind of ticked me off. I was like, I just went live. We're already buffering? Let me go into this real quick. Right. Cool. Again, this is the ongoing storm. If you guys have already seen, I showed it a few times on our stream, but again, we had a whole load of hail over here. It looked like it accumulated to the snow over in Billings. Again, we're going to watch the storm over the next few minutes. We will be watching the other severe weather as well. This has been a pretty impressive cell that's moving out of the southeast as of right now. Again, producing golf ball sized hail and damaging winds around 70. It is a very impressive cell right now. Again, it's outflow driven, but it is definitely improved in terms of its overall capabilities. Hail is definitely a hailstorm. Winds are pretty high, by the way. You can actually see the highest velocities are currently up here near Highway 212. Again, moving down to the east southeast, so definitely a very impressive storm overall. Again, we've had several reports at this point of hail, so we're definitely looking at a pretty big hailer over here in Billings. Thanks, Lemmy. I appreciate it. Hey, Douglas, how you doing? Welcome back. How you doing today? No problem, Katie. Yeah, New York, I don't think is going to see much. You will see more later tonight in western New York. The overall storms, though, in New York right now are mainly just lightning and thunder and lightning. It's not anything too crazy at this given time, but we will, again, keep you updated if anything is notable that, or at least needs to be noted. I am aware, Kevin. Again, I will have full access to Canada radars and whatnot once I am off the stream. I was going to buy radar scope today because of all the generous support and whatnot, but unfortunately my credit card got declined, so kind of living in that boat right now. It's just fantastic. Actually, it got declined yesterday when I was trying to gift memberships too, so who knows what's going on. I'll look back over here real quick. Thank you, Tom, and as well as Oscar, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate you guys. Welcome. I'm doing good, Douglas. Thanks for asking. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a pretty busy day, actually, but it has been a good one. Been a really good day, actually. Hoping we, again, I will not have any live streams Wednesday or Thursday. I'm going to go on a little bit of a trip, and I'll probably be back Friday. So, I'll probably be live tomorrow, by the way. So, just for reference, if you are, again, for those that might be in the track of severe weather tomorrow, again, that's going to include New England, and as well as all the northeast, east coast portions as well. Again, I'll most likely be live tomorrow, and that will, again, be a pretty big event. But the latest radar update, just for reference, for those near Highway 212, look at this hail core. It has grown over the last scan. Definitely probably golf ball-sized hail, but not just that. Again, it's a lot of hail. It's like heavy hail at this point. We're almost talking like a lot of rain, but it's actually hail. Like, it's basically like a hailstorm that's just dropping a significant amount of hail right now in terms of anywhere from, pea-sized hail, probably all the way back up to golf ball size. Just a whole variety of hailstones right now. But again, this is producing a lot of hail. If I already had to say that, if I haven't already said the word hail, I mean, I'm telling you, there's a lot of hail with this storm. And videos have already proved it. We're seeing accumulation of hail. That's kind of where we're at this point with this storm. Again, just off to the south of Highway 212, it is moving down to the east southeast. So it's definitely a very impressive cell, to say the least. So that's what we got going as of right now. Thanks, Hope. I appreciate that. Yeah, Katie, but the people that make the weather radars that are advanced, they don't, it's not like government run. Like, well, they kind of are, but like the ongoing, how the radars are built, they're sold by third parties. They're not, run by the government. So it's obviously, it's going to cost something. So $30. I mean, with all the support we've had recently, I can definitely drop a few bucks onto the radar, but again, I will do that for sure for the next stream if it ever, if we need it. Anything for central Indiana tomorrow? I don't think so. I think Indiana's going to have a little bit of a cold front come through your region. You should be chilling out a little bit. Again, temperatures will drop, I believe, into the 80s tomorrow over across central Indiana. If I'm not mistaken. I think that was in our latest forecast. But no, nothing tomorrow for Indiana. You should be having a good day. I think sunny skies for the most part, a little bit cooler. We're kind of getting closer to fall. You guys, I can't tell you how excited I am for fall. I really can't. I'm so excited for fall. I need some cooler temperatures. I think everybody can agree with that. Really, we do have a new flash flood warning, by the way. It does actually include Billings. There's more rain behind this as well, but a new flash flood warning just got issued for Billings, as well as areas like Ballantyne, Acton, as well as Comanche, Crow Indian Reservation as well, Shepherd, Huntley, Lockwood, all those areas included in this new area. Definitely something to monitor very closely. Okay, Kevin, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, just I got you. Yeah, again, I have a little bit of a radar angle on it, but it's just not good enough to really, you know, show much of anything. Oklahoma's been miserable. I know it. Anywhere in the southern plains, it's been brutal. There will be a cold front though this upcoming weekend that might drop the temperatures actually in portions of Oklahoma back down to the 80s. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for there for a second. But over in Billings, we have confirmation. Hail is at least quarter sized. Might be slightly larger than that. Again, that's our latest report coming in. Again, the National Weather Service has the warning ongoing for right now. Golf ball sized hail with this cell. Again, is a very potent cell moving down to the southeast. Very dangerous cell overall. Again, we're seeing a lot of hail. And again, it is accumulating. I've kind of said it a few times. I'm going to show the one from earlier again, just real quick. But we are, again, seeing cumulative hail at this point. As you can see here, again, it's accumulating. It literally looks like it snowed in Billings. I mean, it's just, again, we don't see this that often. It only happens, you know, maybe once to maybe, you know, twice a month. It just doesn't happen that often, but you just see all the hail that is accumulated on the roads. It literally looks like it snowed about an inch across portions of Billings. So, yeah, it is a pretty impressive sight to see. That's all I got to say. It's definitely impressive. Up in western Iowa last night. Actually, do we have any confirmation on the Grand Rapids? Was there a tornado? I tried looking it up. Oh, let's see. Actually, we have a storm report on here. Let me take a look. So it doesn't seem like we actually had any confirmation of a tornado at this given time. We had wind gusts as high as 73 though, in Roosevelt Park back up in Michigan. But as of this given time, I don't see anything that says we had a tornado. But honestly, on radar, it did look pretty tight there for a second. It at least looked like it was something very brief. But again, National Weather Service, it looks like surveyed the storms today. But I'm guessing there was no tornado. Again, if anybody can confirm that or anything like that, we may have had one, but it didn't look like there was. Hey, Defender, how you doing? Welcome back. You were alive when you said there would be relief. Hey, there will be relief. It might not be much, Ken. It's the summertime, but there will be a little bit of relief, it looks like, for a good amount of areas. 2D2. Hey, Devin, how you doing? Welcome back. We're out without electricity from 1 p.m. yesterday until 6 p.m. tonight. That's almost like 30 hours. That actually is 29 hours. That's crazy. Well, it's back at least, but man, that's a long time without power. That's all I gotta say. Long time without power. Again, this cell right now is producing some pretty large hail. Again, moving down to the southeast. Let me go back over to the hail radar as of right now. This actually, again, this is a look at the correlation coefficient. Again, it's showing in this storm as of right now, just a lot of hail falling right now. Again, near Highway 212 and 87, and just off to the south of there as well. Here's a look at the hail over the last several scans. This will actually give us a better idea of what we're looking at. Looks like the hailstone sizes may have increased. I mean, you can see possibly as high as golf ball size just down to the south, Highway 87. Maybe even around, again, possibly as high as that. Again, just east of Billings. Those in Billings, though, looks like it kind of weakened maybe a smidge. So maybe just more of a cumulative hail more than anything. Maybe not nearly as much as the large hailstones. Again, some of the reports went down a little bit through Billings. They most likely will increase as we go back out here to the east because you can just see the hail core definitely increased over the last several scans. So definitely a cell to watch very closely. Clips as of right now, the storms are currently in, this storm specifically is up in Montana. It is in a more populated area, which was why I'm covering it. We do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings actually as of right now, so the warning count has dropped. Again, we will have more development later tonight, back out into portions of western New York, I should say, as well as northern Ohio and northwestern Pennsylvania. Another complex of storms is expected to develop in probably about an hour or so. That's kind of the main thing why I went live tonight. Again, I wasn't actually planning on going live, but I noticed that in the computer model. So we might see another complex of storms that will eventually come out of portions of Canada. So definitely another area to watch tonight. Definitely an interesting night to say the least. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the subscribe button down below, like the video. We'll keep you updated again with the latest. And if you have any questions, again, make sure to hit the subscribe button. But it does look like we'll have more storms developing probably around 10 to 11 o'clock, maybe up near Ohio and Erie Lake. and those will eventually move into Pennsylvania and New York. So we'll have another round of storms tonight. That might be a bit of an overnight threat, but we'll keep you updated with the latest on that. Yeah, we got a whole hailstorm going right here. A lot of accumulative hail, as I mentioned before. If you're just tuning in, again, this storm has produced accumulative hail. That means that we've seen possibly as much as an inch of a hail accumulative on the ground. So it's been a very impressive cell, to say the least. Again, it went through Billings, a very populated area there. So it's pretty crazy, to say the least, with this sort of cell. Yes, Katie, they may be severe. I think, again, the slight risk of severe weather is still ongoing for that event. And that, again, includes areas like northeastern Ohio, northern and western Pennsylvania, and almost all of New York is actually still included. It only excludes, like, southeastern New York, so maybe, like, near New York City. You shouldn't really see much tonight. But damaging moons being the main threat. Can't rule out an isolated tornado or two, though. That's definitely not out of the question tonight. So, yeah, from our latest report, as I mentioned before, this is a look at one of the photos, by the way, sent in by the National Weather Service. This is a look at it back over in Grand Rapids. Again, trees all on top of cars and stuff like that. Again, this was a storm that had some rotation at times, but again, the winds peaked around 73 miles per hour. So we did see some pretty high winds, obviously caused some damage out that direction. Hey, Steven, I appreciate it. It will, yeah, it will be a long night ahead, obviously. It's definitely gonna be a long night for those over in those areas. Hey, Katie, you're good. Again, just make sure you have a way to receive alerts. Honestly, I don't know where you're at in New York, but overall, the threat's primarily going to be in upstate New York and western New York tonight. Might go as far east, as I mentioned before, maybe into portions of, like, you know, eastern New York, but it should be more like closer to the morning hours more than anything. By the way, the hail core back up here near Highway 212, it is pretty impressive. It is definitely some very large hail up this direction. Again, tracking off to the east as of 9:38 Eastern time. Again, we are currently in mountain time, so it's 6:38 here, but it is again moving down to the southeast. It is still daylight hours, so we'll try to see again if we get any live cams on this, but a decent storm that we're looking at here. Thank you, Kevin. Let me see if I missed any questions, by the way. Yeah, Virginia, I didn't see anything on a tornado confirmation in Grand Rapids at this point. Yeah, it looks like it was just straight line winds. And in there, again, when we were on radar there last night, there definitely looked to be a good amount of rotation. At least, luckily, it was not a tornado. But even then, I mean, we still saw damage regardless. The winds peaked around 73 miles per hour from what I know from last night. So there was definitely some winds last night, without a doubt. A crazy night, to say the least, though. Again, we've had some crazy live streams the last two nights, a lot of crazy severe weather. That's why I'm live here again tonight. We might see more of that, possibly the same thing that we saw. I mean, we'll definitely not see anything like we saw the last two nights, but we'll definitely still see some severe weather. And this storm specifically still producing a pretty decent amount of severe weather. I mean, we're still talking golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and accumulative hail, which basically means we're looking at almost, it looks like snow on the ground. It is a big hailer over here just east of Billings. Definitely an impressive storm, to say the least. Thanks, Maria. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying them. King Cheese, how many days have been live streaming in a row? I think at least 6 now. This might be 6 or 7. Tomorrow, I think, is 7. I think today is my 6th day in a row, though, of streaming. But I've had at least 6 or 7 live streams in the past, like, 6 days. Yeah, tomorrow, again, for those that are just tuning in and you're kind of curious, where's the severe weather tomorrow? Am I included? It's primarily going to be on the New England area. It might be also on the East Coast, but it's primarily going to be up there in New England, possibly near New York City as well. Kind of through that entire region, all the way up through Maine. Again, main threats tomorrow, damaging winds, maybe some isolated large hail, also an isolated tornado threat. But the tornado threat should stay pretty low. It's primarily for, like, eastern New York into most of actually, I think almost all of New England's included tomorrow. So definitely an interesting day, to say the least, tomorrow. We might go live for it. Again, stay tuned. Join our Discord server, as I mentioned before. And again, you can click the top, one of the links in the description to join our Discord server. And also, you can tweet me on Twitter if you have any photos or videos. Madison, Wisconsin getting severe weather action tonight. No, luckily or not, it's going to be a little bit better for you, at least at this point. Wisconsin probably will have a good little dry period. There might be storms returning maybe as early as, what's today, Sunday? So maybe Tuesday, but I don't think you'll see much on Tuesday. Maybe some severe weather returning maybe mid to late next week. But a little bit of a dry period for you in Wisconsin. You can enjoy the sunshine and actually some cooler temperatures up that direction as well. You didn't know California got tornadoes? I haven't seen any recently. California, excuse me, only gets like maybe 5 tornadoes a year. It's a very low. I mean, I don't even know if they get 5. They don't really get much though over that direction. It is a pretty large state, but the overall tornado, at least density, I should say, is really just low there. It's just, there's not much there. Actually, we're up to 6 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me hop over to a few of the other ones. I know we've been tracking the storm for a few minutes. It is in a bit more rural areas, but we'll watch it. Again, that's a pretty decent storm that we have ongoing there. We have a new one over in Colorado. We've had a couple tornado possibles on these, but this one's just 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This area likes to put tornado possible labels on them, but there has actually been some rotation with them, so it does make sense. But this area is moving down to the southeast. Again, closer to 59 right now, going toward Cheney Wells. I might be saying the name wrong, but it's going down to the southeast toward Highway 385. North of Kit Carson, by the way. Back out west of Lamar, we have ongoing 60-mile-per-hour winds. This area actually did have an ongoing tornado possible, but I don't think we're seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation here. There was a little bit more rotation earlier, maybe a little bit up there, maybe very broad, but I'm not seeing anything at this given time that would make me concerned, at least, for an ongoing tornado threat, but maybe a little bit of damaging winds over that direction. Let's go and take a look. We actually have some over in currently Indiana as well as Illinois, so we actually have a few, mostly 60-mile-per-hour winds. The one here is going to be expiring. I'm actually just going to go ahead and put the number down to 5 because I think that warning's going to expire anyways. But near English as of right now, and as well as Carefree and Leavenworth are currently seeing the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely a decent sell here. That will be moving off to the east. And Milltown's also in the track of that, so definitely a storm to watch pretty closely. Louisville also may be in the track of that along with that. We do have a flash flood warning ongoing, and again, it's unfortunate. A lot of rain still falling here. There's more rain ongoing for those that really just do not need it right now. But as of right now, it looks like we have reports of a road wash or collapse on a 20-foot section of Pine Bluff Road, just north of East County Road 675. Okay, so that's kind of a little bit confusing, but there's a little bit of flash flooding there and over at Edwinsport. So that's just north of Bicknell as well as west of Plainville. And again, we've already had damaging winds go through this location. There was already severe weather here earlier, so obviously there's a flash flood threat ongoing over that direction. Back out here to the west, that is currently west of Belmont as well as near Mount Erie. This is currently producing the 60-mile-per-hour threat going down more to the east and as well as the east-southeast. So another cell to watch as well, but ongoing severe weather in Indiana and as well as Illinois is still at this point minimal. We might see again more severe weather developing back up in the northeast over the next few hours. That's really again why we're primarily live tonight. So we'll keep you updated with the latest. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. Cheyenne Wells, thank you. Cheyenne, thank you, appreciate it. Albany, Texas, or Albany, New York, excuse me, included in that tornado watch. There's no tornado watch, none at all. We have actually no tornado watch going at all tonight. But there's again a low-end threat for an isolated tornado back in New York tonight, but it's gonna be pretty low. And as well as northern Ohio and northwestern Pennsylvania. Back over here, I'm actually going to take a look at the last hour in terms of rainfall. Let's go and take a look at that. And there's been a lot of rainfall with the storm so far, and obviously probably more to come, unfortunately. But let's take a look at the last hour or so. This will be the newest frame. Again, this is kind of the current rainfall rates that we're seeing with this ongoing area of storms, possibly near an inch up near Carlsley. And it looks like, yeah, right between about an inch, maybe up to an inch and a quarter over down near Monroe City as well. So we're definitely seeing, a lot of rain out of this cell. We've already seen around 4 inches right now near Edwardsport. So that's just for reference. We've already seen a lot of rain. And unfortunately, again, flash flooding risk is going to increase over the next few hours with all the moisture we have in the atmosphere as well. Just unfortunate as of right now. Welcome back, Runaway. Someone said there was a debris ball in a tornado from California. There's no tornadoes in California. Please do not spread false information. Otherwise, you'll be banned. Thank you. No tornadoes in California. And by the way, California hardly ever sees tornadoes, so I don't know why we're even saying that. Okay, let's go back up here to the north. Let's go and take a look real quick. I'm not sure if these storms are currently moving out of Canada yet. We are starting to actually see some storm development back up here in Ohio. Again, this will start to develop over the next few hours. We'll have to watch this. I don't know if we'll see a watch tonight. We may. Let me go over and see if the Storm Prediction Center has issued any mesoscale discussions. And as of yet, none yet, but that'll be an area to watch potentially for some ongoing developments, possibly in an hour or so, maybe an hour or two. Again, that'll all develop throughout portions of Ohio up into northwest Pennsylvania and western New York. Main threats, as I've mentioned before, mainly damaging winds, but I cannot rule out an isolated tornado tonight. So again, we will keep you updated with the latest here on Max Velocity. Also, we have another flash flood warning actually over here in Colorado. We've had a report of 2 inches of rain in only 40 minutes, and rain is still falling. That was a half an hour ago, so we've likely already seen about 2.5 to maybe 3 inches of rain back up there in Flagler. So we are definitely seeing a lot of rain over that direction as well. Oh, he meant to say Canada. Okay, yeah, I'm about to say California and Canada are two completely different areas. Wow, look at this cell up here, again, over near Billings. Again, this cell has been producing a cumulative hail, and it is still a very impressive cell here near Highway 87 and 212. It's a very impressive looking cell right now. I mean, we're seeing a significant amount of hail here moving down to the southeast. It is, I mean, it's insane what we're seeing up here. I mean, again, we've already seen a cumulative hail around an inch back up in Billings. Now we're definitely seeing more hail and as well as damaging winds. And damaging winds are currently 70 with this storm moving down to the southeast. Thanks, Diane. I appreciate it. Again, if you haven't already hit the like button, make sure to hit the like button down below. Would appreciate it. Hey, Dragon, how you doing? Welcome. All right, let me go back over to take a look at Canada real quick. There's actually still an ongoing tornado warning up that direction. The overall velocities have actually weakened, it looks like, up in Canada, so there is a little bit of good news there for those that might be up that direction. Again, that line may actually enter into upstate New York tonight, so we will monitor that area very closely over the next couple of hours. So again, we're going to keep you updated. We'll keep you safe tonight. The latest information up there in New York as well. It's definitely going to be a dangerous night up that direction. Hopefully, again, hopefully a weekend before it gets to the United States, but definitely something to watch tonight as it moves off to the east. Yeah, it will be an area to watch for future rotation as well tonight. Definitely not out of the question. We'll definitely have to watch that area for maybe a little bit of rotation down the road. Again, as of right now, the warning count, we have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We currently have 11 flash flood warnings and 1 special marine warning. So that's what we have in terms of warnings as of right now across the United States. And that looks to be right now about it. We don't have any tornado warnings as of yet. Again, we might see one maybe later, but again, it's a very low threat. I don't expect too much in terms of that threat, but again, not out of the question. And we also have 2 special weather statements, which aren't very crazy at all, but those are usually just strong storms. I'll take a look at Twitter. Let me take a look. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I've already seen the correlation coefficient. Who sent it? I think Quad actually sent me a photo of it. Yeah, there's definitely, again, been some debris up that direction. There was very clearly a confirmed tornado by radar. And unfortunately, again, it was a very dangerous cell. Hopefully, again, we prayers for anybody that was in the track of that storm up in Quebec. It was definitely a dangerous cell, to say the least. All right. It's actually it's a special weather statement. Special weather statements are for anything between, I think it's 30 mile per hour winds up to 58 or 57, I think, but it's 30 mile per hour winds up to 57, I believe, and hail from about like a fourth of an inch all the way up to about nickel size. Those are what special weather statements are. Again, but if there's like a severe thunderstorm warning that has, like, let's just say there's 60 mile per hour winds ongoing, there will be a severe thunderstorm warning, even if there were to be only, like, you know, fourth of an inch sized hail or something like that. So just for reference, it's a little bit confusing, but special weather statements are not that concerning. They do mean they're strong storms, but they're not severe in most cases. So yeah. But special weather statements also vary. Sometimes they're used for different types of weather as well. They're not always for the same type of weather. Here's a look at the latest hail, by the way, on this cell. Again, it is producing some fairly large hail as of right now. Might have actually reached almost as high as hen egg-sized hail just to the south of Highway 87 and 212. So, yeah, we've seen some pretty large hail out of this cell. As mentioned before, we've already seen a cumulative hail with this cell moving off to the east. It will likely go towards Hardin, maybe Crow Agency as well, back down to the east. So definitely a cell to watch. I mean, it's, again, for those over in Billings, they saw a show in terms of hail today already. And again, more from where that came from. It is a very potent looking cell, though, right now, moving out to the east and east-southeast. You ever seen hail in your life? Really? I've seen hail at least 3 or 4 times. How's Massachusetts looking tonight? If you see anything, it's just gonna be isolated strong storms, but for the most part, it's just gonna be lightning if you see any storms, thunder and lightning. But overall, no severe weather is expected in Massachusetts tonight. Different story tomorrow. Again, severe weather will return to portions of the New England area. Actually, almost all of New England is included tomorrow. So we'll keep you updated again with the latest on that. Let's take a look real quick. We don't have any, again, tomorrow's outlook, again, is a slight risk, and it does include actually just about all of New England. The only area not included at this given time is Burlington, Vermont. So, yeah, basically all of New England is included in a severe weather outlook for tomorrow. Again, we will likely be live on our channel tomorrow for that, so you have a place to go for severe weather, and there will be a marginal threat throughout portions of Tennessee and Kentucky. There's also another small marginal threat in the Central Plains, actually, going into western Nebraska, southwestern South Dakota, and eastern Wyoming tomorrow as well. So there's a couple areas. Oh my God. What is this? Somebody really did this? This is over in Billings. Guy made a snowman out of hail. That is funny. That is actually really funny. So yeah, that's what they got going over in Billings after the hailstorm. I didn't know you can make snowmen in the summer. I didn't know that. Pretty funny. Thank you, Paul, by the way, and Hawk for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Actually, really funny. Again, I didn't know you could make snowmen in the summer, but apparently up in Billings, you can. I guess it's a little exception. By the way, we do have flash flooding reports ongoing actually over in Billings. Looks like we have a sheriff office flooded, fire engines, windows broken, power fluctuations. What is this? Is this even a sentence? It sounds like there must be commas in here or something, but okay. So sheriff's office must be flooded. The fire engines may be going or something. Windows are broken, and then power fluctuations. It just looked like an entire sentence. There's no commas there, but unfortunately, it looks like there's some damage though, maybe to the sheriff's office over there in Billings. That's our latest report. Hey, no problem, Ed. Appreciate you tuning in. Okay, Jacob, I'll take a look. Possible rotation east of Billings. I don't think there's gonna be much, but I'll take a look real quick. I think it's primarily just it's an outflow driven area. Yeah, not a whole lot. It's nothing organized at this point either, but we'll watch it closely. Overall, I think the overall threat though will be mainly hail and damaging winds with this. Definitely care about maybe a little bit isolated rotation in there, maybe a brief spin up or something like that. Something to watch though, definitely something to watch. Hail man, yes, that's really funny. Actually, I gotta retweet that. I gotta retweet more of these photos. Let me retweet that real quick. Again, if you want to see these photos again, they will be on our Twitter page, so you can go check my Twitter out. Again, link in the description below. While you're at it, by the way, make sure to follow my Twitter if you haven't already. All right. Hey, no problem, Tracy. Appreciate you tuning in. I don't think I called the tornado, but I haven't been live that long. I've only been live an hour. We haven't had any tornado warnings. Maybe you're mistaking me for somebody else. I appreciate that, Tracy. You're doing well. It's 10 and somebody's mowing the lawn? Who's mowing the lawn at 10 o'clock at night? What? Yeah, Eric. Okay, thank you for the report, by the way. But yeah, unfortunately, that was a crazy storm. But luckily, there's no tornado warning. That will have actually be entering upstate New York here pretty soon. We will be covering that once it gets there. We do have a new marine warning ongoing for those north of Cleveland. Again, that's our area of storms to watch for this evening. Maybe some severe weather. I dropped my phone, but yeah. We'll have to watch, again, portions of Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania tonight for another round of severe storms. We are not over. We have another round coming, as I mentioned before. So, another crazy night ahead. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest. Make sure to subscribe down below and like the video if you haven't already. Keep you updated with the latest throughout the evening. Hey, Clay, welcome back, by the way. How you doing? You're doing well. Oh, the other day. Oh, I got you, Tracy. Okay, sorry. Appreciate that, though, a lot. I'm glad I was able to help you through the tornado. Yeah, there was a lot of crazy storms the other day, and especially over in Kansas. Like, I mean, we had like at least four or five land spouts confirmed over that direction. So, yeah, I guess somebody's currently mowing their lawn at 10 p.m. So that's interesting. I mean, who's mowing their lawn this late? Like, what? I mean, I guess, okay, it depends on where you are. If you're over in like Texas, it makes a little bit more sense because it is currently like 100 degrees out. But if you're like over in like, I don't know, Canada, it's cooler up there. It's like 50s and 60s probably somewhere over in Canada. All's good. Good to hear, Clay. Good to hear, Clay. Excuse me. Sounds good, Ruben. Sounds good. I actually still have a bowl of rice here. Yeah, if you guys were here before the stream, I was literally saying I was gonna go live, but I was eating rice, and I still have rice here. I didn't even finish it. It's Jasmati rice. If I'm saying that name right, might be some different pronunciation. It's actually really good rice. I do recommend. All right, let me take a look at the warnings as of right now. Let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warnings. We're actually up to 6. I'm wondering where the 6th one is. There must be a new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to take a look. That's our ongoing storm over in Billings. We actually got another one in Colorado. We got a whole ongoing area of severe thunderstorm warnings over in Colorado as of right now. This includes Eads as well as Lamar. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and as well as maybe a little dime to maybe penny-sized hail, kind of in that range. This is moving off to the east, a little, outflow-driven area, storms in Colorado. Again, a little bit of rainfall as well to this area, but obviously a good amount of severe weather ongoing here with 60-mile-per-hour winds being the main threat. This one does not have a tornado possible label, by the way. I didn't think there was a whole lot of rotation to begin with. We're definitely not looking at a whole lot of rotation with this, though. Good news there. But again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible as this moves out to the east. Do I have to worry about Bloomington, Indiana? No, I don't think so, Sour Josh. You should be fine. Might be more rain, might be a little bit more rain up that direction, maybe some thunder and lightning, but not really any severe weather is expected for the rest of the evening over in Indiana. Primarily threat is going to be tonight now in Colorado, Montana, and the Northeast, but the Northeast includes Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. Again, we're going to have a second round of storms developing here over the next hour or two, so... What type of rice would I love to try? The only one I've really ever had is this Jasmati rice. It's like these things that you warm up in like 90 seconds. It's actually pretty good. Thank you, Heath, as well as Mags, Linda, Troy, for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. What about Tennessee for tomorrow? I don't think Tennessee's going to see much, unless you're in like northern Tennessee, maybe near Nashville, maybe isolated damaging winds, or maybe really isolated damaging winds. I don't expect much in hail, but a little bit of a damaging wind threat up that direction is all I'm expecting there. Here's back over to Indiana, by the way. Yeah, here's a look at Bloomington, by the way. I know somebody was asking. Probably just some rain here is all I'm saying. Yeah, just a little bit of rain. Most of that storm activity, though, is moving down to your south. You should be clearing out for tonight, so you shouldn't have anything to be concerned about. We do have an ongoing storm over here near Fairfield, actually, that's producing $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's moving down over to the southeast. So that's near Golden Gate and Fairfield. Jeff is currently seeing that storm as of right now. Hey, Texie, how you doing? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. And Virginia tomorrow, Virginia is going to be mainly damaging winds. The only tornado threat tomorrow is going to be up in southern New England. And even that's pretty low tomorrow. I don't expect much. Maybe an isolated tornado. But if I go live tomorrow, we'll see what happens. I might, but at this given time, we will have to see what happens. Again, all live streams have been to be determined, and this is another one of those situations. It will be to be determined. Let's back over to their live radar. We have another warning over there west of Louisville, but that's going to be weakening. We actually do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has gotten issued, and as I mentioned before, this is our area that we're going to be watching tonight. This watch goes until 5 a.m. Eastern time. So just a heads up, this watch is going to be a long one across portions of upstate New York, all the way back over near Buffalo, Dansville, Rochester. Again, I will not be live until 5, but we will have a watch on going up this direction. 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail, isolated tornado not out of the question over this direction. So, again, a brand new severe thunderstorm watch issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And we're going to have to be watching this area very closely. Let me go over to the website. Let me take a look if we have any new updates on this watch. I think it literally just got posted, so I might not have it even on here yet. Yeah, it literally just got posted. We were just so happened to be over here in the United States to be able to see this when it happened. But, again, new severe thunderstorm watch. It just got issued as of about 1 minute ago. And again, this is going to include anywhere in upstate New York. It actually includes northern portions of Vermont as well, up in Burlington. And again, it goes toward Buffalo. There will still be a possibility for severe weather, though, across these areas from Cleveland back over to near Meadville and Erie. But again, it's not on the watch. It does not mean you're not going to see severe weather, though, tonight. But again, brand new severe thunderstorm watch was just issued. Let me go back over and see what we have on terms of details on this watch. We'll see what happens. Not anything yet, but again, storms will be filling in. We got a whole complex of storms back out here to the west. We'll have to watch that pretty closely. So, a lot of severe weather ahead for tonight. So, again, brand new severe thunderstorm watch. 5 a.m. this overnight is going to be when the watch expires. Sounds good, King Cheese. Christian, no, not a severe weather. This is by no means a severe weather outbreak, and it really wasn't even to begin today. It really wasn't supposed to be one. But, damaging winds being the main threat, maybe an isolated tornado. That's all I really forecasted today, begin with, maybe an isolated tornado or two. And I don't even know, have we seen any tornadoes today besides Canada? Does anybody know if we saw a tornado down in Indiana today? Were you aware of that yet? Wasn't sure. All right, we have watch details. So overall, tornado threat low, EF2 plus tornadoes, obviously very low. Moderate wind threat, low hail threat. So that's how we're looking at as of right now on this watch. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, large hail up to the size of ping pong balls, and a tornado or two will be possible. So we will have to monitor that tornado potential over there in New York tonight. So again, a lot of weather to come with these storms, and obviously we will keep you updated again with the latest on our page. This warning, by the way, over here in portions of Montana is now down to 60-mile-per-hour winds, and as well as some quarter-sized hail. So a little bit lesser on the threats over here for Crow Agency, as well as Hardin, Lodge Grass, Fort Smith, St. or excuse me, yes, St. Xavier and Crow Indian Reservation. Fewer mosquitoes at 10 p.m. Is that even true? Isn't there more mosquitoes around that time? I have way too many Twitter things open here. Over to this. By the way, there's a mesoscale discussion ongoing for those over in eastern portions of Colorado. Maybe some more wind gusts this evening. Nothing too much beyond that. Might enter into western Kansas, by the way. So those in Kansas might get a little bit of rainfall tonight. Maybe a little bit of good news. Again, an ongoing complex of storms. Gonna probably enter into northwestern portions of Kentucky. Low threat, though, for severe weather up that direction. Again, really our next chance for severe weather is going to be probably about 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour. That'll be entering into western New York, and as well as starting to develop in Ohio and as well as Pennsylvania. So a lot to watch still tonight. Yeah, Jack, I saw that. It looked like a sky cloud, so I don't think it was, but... North Carolina gonna get anything tonight? Probably not. Not much. If you see anything, it's just gonna be very isolated, but I don't think you'll see much tonight. Let me go ahead and zoom back out again. Back down to this cell, back down here, Indiana as of right now. We have more flash flood reports coming in. Again, this is an area under a flash flood warning. This is the second round of storms they just saw. It's only strong storms, but obviously it's a lot of rain falling here. So time is approximate. Minor flooding over in Bicknell, and as well as we had that flood report from earlier. And another flash flooding report in that direction as well. Yeah, just a lot of flash flooding threats at this point. No specifications on these, but all in Edwinsport as well as near Bicknell. We have a lot of little reports there. So, again, unfortunately, we're seeing this little threat of flash flooding right now ongoing. So, it's definitely not anything fun over those directions. Where's most of the severe weather currently? It's actually in Canada. It will be coming out of Canada, though, pretty soon. That'll be entering to New York, Ohio, and northwest Pennsylvania. Sorry, I did not. I wish I had a chat mod here, but one chat mod I have is not here. Thank you, Dubs, as well as Mary for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. All right. Again, this is a storm going to the southeast. I'm actually going to put a track on this. It's not moving very fast. We'll put a track on it, give you an idea of where it's heading over the next several minutes. I know some of you guys might be in this location or this area, so we'll give you an idea of where it's heading in the short term. And that is not how we make a track. Let's do that again. Let's look at the track, though, on this cell specifically. It's not moving overly fast. We'll put it at about 20 miles per hour going down to the southeast. But here's the timing on the left side of your screen. So Golden Gate, 10:13. Albion right around 10:25, Burnt Prairie 10:31, Browns 10:36, Grayville 10:54, Crossville 11:02, Philliptown 11:10, Griffin 11:12, New Harmony, singing Harmony 11:22, as well as Cynthiana right around 11:38. That's not probably not the right name, but that's going down to the southeast. Yes, there's going to be some confusion on the new severe thunderstorm watch. There's another area of storms, as I mentioned before, out into portions of Canada. That is going to be moving into New York. So we have a whole another round of storms right now crossing over the lakes. And that is why we have a new severe thunderstorm watch. You can see it all here. That's moving all into New York. And again, low-end tornado threat, but primarily going to be damaging winds tonight and maybe some isolated large hail the size of ping pong balls. So this will be our next area to watch. Again, we'll be live for it. So we'll keep you updated with the latest as it enters into New York. And also more storm development ongoing near Cleveland as of right now. As I mentioned before, some storms off the coastline producing a little bit of gusty winds. It looks like knots greater than 34, excuse me. And not really any hail threat here, but that is ongoing. That's going to develop maybe into a little bit of a line back out here near Erie as well. And that'll be moving off to the east. Again, Buffalo, probably going to see some storms here within the next hour or maybe hour and a half. So, again, storms are going to be developing over the next little while. Yeah, again, those over in New York, we're not done. As I kind of said before, this was going to be a 2-round day event, and that's obviously going to be unfolding tonight. And we do have flash flooding, by the way, in Colorado. And the flooding's out. It's more street flooding more than anything right now, but we do have some flash flooding over that direction. So there's obviously some flooding over there as well. It's hailing in Cortland right now. Where's that, Troy? Which location? Is that over? I don't think this is this storm, right? West Virginia is not going to see that line tonight. I don't think you'll see much tomorrow either, unless you're in eastern West Virginia, maybe a low-end chance for an isolated severe storm. But tonight, you should be pretty much fine. Maybe isolated weak storms later, like in the overnight hours, but nothing too crazy. For your location, at least. No mod needed. We really do need mods. I mean, the viewer count has just gone so high up nowadays that obviously there's more trolls nowadays, so I do have to get mods, but I have one, but he's really never here. It's kind of unfortunate. Let's go over the hail radar. I'm going to take a look at what we have in terms of hail here. It's near Jeff as of right now, or Geff. Is it Geff or Jeff? Maybe it's Geff. But here's a look at the ongoing area of hail. And radar estimates actually had it as high as ping pong ball size hail. The cell didn't look that impressive though. The latest scans are probably right around $half size. So we're looking at a little bit of $half sized hail here. Again, Golden Gate and Fairfield, just stay away from windows. A little bit of hail coming your way. Again, nothing too crazy. It's nothing like what we saw in Billings. If you've been here for a while, we saw a serious hailstorm in Billings. But it's obviously, this is not probably anywhere close to a comparison of that. That Billings storm, I mean, it literally produced, it looked like snow all over the ground. And accumulated too. No Scorpion. Yeah, if you want to become mod, you can apply on our Discord server. Again, links in the description. Thanks, Ron. I appreciate it. Yeah, we actually just hit 13,500 subscribers. We are now about 400 subscribers away from 14,000. So again, I do appreciate everybody subscribing. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button down below. Would appreciate it. What's Georgetown, Texas doing today and tomorrow in the next few days? It doesn't look like much, honestly. I don't think we're going to see much. By the way, actually, I want to mention this. We do actually have maybe a little development possibly in the tropics later this week. There might be some action coming back, maybe the first time in forever. And that might come to the Gulf of Mexico. I've seen one computer model hinting at it, only really one. It's a GFS. It's not been very accurate this season, but we may see something potentially. There's a tropical wave that came or just went off of Africa. Really, I think it's actually going off today. That may develop as it gets closer to the Gulf of Mexico. We will have to wait and see what happens, but there might be a little development coming that direction. So stay tuned. We'll keep you up there with the tropics. Again, tropical season. We've only seen 3 named storms so far this year. We may begin to see a little bit more, though, heading into August. The day you hit 20K, I'll have a party. We will all have a party if we hit 20,000, or actually 25,000 subscribers. We'll have a party if we hit that. Thanks, Julie. I appreciate it. This storm, by the way, is now down to quarter size, telling the latest report, by the way. So we're down to quarter size. Yeah, maybe a little bit of tropical action. We'll see. It's pretty low at this point, but we'll see what happens. Actually, does anybody know if we have any footage from that tornado over in Canada from earlier? I don't know if we saw anything on that. I mean, I highly doubt it, but you never know. It looked to be a fairly rural area to begin with. What's that number below me? What number? There's a lot of numbers around me. I have a number up here somewhere. I have 2 numbers down there. I have phone numbers on the screen. We got numbers over here too. We got numbers everywhere. We got numbers over here. We actually got a number right here. We got 2 of them. Actually, we got 3 numbers. We have a lot of numbers on the screen. Let me go over the warnings. Let me take a look at how many warnings we got as of right now. We currently have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, so we are still at the same numbers we've been at. Let me go back and zoom back out again. We'll take a look again at the overall aspect. Again, we have more severe weather ongoing more than anything in Colorado, which is not shocking by any means. We have had a line of storms ongoing over this direction. It's mostly isolated to very widely scattered severe weather over this direction, but there are some 60-mile-per-hour winds ongoing with these. Maybe a little bit of hail to the size of quarters, maybe embedded northwest of Eads, but overall the threat has been pretty low, and that's actually going to be going toward Kit Carson, by the way, so another area to watch for maybe a little bit of damaging winds around 60. Thank you, Lady, as well as Lisa, Sunflower, as well as Anthra and Danny for all subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Welcome. Sounds good, King Cheese. Yeah, Twitter's probably my best bet. Yeah, I haven't really seen anything on Twitter either. No problem, Anthra, excuse me. Appreciate you tuning in. Is northern Indiana cold front going to be severe anytime? Do you mean tonight? No severe weather is expected in northern Indiana tonight. We'll be fine. Anywhere off to the east of that, though, we do have a low-end chance for severe weather, so. Up in the northeast. Hey, Sonic, how you doing? Welcome back. Also, another cell back up here. This might get a new warning. That's again going towards Cheyenne Falls, or Wells, excuse me, not Falls, it's Wells. That's going down to the southeast. Again, warning expires in 4 minutes, but we might get a new warning on this. It is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I think be a little cell to watch pretty closely. Again, it's near 59, going down to the southeast toward Highway 40 and 30 or 385. So a little cell to watch. Nothing too crazy as of yet over this direction. Again, severe weather is expected to remain pretty low over this direction, but we might again see maybe a little bit of isolated damaging winds and large hail. Let's go back up to the Montana storm real quick. We actually have a damage report of several tree limbs down. That's actually from the earlier storm, but we have an ongoing Boeing area of storms here. It's kind of losing its composure at this point, but there's a little bit of a ongoing area of storms producing damaging winds around 60 and a little bit of quarter-sized hail back over near Crow Agency and Hardin, so a little area to watch as well. Hey, Alan, how you doing? Welcome back. Well, Sonic. Thank you, Sonic, by the way. Appreciate it. Appreciate you subscribing. No problem, Tony. I think over here again, this storm's currently moving off to the east. It's definitely I should say, our most potent storm as of right now out there. But we will again see more severe weather over in New York tonight. So those storms are again starting to move into the lake region. I will likely be going back over to Buffalo and whatnot within the next, I would say, probably next 30 to 45. I mean, probably 30 minutes or so is probably when we'll be over that direction. Hey, Nate, how you doing? Welcome back, or welcome. Over here. I just did that. Sounds good, Sonic. Let me put a track on the storm. I am curious on what direction this might be heading. Or it's not direction, I mean locations. Let's take a look. Look at the storm again. It is producing damaging winds, most likely at least at 60. It might be a little bit higher than that. Timing's on the left side of your screen. So Hardin, 1021. You might see something out of this. As well as Crow Agency, 1029. Busby, 1117. And Lame Deer, right around 1145. And that's, again, minus 3 hours for your time zone. So that's the timing, again, moving off to the east. Crow Agency, Highway 87, definitely on the track of this. If we have any truck drivers in the area, just make sure to be mindful of this area. Storm's definitely producing a pretty decent amount of damaging winds right now. Actually going to take a look at the velocities here. Take a look what they look like right now. That is definitely not the velocities. Let's go over to this. Or this, okay. There we go. Yeah, the velocities aren't overly impressive. It looks like our higher damaging winds right now are probably down here, maybe west of Highway 87. It's like northwest of Lodge Grass right now, so that's probably our highest winds. There's also a little area back up here near 212 and 87 and near Hardin, so there's a little bit of maybe some isolated winds up that direction as well, maybe a little bit out in front of the ongoing storm, which again, this is outflow driven, so that make a bit more sense. We're definitely seeing our highest hailstones though, most likely either in here, probably here as well, but also down here, back down to the south. So a couple areas, obviously these are again moving off to the east. Crow Agency likely going to see that hail as well, so again, maybe some quarter, maybe even up to $half size, definitely can't be ruled out with these storms as they move off to the east. Thanks, bud, I appreciate that a lot. Lots of truck drivers, 212 through Lame Deer. Thank you, Dan, by the way, for that report. So yeah, I guess a lot of truck drivers go through here, but there's definitely a pretty potent storm right now. Again, Crow Agency is definitely on the track of this. Highway 87, Lodge Grass, all on the track of it. Definitely a pretty dangerous storm to say the least. It was, again, producing up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail back in Billings. So, I mean, kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at. It was actually a pretty potent storm before, and it still is. It's definitely still really maintaining its overall intensity, but not nearly to the extent as what we had before. Here's like the hail, by the way, of the last few scans. And latest scans are actually down to about nickel size, potentially around nickel size, but still maybe a little bit of severe hail, still going toward that direction. Again, can't rule out a lot of hail, by the way, with the storm is definitely not out of the question. We had a huge, massive amount of hailfall over in Billings, and it was a significant amount. As I mentioned before, we saw, you know, at least an inch of hail really fall on the ground. It literally accumulated. I mean, it was pretty crazy to see. Even though it might have not been all, you know, golf ball sized hail, it was, you know, it was like literally looked like a snowstorm just went through Billings. It was crazy. Northern California, please pray for some rain. You haven't seen, yeah, I know. Northern California, unfortunately, just any California just doesn't see rain during the summer, and it's really unfortunate. Just really how the climate works over there, though. I'm really hoping for something. I mean it, but yeah, really just during the summer with the hotter temperatures and, you know, the cooler water temperatures and the overall moisture, it just doesn't really balance out for California to see much. No problem, King Cheese. Yeah, again, if anybody has photos, though, make sure to send them in. Again, we have Twitter down below, our Discord server as well. It is pinned in the chat, or you can click the link in the description. If you have any photos, videos, anything like that, feel free to send those in. Also, join our community down in the Discord server as well. Again, our next threat for severe weather, for those that might be just tuning in, is going to be the Northeast. Again, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Vermont, actually northern New Hampshire, and western and northern Maine are all included in an ongoing slight risk. For the rest of tonight, there is a low-end tornado threat, but mainly going to be damaging winds. Again, we will be covering that closely for you tonight, so stay tuned. Hit the subscribe button down below if you haven't already. That line will actually be moving in probably within the next hour. We do have actually a tornado warning in Canada again. Let's take a look at it. I do have a better view on this one. But let me go over to Canada. This is a tornado warning back up this direction. Little tornado. This is actually a tornado warning. It's west of Brockville, so we'll have to watch this closely as it crosses over into upstate New York, but there's a little bit of rotation here. It's actually really not far from Brockville, so it is getting pretty close to New York right now. Let me put a yellow marker on here. So that's the ongoing rotation. Again, Brockville potentially in the track this over the next several minutes. This will be definitely something to watch. That's where our ongoing tornado warning is back up in Canada. So yeah, that again, this will be entering into portions of upstate New York probably over the next, I would say, 20 minutes or so. So we'll have to watch that very closely. That is a tornado warning back up in Canada, as I mentioned before. So we've already got a tornado confirmed and potentially a large one back over in Canada from earlier. And obviously, we're going to see another one, or at least some sort of rotation ongoing now that might develop into something eventually. So, we'll keep you up to the latest on that as it moves off into, into New York. Like goal of 1,000? Nah, not tonight. Not tonight. It'd be crazy if we hit 1,000 likes, but I don't think we will. Hey, yeah, removed from the slight risk of severe weather over in southwest Ohio. There you go. Yeah, the only threat today for like those areas in southern Ohio was really primarily only for portions of, or I mean, it was for that area, but the main threat was there. Really, the threat that we saw earlier today was just the ongoing storms that we had this afternoon. The evening threat was supposed to develop back up in Canada and kind of move out of Canada. So that's what we're seeing right now, obviously unfold. We'll again keep you updated once those storms are actually moving into the United States, which should be again fairly shortly. So be updated with the latest on that. Back over to the radar here. Almost all of New York has a severe thunderstorm watch. It's actually really only northern and western New York. There's, I think, another one right now ongoing, but the other one should be expiring here pretty shortly if that isn't already. Hey, you're good, Tuck. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Hey, our memberships are pretty affordable, though. If anybody ever does have, $3 a month, if you want to, save on a coffee, you can always become a member. No forcing, though. Again, do appreciate all the members, though. We are actually, I can't remember. I think we're at 87 members, though. We're pretty close to 100. Apparently, there was a tornado watch, and there was a tornado warning, actually, in Indianapolis earlier today. So, yeah. Brian with the 2 gifted members. I really do appreciate that, Brian. Thank you very much. 2 gifted members to the community. Everybody give some claps in the chat for Brian gifting some members tonight. Really do appreciate that. Whoever gets the members, by the way, make sure to thank him as well. It looks like, actually, the timing on that. Tuck literally just said he's not, he can't afford becoming a member. And he literally just got one. What's the odds of that? That's crazy. Hey, congratulations, though, to those that got members. Again, make sure to thank him. But everybody clap in the chat for Brian. Again, Brian is our top gifter, I think, on this channel, other than me. I think he's gifted 9 members. I've gifted, I think, 15 now, so. But, my gifts don't really count. And the timing on that, though, for Took. That's all I gotta say. It's crazy. I mean, literally, if you go back about, not even a minute ago, he literally said, I can't afford it, but it's crazy. And I'm glad that somebody actually wanted one, got it as well. It's awesome. YouTube algorithm works like that. If you ever get gifted, if you're ever in the chat, by the way, make sure to comment a lot. If you ever want to get a gifted membership, again, you just got to be active in the chat. Watch a lot of the videos and live streams. That increases your odds of becoming a member if you get gifts. So, hey, I am too, Tuck. It's the same boat as you. Don't worry. It's possible downbursts or hail maybe in parts of New York. Yeah, probably in, again, northwestern and western New York has our best chance for severe weather over that direction. So, again, Hail, not really much of a threat, but there's a low-end chance, maybe up to ping pong ball sized hail. We may also see that potential for damaging winds upwards of 75 miles per hour. Again, I cannot rule out a couple of tornadoes tonight, but I think that threat should stay low. It's not zero, but it is going to be low. Maybe an isolated tornado or two is currently in the forecast for those in New York, and possibly northwestern Pennsylvania, and maybe even northeastern Ohio. So those will be the main areas to watch tonight. By the way, we're only 10 subscribers from 13,600. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Would appreciate it. I know, Whitney, we're going to get there. I've been trying to work on something. I want to code something that will literally just tell you what the state is, but we'll get there. Again, we're currently in Montana for reference, but we will be going back over to New York and as well as over into Pennsylvania and Ohio here pretty soon once the storms are getting pretty close to those regions, which they are going to be moving in probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we will be covering those storms pretty shortly, especially in upstate New York. Upstate New York is going to see the initial storms. Yeah, when it is a bit harder than you think. Again, I want to try to code something, but if not, then again, putting state names is just a bit difficult unless it's in like the title or the description. I'll be happy with some rain. I think everybody would. Honestly, anybody that has not seen rain in a while, it would be very happy with it. I'm not sure where you're from, but there are so many areas that just have not seen the rain that they really desperately need. We're actually down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We've really dropped down, but here's a look at the ongoing threats over this direction. And we have an ongoing flash flood warning. We've already had a bunch of flash flood reports over this direction, and it just continues, by the way. We just have so much rain falling here near Monroe City, Washington, Albertsville, Plainville. All these areas currently seeing a lot of rain, so it is definitely unfortunate that we're just seeing so much rainfall over this direction. I think we've already seen 4 inches of rain, at least, from when I last checked over here near Plainville. So there's been a lot of rain, to say the least. Thank you, Alan, for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. I'm poor, but I wanted to show some support and appreciation. Hey, if you're poor, do not donate. Trust me, you don't have to. I really do appreciate that, Alan, a lot. Thank you. I really do appreciate your support. Very generous of you. Thank you. Hey, Kenley, how you doing? Welcome back. All right, again, that's what we got going up here. Actually, we have a little storm up here near Indianapolis right now. And nothing too crazy, but a little cell right now near Carthage, as well as near Morristown and Rushville. Little cell, nothing too crazy. Producing maybe a little bit gusty winds. It's moving down to the south. And we have a whole shebang of weather really down in southern portions of Indiana and as well as Ohio. So decent amount of stuff ongoing there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that actually just got issued back over here in New York. This is for areas near, looks like Berkshire, as well as Richford, Whitney Point, Hartford, Marathon, as well as Lapeer. Current threats with this will be damaging winds, potentially up to 60 miles per hour. Again, this is a brand new warning. This is not even included in that severe thunderstorm watch. So kind of outside of where we're kind of covering tonight. So that's the latest there. And brand new warning there. Again, that's going to be going towards Whitney Point for reference. So definitely a storm to watch for pretty closely. Again, all the storm developments that we have currently ongoing in Canada, you can see the whole area of development here. That will all be moving again into New York over the next couple of hours. And let me put a brighter color, not that same color. This is a little bit of a brighter color. You can kind of see that all that storm activity, again, going to be moving into New York over the next several minutes. So most likely within the next 30 minutes, we'll see some storm activity maybe north of Buffalo. Again, the ongoing tornado warning that we have just off to the west of Brockville is currently right here. That I don't think it'll get tornado warned in the United States. Rotation was a little bit broader on the last scan, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, that might be something to watch for those in upstate New York. We will have to watch that potential for maybe an isolated tornado or two tonight. So that's, again, what we got going as of right now. Severe thunderstorm watch, as I mentioned before, goes until 5 a.m. tonight. It is going to be a long watch, to say the least. So we'll again have to watch this weather very closely for you. We'll keep you updated with the latest here on the Max Velocity channel. Make sure to hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Thank you, David, as well as Stephanie, by the way, for subscribing. There will be possibility for rain tomorrow, actually, Miss. There will definitely be a chance for some storms tomorrow in Massachusetts. So good news there for you. But overall, the threat should stay pretty low in terms of how much rain you'll see. But I think if you're near Boston, like eastern Massachusetts, it looks like you'll see probably at least some sort of decent rain over that direction. Looks to be a better chance than not. I missed your first thing. Yeah, again, if you cannot afford to donate or become a member, do not. There's no reason to. Again, I'd rather you guys be in good standing than anything. So no reason for you to donate if you cannot. There's, again, if you cannot afford to, do not. It's again, just don't. It's not worth it. Christian, you've been a subscriber for like 3 months. What are you talking about? Again, this is cell we have ongoing near Marathon, as well as Lisley and Whitney. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, the ongoing threat with this. Again, we will be watching the severe weather development up in northern and western New York here pretty soon. But yeah, subscribing and liking the live stream is free. We're only 2 likes actually from 500, so those are the best ways you can support the channel. Easily just liking every video and as well as subscribing. Best thing you can do. Really does help the page out a lot too. How you doing, Little, by the way? Welcome back. I was on our tornado watch until 3 a.m. I couldn't sleep from storms. Really? Yeah, it's unfortunate. I know some people have, issues with the old tornado watch stuff and stuff like that. It depends on the situation, honestly. Like, it really just does depend on the situation. But really, just if you have a way to receive alerts, if you have a weather radio, for example, those are great ways actually to, just kind of stay aware. I mean, weather radio, having one in your room or something like that, again, that's really something that you should do. If you have that sort of anxiety, weather radios are definitely a good way to kind of help out with that sort of stuff. But yeah, again, I recommend getting a weather radio if you have that sort of issue, because it can help, especially overnight, having one with you. It won't blare unless there's like an actual warning or something like that. Thank you, Michelle, by the way, for the report. Appreciate it. Hey, we had a new 30 likes. Appreciate it, guys. Thank everybody liking. Thank you, Clay, for updating the like amount every 3 seconds in chat, by the way. All right, let's take a look. Again, we might get a warning up here in Canada here, or excuse me, coming out of Canada. We might get a warning here in the United States here pretty shortly. And this is an ongoing tornado warning cell just west of Brockville, so we will probably see this entering the United States here pretty shortly. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. This is, again, an ongoing tornado warning cell, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that literally just got issued, as I said that. 70-mile-per-hour winds is the main threat. That does include areas near Canton, Potsdam, as well as Lisbon, Morley, Waddington, Madrid, Morristown, Chipman, as well as West Potsdam. All those areas are included, again, for the potential for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It does not seem like they'll give us a tornado warning at this given time. We'll take a look at the velocities, though, and just give it a look. And we still have a little bit of rotation, but nothing impressive. Again, it's not really that strong. It's fairly broad at this given time, but we will watch this pretty closely. Again, that's going to go toward Brockville over the next few minutes as well, and eventually, again, enter into the United States and go into New York. So I'll have to watch this storm pretty closely. Again, damaging winds around 70 possible up this direction, upstate New York. I'm going to get some DoorDash. What should I get? I don't know. I want tacos. That's what I want. Oh, you're totally fine. No problem at all. You're good. I'm pretty good with calling warnings and stuff. Yeah, that's again a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. We are now up to 5 warnings now, and I believe we don't. Wait, actually, we have a new one down here in Cleveland, northeast of Cleveland. This I don't think was here before. I got issued 2 minutes ago. A new severe thunderstorm warning for those in northeastern Pennsylvania. This is for damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. Not much of a hail concern here. That does include areas near Albion, as well as a lot of these names I cannot pronounce, but it's east of Madison. Let's just go with that. So, again, extreme northeastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania is also included. Again, the potential for some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds will be possible. 11:15 is when this warning does expire. So, again, we got some warnings ongoing. Activity is starting to increase. So, again, what I was kind of expecting at this point, we're going to start seeing an increased amount of activity, especially up in New York. So, we'll keep up updated with the latest on all that sort of stuff tonight. Thank you, Ian, for the $3 or $3 Canadian dollar. I don't know what that is. Super chat. Appreciate that. What? I don't know what that location is. Let me look it up. Was that Canada? Not sure if we'll be able to get the location on the Canada radar, but I'll take a look. Oh, that's actually just. Yeah, I can probably get the location on this. That's back up to the north. I'll go give you an idea of what we have on going up here. So here's a look at it, back up here north of the radar site. So I'm assuming the area is kind of near Kingston. It's southwest of Brockville. So basically, I think right about here, your main threat likely to be damaging winds. If you see this area, storms maybe up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. The tornado threat is back up to your north, and it's very, very low. I know there's a tornado warning in Canada. It's a bit different from the United States, but overall, the rotation is very broad. So only threat I'm expecting for you up there in Canada is, at this point, probably just a little bit of damaging wind gusts as that area of storms moves off to the east. So that's our latest on that situation. Again, here's a look at it as of right now. A whole cluster of storms right now coming out of Canada. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds the possibility with this storm as it moves into the United States and upstate New York. All right. Yes, there's an ongoing tornado warning in Brockville, as I mentioned before. Again, the overall rotation seems to be broad this time, but just make sure you're still in shelter if you're over there in Canada. Yes, Grand. Thank you. I definitely have. Yeah, so again, what we got going, again, we have another area of storms coming out of Canada, going to actually western New York here over the next several minutes. We do currently have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 special marine warnings, and a special weather statement. So that's what we got going as of right now. We actually have another area of storms down here currently ongoing near Geneva, southwest of Newark, south of Rochester. So I'll have to watch that as well pretty closely. A few other storms down here. 1 severe thunderstorm warning, again, northwest of the radar site. It's near Binghamton, excuse me. So that's moving off to the east. Again, our worst severe thunderstorm warning as of right now going toward Brockville. I'll try to put this in a better spot. There's really no other better spot to put it. But that's, again, going to be going into New York here over the next several minutes. So 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds being the main concern at this given time. Yeah, sub from DoorDash. That sends a sub. Depends on what kind of sub, though. A spotter confirmed a tornado in Charleston Lake, Ohio, or Ontario, excuse me. Okay, so, and we apparently have a tornado in Canada. Is that recent, or is that like before? Because the velocities on the latest scans not nearly as pronounced with this. I will take a look at the Canadian radar though, because it might give us a better idea of what we're looking at here. Or is this a different cell that you're talking about? I'm not sure which cell you might be talking about a different one. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot in terms of rotation even from that radar site. Rockville's gonna be on the track of this. Our area of rotation is kind of on the leading edge here. It's pretty weak, but more of a damaging wind component more than anything. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. Hey Lord, how you doing? Welcome back. Let me take a look at the, we actually don't, by the way, we don't have any new mesoscale discussions. We still have a marginal threat of severe weather up in Billings. Again, that threat's going to be diminishing over the next hour. Colorado, western Kansas under a marginal threat. And as I mentioned before, the main threat's now going to continue into portions of the Northeast. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch going until 5 a.m. tonight, 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping pong ball sized hail. A couple of tornadoes may occur in this watch. So it's kind of what we're looking at for the rest of the night. A lot of stuff to still watch, though. Also down in Ohio and Pennsylvania, still have a low-end threat there as well. As of right now, I have no clue if there's a tornado on the ground. There may have been one at one point. The rotation, though, is just very broad. I don't see how there would be a tornado with this specific cell at this given time, but there is definitely, it's still broad rotation. Again, that's near Brockville. So once it enters upstate New York, we will have to watch the storm pretty closely, but I think the main threat's right now damaging winds with this cell as it moves off to the east. Clay, radar scope, or my radars, the two I recommend. Those are the two that I think are best for mobile devices. Here's a look at the correlation coefficient, by the way. A lot of rain, as you can see. I don't see actually really any hail, which again, the warning is not for hail, it's just for 70-mile-per-hour wind. So we're definitely looking at some hail with the storm, or excuse me, some wind with the storm, but not hail. But back to the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we actually do have a little area, maybe a little, maybe pea-sized hail, possibly half-inch sized hail, maybe north of Brockville, but nothing impressive. I mean, we're not looking at large hail with the cell at this given time. Main threat's likely to be damaging winds around 70 right now as it moves out to the east. Thank you, JMD, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. This is our latest warning in New York. So we actually have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. We must have got a couple of new ones. Let's take a look. We have a new special weather statement. Our new warnings are actually back out in Colorado. We'll take a look at this real quick. Actually, we're up to 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail back near Sheridan Lake and Granada, as well as Hawley. So actually, there's a tornado possible on this too. Take a look at the velocities. Velocities are going insane everywhere. But as of right now, it looks like there is an ongoing storm. Again, this will be entering into potentially Kansas here pretty soon. But this is an ongoing area producing damaging winds around 70, and as well as quarter-sized hail. So definitely a dangerous storm out this direction right now, moving off to the east into Kansas. So definitely something to watch pretty close. A dangerous storm right now moving across eastern Colorado. So 70-mile-per-hour winds definitely not out of the question. DoorDash is on the way. Nice. What'd you get? Anything good? Anything for me? I got some rice on my table here. Yeah, this is a pretty decent area of storms here. I mean, you can see the hail threat ongoing back up here near Kit Carson. An area to watch for sure. And also back down here to the south again, damaging wind threats mostly in this embedded area, probably from the outflow boundary more than anything, but definitely a hail threat back up here near Kit Carson. Again, moving off to the east, going toward Highway 385. So we'll have to watch this pretty closely. Again, pretty decent threat going through these areas, but Hawley again included. Interstate 385, or excuse me, Highway 385 as well as Highway 50, both included in this ongoing threat. We actually had a recent report of 51 miles per hour outside of the warnings. Spotter measured it with its personal weather station, so that was a recent report we had. We also had apparently a lot of heavy rain over this direction, a little bit of flash flooding back over in Arroyo, so had a little bit of that as well. 54 mile per hour wind report back over at the airport back in Junta, if I'm saying it right, probably not, but that's also another area that we had a little bit of some gusty winds as well. Again, severe weather threat not on the question still. This will be entering western Kansas as well, so we'll have to watch that again pretty closely. Thanks, Rain. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed that video. Yeah, I put some time into that video. Again, identifying a tornado on radar. That was a pretty good. Katie, we'll see. I'm not sure. Nada? Is that right? Richmond, Virginia, or excuse me, Richmond, Indiana. Let me take a look. Not sure where that. What part of the state is that in? Is it down here somewhere? Might be down here. It's down here. There's a lot of thunder and lightning, obviously, but obviously that flash flood threat is ongoing too near Washington. A lot of rain is unfortunately falling in these locations. If it's back up here, though, we actually do have a special weather statement east of the Indianapolis area. It's near Rushville. This is producing some gusty winds and a little bit of small hail. I didn't see what location was on here. I didn't see it. Well, Hunta, thank you. Another 6-hour stream. No, I don't think it'll be 6 hours, but it will at least be, a few hours. 6-hour live stream is not a common occurrence here on this YouTube channel. We usually at least do 3 or 4, but just depends on the situation. If we do have enough severe weather still ongoing past, hour 3 or 4, we'll definitely go longer, but see what happens. Okay. I got my water jug on hand today. Not much water left, but we're going to see how it works today. This is refill time. I am throwing my water bottle. I'm not even filling it up. Okay. Epic fail. You're going to hear the ASMR sound effects. Wait, actually, you won't. That was a very silent pour of water, to say the least. All right. I was right next to my microphone. It didn't make a sound. We are down to a very minimalistic amount of water, by the way. Directly west of Indy. Okay, let me take a look. I don't see anything west of Indianapolis at all. So maybe if you're talking east of Indianapolis, maybe something, but Richmond actually over here? I don't even know where Richmond is, but the only storms right now in Indiana, we got a strong one south of 40. We also got ongoing, again, flash flood concerns back down in southwestern Indiana. Again, those storms are more concerning more than anything. These are, again, really potent storms right now. More than anything, it's a lot of lightning, but not really much in terms of a, severe weather threat at this given time. Definitely a lot of rain. It's okay, I do too. I use a 22-ounce barbell too. How many ounces are there in a water jug? Well, I mean, I filled it up with, let me take a look. I only filled it up halfway, but this has 3.78 liters. Does somebody want to convert that to ounces? 3.78 liters. I'm going to take a random guess and say that's probably at least 120 ounces. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe like 140 ounces. That's going to be my final guess. 128 ounces. I was pretty close. At least that's what Virginia said. So I was only 12 off. Anything for Massachusetts? Hey, Karen, how you doing? For Massachusetts, it's going to be pretty low-end threat tonight. Not much, maybe just a little bit of rain. But overall, tomorrow is a different story. Again, check my latest forecast. We have all the details for you on that. And again, I might be live as well tomorrow, so you'll have a way to receive alerts as well on that. I most likely will, at least. We do have a new special weather statement as well. East of Syracuse, 40-mile-per-hour winds. That's near Dolgeville, as well as Newport. Take a look at the radar as of right now over this direction. And it looks just to be mostly rain, maybe a little bit of an outflow driven area of maybe some gusty winds, nothing too crazy. Again, our area of storms that was tornado warned, or maybe still is tornado warned in Canada, is currently starting to enter into the United States, so we'll have to watch this closely. And moving currently off to the east. We are currently sitting, as by the way, at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've added another one. Is there another one back down here to the south? Is that my question? Or that is my question. We don't have any new warnings yet down here. Where was our new warning at? I'm actually confused. Oh, it's actually down in New Mexico. That's why. There's actually one warning for ping pong ball sized hail down here west of Columbus. It's a pretty decent looking cell, by the way. Moving off, it looks like to the west. We're not going to really cover this much, but it is a pretty rural area. Camp Ramsey in the track of that. But another cell to watch there. Ping pong ball sized hail. Going through Texas, that obviously has no rain. Unfortunately. Back up here to the northeast for now. And we will be watching the storm as it crosses into upstate New York again, producing damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour right now. Anything Wisconsin, yeah, Wisconsin's going to be pretty much staying dry over the next few days. Cool down obviously came, so. Robin, if you're in northeastern Ohio, you might see a couple of storms. Otherwise, if you're anywhere outside of there, you probably won't see much tonight. Tornado warning in Ontario is still active. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, we do have a tornado warning still ongoing. There is still, it looks like maybe a smidge of rotation right now from their radar site, but it doesn't look like much. Yeah, I don't see any tornado threat with the storm at this given time. We'll watch it closely, but this cell specifically does not seem to have much rotation. By the way, this severe thunderstorm watch goes through Burlington, so it goes all the way through northern portions of Vermont. And obviously all the way back down into southwestern New York. That's, again, our threat for today. And let's look at the severe thunderstorm warning back down here. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible down here in northeast Ohio and western Pennsylvania. And the storm's currently moving off to the east. We'll have to watch this area, again, pretty closely as well. We might get a bit more of a pronounced area of storms here pretty much later. So we will have to watch this area a little bit more closely. Got a flash flood warning on going back down here in southwest Indiana. So this area will also be an area to watch as well. Washington, by the way, again, we've had a lot of flash flood confirmations in this area down here in southwest Indiana. So it's definitely an area to watch tonight. Thank you, Grant, by the way. Appreciate you following me on Twitter. Thank you, thank you. Maurice, it kind of depends. Most tornadoes, I don't know what the 4 main ingredients are, because I mean you need shear, you need all sorts of stuff, but you don't need necessarily all. You don't need everything. It just depends on what the scale is and what like the actual ingredients are and what like kind of where they're at in the range. I mean, if we're talking about like I don't know, just get a couple of big examples here. A lot of people get this confused, by the way. Instability is a big one. You don't necessarily need instability values in terms of joules per kilogram to be greater than 0. Actually, we've seen tornadoes with 0 joules per kilogram in the atmosphere before, and there's actually been pretty major tornadoes that have happened when we have 0 instability, basically. Actually, I think there was one in Oklahoma. So a lot of people get that confused, but instability in general, in terms of at least having an ongoing, like, you know, in terms of joules per kilogram, tornadoes can still happen with 0. I mean, it happens actually, you know, a little bit more often than you might think. Just depends on the, obviously, the overall ingredients. Severe thunderstorm watch, by the way, has been condensed. This watch, again, goes until 12 o'clock, another hour and 15 minutes. I would be surprised if we see any more developments in terms of severe weather down here. But there's obviously an ongoing flash flood threat. We did get a new flash flood warning for birds. Lawrenceville, Russellville, Pinkstaff, Lawrenceville Airport, Billet, and Petrolia. So those areas all included in that new area of a flash flood warning. And we have a new report from 8:50. That was only 2 hours ago. And again, unfortunately, 2 inches of rain fell in 60 minutes. And there's probably at least another 2 inches that has fallen. So we're still seeing flash flooding ongoing in this direction. Hey, Defender, you're good. Hopefully everything gets better soon for you. Thank you, Susan, for the report. So yeah, a lot of lightning and thunder down here in portions of southern Indiana, and that's obviously fairly clear at this point. We have a whole cluster of storms right now. It's just producing this massive flash flooding threat as well. Again, unfortunately, to Washington, Alfredsville, Petersburg, a lot of these areas, again, not needing all this rain, and they're just seeing buckets of rain falling right now. So Akron, Ohio have any tornado risk? Probably not. I don't expect much for you in terms of a tornado threat. All right. Let's go back up to New York. The one warning that we had over here did expire or got canceled. One of the two. It might have expired. Storm is now entering now into New York. So we're starting to see these storms enter in. There's actually a little cell down here near Philadelphia. It's also starting to develop a little strong storm. I'll have to watch that one pretty closely. Again, that little cluster of storms now moving into portions of upstate New York. We'll have to watch this closely. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds being the main concern as this moves off to the east. Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it. That a lot. Glad you're enjoying the streams. Check something real quick. If you do have any photos or videos, feel free to send those in to our Twitter account. And again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the like button down below. Helps our page out a lot. Also subscribe. I would appreciate it. But yeah, I do play again. We'll probably go live tomorrow for New England and the East Coast. And then on Tuesday, I most likely won't. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday look like to be days off for me at least. And Wednesday, Thursday definitely, but Tuesday to be determined. I may go live briefly on Thursday. We'll see, but definitely Wednesday I'm taking a break. But as of right now, it doesn't look like we're having any major severe weather, probably through at least mid next week. But we'll obviously have today and tomorrow to kind of see some more severe weather, and then possibly Tuesday. Low-end threats overall. I have granted the derecho back in 2020. I mean, that was just insane. One in Iowa. Unfortunate. Very bad derecho there. Did this storm just pop up? I'm kind of curious. This storm is pretty sure it just popped up on the radar. Maybe it's actually been ongoing. It looks a little bit more organized over the last few scans, though. Trying to develop a little bit. Watch that one closely. And here's a look at the last few minutes here on this line. This was tornado. It's still tornado warned actually in Brockville, but it is moving into now the United States. No tornado warning on at this given time. Back down here to the south, as I mentioned before, we have another line of storms currently coming out of Canada, back near Buffalo. This is also all moving down to the east, and as well as the east-southeast in that direction. And we also have, again, a severe thunderstorm warning over in Erie right now, southwest of Erie, producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So another area to watch as well pretty closely. Back over to the total warnings as of right now. Let's go and adjust that number down to 7. We're down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, the majority are actually back over in Colorado. Back over here for a little bit. Let's take a look at these storms. We do have a recent report of 50 miles per hour from a trained spotter over in Kit Carson. So we actually have a new report there. Again, up to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and as well as quarter-sized hails. Not out of the question out in this direction. So we're definitely looking at a little bit of maybe some large hail, as well as damaging winds around 70 miles per hour at this location in eastern Colorado. Yeah, again, I've live streamed, I think, at least. If I'm not mistaken, I think we've live streamed. Let's see, how many days have we? Is it 6? I think it was 5 or 6 days in a row, though. Tomorrow I might be going live, too. The path of the New England storms tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, there'll probably be a good amount of rain tomorrow, too. Let me take a look at the latest future, or the latest radar here. I am curious to see. See if anything's changed for tomorrow at all. The latest model runs just came in on the HRR, which is almost always accurate. It's not always accurate, but it's pretty accurate. Yeah, it looks to be a pretty decent day, honestly, in southern New England tomorrow. We're honestly definitely looking at some sort of, decent severe weather event in southern New England. Northern New England, though, on the other hand, is going to be a little bit different. You'll see some severe weather if you're out, near eastern or central Maine, but overall threat should be low because those will be going closer to the coastline. Those should weaken as they enter closer to the east portions of Maine, but definitely something to watch tomorrow. And even out near New York and New Jersey, we might see a few storms down that direction. If I do go live tomorrow, it will likely begin around 4 or 5 o'clock Eastern time. So it's kind of my ETA at this point in terms of if we go live tomorrow. It'll probably be around that time. Back over here. This. I've seen some pretty decent documentaries on weather events before, actually. I've seen a lot of good ones. And, yeah, there's some good ones. The Weather Channel has a lot of good ones. Some past weather events and tornadoes. Hey, Peter, how you doing? Watertown, New York. Hope you're doing well there, Peter, in New York. Hope you're doing well. Hey, tune in. Thank you, Patrick, for the report, by the way. Appreciate it. North New Jersey, you might see some storms tomorrow. Again, I have my full timing guide on our latest video, so check that out for more details. But overall threat is pretty decent there. I mean, we're still looking at a slight risk down New Jersey. Honestly, the worst areas tomorrow will likely be, I've outlined it for you, but I'm honestly thinking this area, really mostly, I think this area of New England is going to see the worst threats, and maybe even through portions of New Jersey as well, kind of outlining that area. That's kind of my main concern. If I would make my own outlook, that's kind of the area I'm looking at. And also back up here in Maine a little bit. So in my personal opinion, I would put probably as like a slight, I'll kind of draw for you, put like a slight risk through this area. Can't really draw. Maybe down the coastline a little bit as well. Kind of in that area, and then a marginal threat maybe outside of that. So this area, kind of going down this direction, maybe a slight risk in this little area. Great drawing, by the way. I'm really good at drawing. I'm very artistic as well, so tell by my skills. All right, let's make over here to this storm. Storm's actually entering now into upstate New York, and again, it's producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Canton is included in this warning. That's the main location right now. Again, moving off to the east. Check the rotation at Elmbrook. Take a look. Which storm is Elmbrook at? Where is Elmbrook to begin with? Up here this direction? Let's put on velocities. If there's anything to be noted here, I'll go and kind of outline it for you, but I don't think we see any rotation in any of these storms. I think they're all pretty much just damned or gusty winds, I should say, more than anything. But yeah, I'm not seeing any rotation out this direction, if that's what you're talking about. This given time, again, we're actually at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. I think the counter's updated. Oh, it's not. So we're at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, no tornado warnings as of now. We'll have to watch that threat pretty closely, though. And our flash flooding concerns are still ongoing in portions of Indiana, as well as Illinois. So we'll cover this a little bit as well. Again, we've actually had a recent report of 4 inches of rain that's fallen in Knox County, Indiana. So a brand new report just came in here, so we've actually at least had 4 inches of rain that has fallen. So we're seeing again a pretty significant flash flood threat on go in this area. So hopefully everybody stays safe, but that's again pretty high rain amounts. Again, there's flash flood warnings ongoing along with that, but definitely some dangerous rain here in southwestern Indiana right now. We've already seen as much as 4 inches, possibly as high as 5 inches of rain as well. Hey, no problem, Katie. No problem at all. Over here real quick. Alrighty. $50,000 in damage. Really? That's a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, again, that derecho caused a lot of damage, and yeah, it was really unfortunate. That the Iowa derecho was probably one of the worst on record, I would say. My opinion. Remember when it happened too. It was crazy. Crazy to say the least. By the way, there is no rotation as of this given time over in upstate New York. That storm has really lost its rotation. It did have a tornado warning in Canada. Looks like that one will be let to expire. We do have a special marine warning over near Erie for maybe some winds up to about 34 knots or greater. Rather than that, looking good over that direction. And we got a few warnings. So we actually have one over in Wyoming that just got issued. We're currently at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a warning over in portions of Wyoming. The warning up in Montana was let to be expired, but there's 70-mile-per-hour winds actually from an outflow boundary up in northern Wyoming, which I don't think many people are from there, but if you are in that area, there's actually 70-mile-per-hour winds over that direction. Hey Ashley, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing today? The storms look like they'll be dying outside a little bit. Now, I mean, the storms up in New York, they're not really going to be dying. I mean, they haven't really even entered the United States yet. Let's go and put the radar on here. I mean, we can kind of see the whole cluster of storms here. It's just all moving in right now. It hasn't really gone over the lakes yet. We have our main cluster up this direction near Kingston. Those will, again, potentially produce some damaging winds. Got another area back out here near Toronto. That will be entering the United States here pretty soon as well. And then, obviously, we have the ongoing storms that are now developing near Erie, as well as Lake Erie. That's also moving in. So we have 3 different areas that we're kind of watching now. We also have a couple of clusters back out here. These are not much of a concern. They might produce maybe some isolated gusty winds or maybe an isolated severe thunderstorm warning down the road. But yeah, we have 3 different areas to watch. We already have one warning now up in upstate New York. And again, one down here near Ohio. So those are kind of our main areas at this given time in terms of severe weather. We also, again, have some areas down in portions, as I mentioned before. We just have a whole ongoing flash flood threat right now down this direction in Indiana as well as Illinois, which is, again, very unfortunate right now, but kind of my main concern at this point tonight. And obviously back in Colorado, we have a couple of warnings. That line's going to be moving into western Kansas. We'll cover it closely just in case there's anything out that direction. Winds up to 70 are actually ongoing with that line, but there's a lot of severe weather ongoing right now. A little decent amount. Yeah, Michelle, that tornado warning I'm pretty sure it's going to be let to expire, or it has expired. So, yeah, that tornado warning is going to be let to expire up there in Canada. That storm's now moving into the United States. The rotation as well is already moving into the United States. By the way, a couple of strong downburst winds for those in West Kansas may see some strong downburst winds tonight with the line of storms moving out of out of Colorado right now. So just keep that in mind. There was not a 122-mile-per-hour wind gust in Cedar Rapids. That was definitely not confirmed. We had a 73 though last night. It's the highest that we've had so far. All right, I'm back over here. It was not 140. Please do. Okay, again, do not spread false information. Appreciate it. We've not had any wind reports anywhere close to that high today, actually, or even yesterday. Highest wind report we've had in the past couple of days was 90 or 80. I think we had an 81 down in Charleston, South Carolina. I don't know if we've had a 90. I think we may have had one, but hey, Dobbs, how you doing? Welcome. Thank you, Beth, John, Hughes, and Husky for all subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. A new severe thunderstorm warning up in Ohio. Oh, there's actually a new warning up in Ohio. Let's take a look at that. That's near Cleveland. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. This is, again, near Cleveland as of right now. Again, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving off to the east. It's moving off to the east, actually, pretty quickly. Cleveland, Lorain, as well as Araya, Western Vermilion, Parma, all included in this warning. Again, damaging winds up to 60 being the main threat. Definitely another storm to watch pretty closely. Hey, have a great night, Clay. Appreciate you stopping by. See you again soon. Thanks, Beth. I appreciate it. Saw 900 miles per hour. I don't think 900 has ever happened. And this is our brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those just off to the west of Cleveland. There's going to be a lot more severe weather from where this comes from. I am going to real quickly take a break. It'll be about not even a minute, so stay tuned. Again, if you have questions, pop those in the chat, hit the subscribe button real quick, and we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Stay tuned. While I take a quick 30 to 45 second break, I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, we are back. Back over to the warnings. We actually have 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We are up to 9. Make sure we are. Yeah, we're up to 9. Oh, we actually have a tornado warning. I want to wait the worst timing possible. Where's this tornado warning at? We have a tornado warning in Colorado. Let's take a look at this. Again, a tornado warning is ongoing. Kind of out of nowhere. Let's take a look. This warning literally just got issued. Hopefully it did. Yeah, it literally just got issued. So, again, brand new tornado warning was issued for those in Colorado. This is currently near Cheyenne Falls, or Cheyenne Wells, excuse me. Again, brand new tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Currently in Colorado. Oh, yeah, so a tornado warning is ongoing. This is north of Highway 40 near Cheyenne Wells and Highway 385. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, 21 was just literally issued. I took a look at Twitter. I'm really curious to see how many people are in this area. This is a new tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately, again, away from windows. And apparently oh wait, never mind, that was a different one. Again, the ongoing rotation will kind of give you an idea of where it's at as of right now. Let's look at the velocities. And we have a pretty decent area of rotation here. That's pretty strong. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient here. Nothing on the radar yet in terms of the ongoing rotation, but that's where our area of rotation is as of right now. And pretty strong velocities on this latest scan. That's near, again, Cheyenne Wells. And moving off to the northeast, this tornado warning, again, is going off that direction. Again, eastern Colorado is where we're at. Again, ongoing tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately away from windows. Lowest floor possible. Pretty decent rotation on this, as I said before. Definitely have a pretty strong area of rotation moving off to the northeast. I might drop a tornado at any time. Again, that's near Highway 385. This is, again, not even an area that had a tornado potential tonight. Again, just for a reminder, I'm going to put the tornado precautions in chat. Again, if you're in Cheyenne Wells, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is, again, near Highway 385, north of Highway 40. It's currently moving off to the northeast. Dangerous cell ongoing. Definitely could drop a tornado at any time. Let me go over to see a look if we have anything coming in here in terms of maybe some reports on this storm. Again, this just got warned 4 minutes ago. We'll see if we have any tornado reports or anything like that yet. As of right now, this is radar indicated rotation. And as of this given time, we don't have any reports yet of a tornado. But again, this could drop at any time. Might already be on the ground. We just don't know. Correlation coefficient not picking up on much as of yet. We're getting our next radar update right now. We'll take a look at the velocities and see if they are still as strong as they are. And the radar update should have come in. Try to refresh this real quick. It's near Cheyenne Wells. And the latest rotation, slightly broader, might be good news, but that is again moving off to the northeast. Highway 385 is currently where that rotation's at. And here's a look at the reflectivity for reference. So again, it's kind of embedded in this line of storms right now, moving off to the east and northeast. We obviously have damaging wind threats down to the south, but again, ongoing tornado warnings near Cheyenne Wells, moving again off to the northeast. Seek shelter immediately, again, away from windows and lowest floor possible. This is, again, a dangerous cell right now. It's a very potentially dangerous situation if there was a tornado. There might have already been a brief one there, possibly, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, this embedded in that line of storms, definitely a pretty decent looking area of storms anyways. There have been several tornado possible labels on these severe thunderstorm warnings as well along with it. So we've obviously had some rotation with multiple cells. This has been definitely our strongest by far though. This is again our first tornado warning, really not of today, but the last few hours at least. We have tornado warnings apparently up in Canada as well. Still ongoing. I'm pretty sure those should be expiring though here pretty shortly. Yeah, those are not concerning the United States, but there are obviously those ongoing up there in portions of Colorado. That's again our main threat as of right now, though. All right, let me back over to Twitter. We'll see if we have any reports on the storm as of right now. Again, it's near Highway 385. Rotation was pretty strong a second ago, so we may have something ongoing here. Again, area of rotation is currently embedded back down here. It's currently just off to the north of Cheyenne Wells. Moving off to the northeast. And definitely a very dangerous storm overall. Here's a look at the wind speeds. Actually, we had a recent report of 67 mile per hour damaging winds in first view. So we've had recent reports of fairly high winds with this area of storms. Definitely, again, a very important area, to watch over the next several minutes. Canada tornado warnings are near upstate New York, just off to the west. That's the other warnings, but those I think are already expired, or they're going to be let to expire. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning. Again, just got issued not even basically 5 minutes ago. So again, moving off to the northeast. We've already had damaging wind reports around 70 embedded with this line. So 67 was near first view was our most recent report of gusty winds at this point. We're getting our next radar update in probably about a moment, so we'll give you an update on the velocities and whatnot here pretty shortly. Yeah, Pete says a pretty low end threat today. It was pretty low end threat. Yeah, this is definitely a pretty dangerous cell here. Again, if you're in this warning, again, near Cheyenne Wells, seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. So again, a potentially dangerous situation if this is able to touch the ground. It had a bit more rotation a second ago. A little bit weaker on the latest scans, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in the next scan. And the radar updates currently are coming in about every 3 to 4 minutes. So Thanks, Pete. I appreciate it. Again, we're currently in Colorado. Sorry. Yeah, there's also a lot of lightning with this area, too. There's a lot of lightning with these storms. So definitely another threat as well, along with it. It's currently moving off to the northeast. Over here again, we have this is the ongoing area that we have a potential for some storms again entering into West Kansas later as well. So next radar update should be coming in about a minute, I would say. So keep you updated the latest on that. We have a damage report coming in back down to the south of a report of numerous large tree branches down just north of Wiley. So apparently we've had a lot of tree branches down in Wiley. That's in Prowers County, Colorado. And tree branch diameters were several inches wide with one branch blocking the road. So that's our latest report over that direction. So we are obviously seeing some damage with the storms in terms of this entire line right now. And it's going to be marching into West Kansas. It's definitely going to be probably still prominent through those areas. So we'll have to watch this fairly closely. Yes, I think there will be storms in Rochester, yes. I think damaging winds will be the main threat of that direction. All right, let me go back over to the... All right, radar's coming in. The next radar update's coming in right now, so we'll get an idea of what it looks like in terms of rotation. Look at the velocities as well. That's from the last scan. Our next scan's going to come in here in just a second. Take a look and see if it's still something that really needs to be noted at this point. Again, that was the last scan. Actually, this is the newest scan, so we're seeing it looks like it'd be a little bit more broad, but we'll have to watch this still pretty closely. Again, those are the winds going toward the radar. Here are the winds going away from the radar. That is actually your counterclockwise spin. If there were to be a tornado, it would be likely located somewhere in here. At this given time, it looks to be a slightly broader. Let's take a look at higher up, though. And higher up, it looks to be a bit stronger. Whoa, what in the world happened there? Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit stronger the higher up we go. We might have a funnel cloud possibly with this still. And it is probably rain wrapped as well, so those that are out chasing this, be safe. Again, that's near Highway 385, moving off to the northeast. Definitely a dangerous cell, though. They reversed as well as Mon for subscribing. Appreciate it. By the way, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe if you're new here. Would appreciate it. We are on the road to 14,000 subscribers. We are only actually 20 away from 13,750. What is a landspout? Landspout is kind of like almost the opposite of a tornado. So when you kind of think about it, I mean, in this situation, it's probably not a landspout, but a tornado is kind of shaped like this in most instances, or even a bit more like a rope almost. But landspouts are kind of almost the opposite. They sometimes look like this, or they kind of look almost like straight. But landspouts are more comprised of downburst winds, and they don't last nearly as long, and they're usually not nearly as dangerous as an actual tornado. Landspouts are typically like EF1 or less. They're not usually anything beyond that. And they produce winds typically 100 miles per hour or less as well. So it's more just comprised of downbursts. We actually had a lot of landspouts the other day over in Kansas. Hey, Christopher, stay safe, by the way. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation over there right now. Hey, Devin, next time you do that, I'm going to hide you from the channel. I know you're a member, but you do not have, the privilege to just spam the chat. So next time you're going to get hidden from the channel, you will not be able to comment in the chat again. Thank you. All right. But again, tornado warning's ongoing just east of Highway 385, a rotation. Let's go back to the velocities. Is the latest scan still showing it looks to be broadening out a little bit, which might be good news. So we still have some rotation, but it's a little bit broader than before. Very high winds, to say the least, by the way, near Highway 385, but slightly broader on the latest scan, which again, pretty good news. But we still have high winds over here. Might try to recycle as well. That's not out of the question at this point. And storms again going to be moving off to the northeast in terms of this area. Storms here. We still have ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings back down here to the south. Again, those are potentially producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. We've already had tree reports down, especially large trees, even having some tree limbs down back down in Wiley. So a lot of ongoing threats, as I mentioned before, in this area. We'll have to watch it all very closely and make sure to stay tuned for the latest. Yes, Death, I do think it's going to be a pretty low-end threat tomorrow in New England. Pretty low. What's the weather like in Ontario, Canada? Not a whole lot. I think it's just storms right now. Nothing severe, or excuse me, at least nothing in terms of a tornado threat, but I don't think much severe weather is ongoing there. I know Kingston's about to get hit with some storms, though. Again, this is the ongoing tornado warning near Highway 385 and Highway 40. Again, it's currently moving off to the northeast. Again, stay away from windows, lowest floor possible, seek shelter. Again, it's a pretty dangerous cell right now, moving off to the northeast. Go back over here. We'll take a look if we have any new reports coming out on the storm. Let's take a look. Potential tornado. Okay, this is a new... Okay, so we have a report. There may have been a potential tornado with this near Cheyenne Fall, or Cheyenne Wells, according to a storm spotter in the area. But it's hard to tell. Again, it's nighttime. So we may have actually had something in terms of maybe a tornado with this already. And also, we had a microburst, apparently. We actually have a viewer that just sent this in. Let's take a look at this. This is a potential microburst. I'm going to go to this real quick, and then we'll back over to the tornado warning. There might have been a microburst in Kennedy, New York. See the crazy winds here. So, obviously, looks to be shaking everything. We'll go back to this video here in a second. But that was just sent in by one of our viewers, Beth. I appreciate you sending that in, by the way. But again, this is our ongoing tornado warning. That was back in New York. We're currently in Colorado for reference, but... There's some pretty hefty winds there in Kennedy. You know what time that was at, by the way, Beth? If you're in chat, what time was that at? And this storm's currently moving off to the northeast. Kansas might actually get hit with... Again, Kansas likely to see these storms. These storms are about to enter into western Kansas. So definitely some dangerous cells, to say the least. And again, tornado warning's ongoing for the next several minutes. Go back over to the velocities. Let's take a look. And latest scans weren't showing a whole lot in terms of rotation, but it may recycle. But it's kind of in that situation where, yeah, rotation, unless there's some sort of land spout, looks to be very, very broad. So that's some pretty good news. Looks like the rotation really got ripped apart here near Cheyenne Wells. The warning is still ongoing, though. I mean, we definitely could see maybe like a little land spout or something. But overall, warning is still going at least until 11:30, unless otherwise, you know, cancel or something like that. We're looking at it right now. Here's a look at the cell as of right now. Let's take a look. Tornado warning is still ongoing as of right now. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows. Again, lowest floor possible if you're still in this warning. Cheyenne Wells is Cheyenne Wells still not included right now, so that's good news at least right there. Thank Desmond and Brian, by the way, for subscribing. Again, if you are just tuning in, I would appreciate it. The least you can do is please subscribe and just make sure to like the video as well. Would appreciate it. Helps our page out a lot. We are again on the road for 13,000 or 14,000 subscribers. Hey, Evan, are you still here, by the way? I don't know if you have any new reports coming in. Take a look at Twitter again, see if we have any new reports coming out on that. Did Beth answer in chat, by the way? Did they say when this happened? I don't know if you saw a timestamp. Oh, we saw it here. Oh, it was 6:48. Oh, it was actually pretty recent. Thank you for the report, Beth, again. Appreciate it. And we'll show that video again on live from here in a minute after this tornado warning is done. Hey, Wick, how you doing? Welcome back. EF warnings do not get classified until the following day most of the time. So damage is surveyed by the National Weather Service the following day most of the time. The tornado warning was renewed back up in Brockwell. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of rotation. It's fairly broad if there's anything, but we'll have to watch that still pretty closely. Again, New York is currently getting pounded with some 70-mile-per-hour winds back up in northern upstate New York, so we will have to watch that pretty closely as well. Yeah, and this is an ongoing tornado warning moving off to the northeast. Seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Cannot stress it enough. Yeah, as of right now, rotation was a little bit broader on the latest scans, but does not mean anything. We definitely could see this ray strengthen, but at this given time, we're seeing some pretty high winds. I mean, we're talking 60, 65-mile-per-hour winds, maybe as high as 70 in here. So there are definitely some very high winds, without a doubt, with this tornado warning. So just keep that in mind. Very strong downburst winds in this area. No problem, Evan. No problem. I got you. Oh, it's Topeka, Kansas, Tracy? Because that area is definitely not going to see anything tonight. At least in terms of severe weather. Thanks, Kenley. I appreciate it. Appreciate your support. And this is moving off to the northeast, north of Highway 40 and near Highway 385. And by the way, we're only 5 subscribers from 13,750. Again, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, would really appreciate it. It means the world to me. Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on the ongoing severe weather tonight. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one live for this, so Again, we'll keep you updated with the latest on everything that you need to know. Latest report, as I mentioned before, it was just a few minutes ago, over in Prowers County, we had numerous trees down, or large tree branches down just north of Wiley. So that was our latest report. Again, that's with the line of storms producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. So just for reference, again, some pretty high winds down that direction. And obviously, we have the ongoing tornado warning right now north of Cheyenne Falls, or Cheyenne Wells. Keep saying Falls. Hey, Twister, how you doing? You're doing well today. As of right now, this is radar indicated rotation, so. What, in Topeka, Tracy? You're having rain over that direction? Oh yeah, there's actually a decent amount of storms over there. They're all going to be pretty much just regular, ordinary storms, if anything. Otherwise, they're just going to be downpours, so nothing too crazy for Topeka tonight. Severe weather's definitely not expected out that direction. But enjoy the rain. I know some of those areas do kind of need some rain. Thanks, Unstable. Appreciate it. Hey, have a great night, Tracy. No problem at all. Yeah, just downpours. Nothing too crazy, but definitely have a great rest of your night. We'll keep you updated again at the latest with anything else that happens for Topeka, by the way. It's one of our original coverage areas back in the day. Back in the day was only 2 months ago. All right, let me take a look if we have any new reports coming in from this area. Tornado warning still ongoing until 9:30 Mountain Time, by the way. About 11:30 or 9:30 Mountain Time. Isn't it 8:30 Mountain Time? It's a 3-hour difference, isn't it? I'm not going crazy, I think it is. Oh, wait, maybe, no, it's only a 2-hour difference. Eastern, Central, Mountain. Okay, I'm stupid. 9:30 Mountain Time, and then obviously 11:30 Eastern Time right now in this cell. Thank you, as well as Kay, Zan, as well as Kathy and Ken for all subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. Ro, yes, this will be an overnight threat, especially for those up in New York. New York will definitely have an overnight threat tonight. And that's why the severe thunderstorm watch up in New York and as well as northwestern Pennsylvania goes until 5 a.m. So we are talking potentially some late night storms up that direction. All right, tornado warning is still ongoing. It has actually been reshaped a little bit. Let's go back over to the velocities. Something on the back end here if it was reshaped kind of like that. Now, we still have a little bit of rotation. It's definitely there. We definitely could see this redevelop, as I mentioned before. Have some strong winds. Definitely can't rely. We still have something here near maybe Highway 385. But again, rotation's not the strongest. It's not the brightest of, not really the most healthy rotation with this cell. But we definitely could see something if it's able to strengthen up. Here's a look a little bit while ago in terms of the higher elevations. Our elevations are struggling here, but there might have been even a fallen cloud with this at some point too. We had a stronger rotation back down near Cheyenne Wells, but we'll have to see what happens. Again, this is currently moving off to the northeast. We had a recent report of 67 mile per hour damaging winds with this as well, so just for reference. And we do have storms now entering the western portions of Kansas, so we'll have to watch that closely as well. Thank you, Unstable, for the $3 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Appreciate your support. Hey, you deserve this. I appreciate that. Thank you, Unstable. Really mean it. Do appreciate your support. Thank you. Yeah, right, Evan. Yeah, definitely true. Yeah, usually there's not nearly as many reports when it's dark. There's really nothing to ever see unless it's just a bunch of lightning or maybe a funnel cloud or something like that. So it's kind of harder to see at night anyways. TV, I'm not going to agree with that comment, but I do appreciate it. I mean, I'm accurate, but I'm not going to, a lot of meteorologists out there. There's a lot of great meteorologists, and I've met a lot of great meteorologists over the years. Some of the names include Harvey Leonard, Tim Kelly, Daniel Niles. There's a lot of them out there that are actually, there's a lot of great meteorologists. It really depends on the place too. I mean, but I've always found really good meteorologists across the board. Joe Joyce, he's also a great one. But Gene, I'm occasionally in Brandon's chat, but yeah, I might have been. I was in this chat earlier. CJ, I'll put a little thing in the chat it's gonna be from Nightbot. You can click that link. It's gonna be a little bit of a tutorial on how to identify rotation on a radar, if that's kind of what you're asking. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, there's a lot of great meteorologists out there, and I don't think there's really many meteorologists on YouTube other than Reed Timmer, but Reed Timmer's great too. He's a great guy. But for the most part, again, I'm going for being a meteorologist. And honestly, I know my page might blow up here on YouTube. It's kind of been doing that recently, but I'm still committed to doing 4 years of college, getting my meteorology degree and all that. Even though I'm really knowledgeable already, I would like to get my meteorology degree and improve my knowledge overall on weather as well. All right, again, tornado warnings ongoing. Oh, great. There we go. Shelly, were you talking about that? Or is that just timing? That bot really just came in literally right after you said that. Anything for Indiana? Indiana, the only thing that you're seeing is flash flooding down the southern portion of the state. That's the main thing we got going down there as of right now. Have a great night time. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh, Hank. Oh, I haven't actually watched him still. I have to watch him too. He's a storm chaser, right? Yeah, the only person I've ever watched on YouTube is Reed and Brandon. Those are the two guys. I still haven't watched Vince either. Yeah, I have a lot of dedication toward this. I love doing weather. I mean, that's the only reason why I even do these live streams. It's just, I love doing the weather, love forecasting and doing all that sort of stuff. Thank you, Laura, as well as Kevin, Gene, Kim, as well as Thomas, and Tim for all subscribing, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's true, Steven. Yeah, local meteorologists don't always go in depth on everything, and that's mainly because, you know, the whole news audience overall is primarily people that are not going to be holding, or at least very knowledgeable on what certain things mean. Like, if we're talking, like, extremely high shear and all this other stuff, I mean, we could talk about, like, basic ingredients. Some people might know about shear and stuff like that, and velocities, but once we start getting to, like, some of the, like, crazy stuff, like soundings, SQTs, you know, a bunch of this other stuff, people just don't know what you're talking about. K-index, for example, I refer to the K-index quite often in live streams, and, a lot of, you know, people that watch TV don't know what that is, so they have to be a bit more basic. They have to appeal to the audience. But I do go a little bit more in depth anyways. And obviously they only get like 3 minutes on TV every 15 minutes or whatever it might be. You know, we on YouTube, we get unlimited time. So, I mean, there's no limit what we can really discuss. Yeah, I haven't watched Ryan yet still, but I just do my own thing. Again, I'm not planning on watching really anybody that, you know, competes with me or whatever, because I just want to do my own thing. I don't really want to kind of get vibes from any other people. I'll have my own personality, and obviously, if I go to TV someday, even if this doesn't obviously, you know, continue or whatever, you know, TV is always my next option. Again, that's years from now, but kind of what I'm at this point. I like to keep my own thing. Hey, Nexus. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Your stream night. See you again soon. You know, and honestly, I know a lot of people have never heard of him, but Weather Decoded, honestly, to me, was the best weather YouTuber until, you know, he stopped doing weather and stuff. But he doesn't do videos anymore. He had such great explanations. Thank you, Eric, by the way, for the report. So, tornado warnings up in Ontario have expired. We still have this one ongoing currently for at least another 7 minutes here. Oh, it's actually another 6 minutes. This warning keeps getting condensed, but we still have ongoing rotation. If it's still at this point, take a look at the velocities again. And the rotation's actually, we still have a little bit of rotation there. It's not strong, but it's actually maintained a decent amount of rotation here. So we will still have to watch this storm pretty closely. It may be able to recycle, as I mentioned before, which could definitely get a little more dangerous if it's able to develop. But yeah, this tornado warning is still ongoing for another 6 minutes. Again, it's embedded in that range, so it's going to be hard to see as well. No problem, Ali. Appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, again, last night was crazy live stream. Yesterday and the night before. Yesterday night was our most viewed live stream of all time, and I don't know why, but it was crazy. That was by like over triple the amount of views as my second most watched. This is currently in eastern Colorado for reference. Again, this is currently in eastern Colorado, north of Cheyenne Wells. Again, rotation might re-strengthen, so we'll have to watch it closely. There are no warnings yet in Kansas. We'll see if we get any new ones over that direction as well. We will again be covering portions of the Northeast as well. And that includes New York here pretty soon. And we currently have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. And as well as 1 tornado warning. I have to change the number down to 8. No, DB, it is not. Is tornado season and hurricane season the same time? No, they're definitely not. Hurricane season is during like the late, or really mid to late summer and early fall, and then the tornado season is typically during like March, April, May, typically. Thanks, Christopher. Appreciate it. Yeah, again, if you haven't already, join our Discord server. Join our community off the stream as well. Discord link will be in the chat as well, down in the description below. Make sure to join our Discord server. Thanks, Intel. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is basically, I mean, what we're looking at here, again, it's a rain-wrapped area. It is a pretty impressive area of storms, though. It kind of looks like almost like a back-end hook. It's primarily rain, though. It's a pretty impressive-looking area of storms, really, for what it is. And obviously, we have the ongoing main threat of severe weather down here to the south near Hawley, western Kansas, obviously, and eastern Colorado. But, I mean, this line has been, it's been really impressive, honestly. I mean, severe weather threat out this direction was only marginal today. And, you know, if I were to be honest with you, it probably would have stayed marginal regardless. But it's still impressive-looking storms for what we're seeing out here. Yeah, this hook on the back end is kind of weird. I wonder if there's actually any velocities on this. I'm curious. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be any. Yeah, just wind. But it's pretty interesting. Just kind of like it's a little radar feature, you know? A little bit of a difference in the rain. It's like they almost purposely had that happen there. Let me go back over to the reflectivity here. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You can see it here. Yeah, it's actually a couple. You can see like a little back end hook here. The second one kind of here. Again, they're not real hooks. They're just kind of like little radar features more than anything. But it's pretty cool to see. Again, our tornado warning, though, that's ongoing for another 3 minutes is still, the rotation, I believe, is kind of embedded here. Again, the rotation's been pretty broad in the latest scans. And warning again until 11:30 Eastern, 9:30 Mountain. Devin, I have no clue. I don't know. But honestly, I'm not in this for the money by any means. I don't live stream because I get money. I literally live stream because I love doing what I do. There's just nothing else to it. And it will never be because of money. And I've actually, if you guys are on Discord server, we had a whole discussion earlier today about all this YouTube stuff. I don't care about the YouTube algorithm. I don't really care about that stuff. I just love doing my videos and live streams. I literally could care less about the rest of the stuff. I don't really care. You gotta do what you love in life, and this is kind of what I love doing in life, so. Devin, not really, because I mean, everything just goes into college. Even if I make money, it just goes right into college anyways. Do I watch my own live stream? I actually do watch back my live streams, believe it or not. I do watch back a lot of my live streams, just to kind of see what I can improve on and stuff like that, but just for more than mental notes more than anything. Yeah, Tyler, Reed Timmer followed me, and Brandon, I think, did too on Twitter, and they're both subscribed to me here on YouTube too. But those are obviously accomplishments that I obviously never knew I would ever, you know, have. But all right, tornado warning goes for another 2 minutes. We'll take a look at the velocities one last time, see if it has any rotation left. Again, I haven't seen a whole lot in the latest scans. We'll take a look. The rotation again has been overall fairly broad here. And that is just a fantastic radar view. Let's go over to this one. Go over the base velocities. Yeah, again, rotation, it's broad. It might recycle, as I kind of said before. It is rain wrapped, so it's going to be hard to develop. It's going to move off to the northeast. We'll have to watch it still closely, just in case it can develop. But I think the overall threat is pretty low still with this storm. Definitely, you never know, though. It might develop. Let's back over to the reflectivity. What in the world's going on with this radar? Let's look at this right now. Tornado warning goes for another 50 seconds. We'll see if we get a new warning at all, but Tyler, did you say that about me, or were you just saying he's all about school? Thanks, Robert. I appreciate it. New severe thunderstorm warning in New York. I'll get to that here in just a moment. Thanks, Lead. I appreciate it. No problem, Allie. Appreciate your support. And again, yeah, it was a crazy live stream last night. I'm telling you, it was a crazy weather event that we saw last night at the tail end. Even though there wasn't a whole lot of warnings, they were obviously pretty significant. There was actually the warnings. There was actually a lot of, like, there wasn't that many warnings, but they covered a lot of space. So a little bit of confusion there. All right, tornado warning's likely going to expire here. We'll watch the next scan. I'm going to see if there's any new warnings up this direction. Otherwise, we'll go over to New York because we do have a new warning. That's somebody just said. We are currently at, let's go and edit this number down. We have no tornado warnings. We have 6 of these. I will come back out this direction, actually, if we have a new tornado warning. We do have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning, though. Damaging winds around 70, as well as quarter-sized hail. That is now entering to Kansas. Tornado is actually possible in this area, but I think the rotation's been pretty broad. But we'll watch that closely. Let's go over to New York, because we have a new warning. Back out this direction. back south of Buffalo, actually. This is an ongoing threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just came off the coast. 60-mile-per-hour winds for Buffalo, as well as Dunkirk, Fredonia, Hamburg, Evans, Elma, and Boston are all included. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this area. Storms moving off to the east. Guarantee you could chase a threat if you reached out. I probably could. Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm down for chasing. If you ever want me to come along, I would be down for it. Could the storm come back to Canada? No, I don't think Canada's going to see much more tonight. No problem, Susan. No problem, Cleek. Make sure you tune in. Let me see. Okay, actually, let me get back to this. We actually had this from earlier. This was sent in by Beth. I was going to show this again. This was a microburst over in New York. And you can just see it here. The ferocious winds in New York from earlier. Apparently, this might have been a microburst back over in Kennedy, New York, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I mean, we're the high winds. You can just see all the rain, blinding rain, by the way. I mean, you can't even see, like, really past this little weather station with how much rain and wind there is. This is dangerous weather conditions to ever travel in, by the way. When you get strong downbursts like this and blowing rain, it's disaster. And that's similar with blizzards, too. When we have blowing snow, that can also be dangerous. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at here. So, yeah, obviously pretty dangerous, but yeah. Appreciate Beth again for sending that in over on Twitter. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Moxie, by the way. That's interesting. What storm was that on? Oh, that was yesterday. That was a very impressive looking picture. Without a doubt. Very impressive. By the way, if our video from today hits 5,000 views, I don't think it will, but I will get 5 memberships. I don't think it will, though. It's 3.4 thousand. It's going to get 5 memberships again to the YouTube channel. We do have actually a new warning back up in upstate New York. This is a new warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It does include Malone, Norfolk, as well as Potsdam, Norwood. Messina is also included in this. Let's go over to the radar and take a look at what we got here. Say, again, another severe thunderstorm warning. This is also pretty recently new. It is, again, producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and a potential for possibly some damage along with this. It's also going toward the Manisa International Airport, so another area to watch pretty closely for. We'll sell there. We're only 27 subscribers from 13,800. Again, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, make sure to subscribe down below. Would appreciate it. And a microburst one autumn. It's yeah, I know microbursts are crazy. And microbursts are one of those overlooked weather events. They don't happen very often, but when they do, for those that might not know what a microburst is, it's basically when we see a huge downburst of wind come from, clouds or whatever, and it stretches out for about 4 miles or so. So the initial area, potentially sometimes we see like roofs even get ripped through sometimes, like strong downbursts can literally rip through roofs. I've seen it before, by the way. Like let's just say this is a house right here. I can't draw a house. I'm really bad at drawing if you haven't already been able to tell, but let's just say this is a house right here. We've seen downburst winds go literally right down onto a house and like rip through the roof. I've seen that sort of thing happen before. It's obviously, it only happens like 1 in a million basically, but when it does happen, it just rips through like the top of the roof. And obviously the winds kind of spread out like this. And they last for about 4 miles or so, 3 to 4 miles. It's a very isolated event usually, but they do produce winds as high as 80 to 90, sometimes as high as 100 miles per hour. And a lot of people are like, a tornado just happened. Well, actually, it's actually a microburst when that sort of stuff happens. There's a lot of weather phenomenon out there, though, that's pretty crazy. And microburst is one I've yet to experience, kind of like a tornado. I think microbursts are honestly a little bit more or less common than tornadoes, but... yeah, microbursts are, it's a different breed. Wind and whatnot. Hey, Sam, how you doing? Welcome back. How you doing today? Let me take a look, Robin. Let me take a look for you. There's actually a warning in Cleveland still for 60-mile-per-hour winds over in Akron. Let me take a look. I don't think we'll see much down there. I mean, I can't rule out maybe isolated 60-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing beyond that, I would say, is expected for your location tonight. But we'll keep you updated, keep you in the loop, see if anything does happen tonight for your location. Again, the main cell is right now is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds over this direction, currently up in upstate New York. It's again near the Messina International Airport as well. Rice, we're not entirely sure. As of now, I didn't see any confirmation of a tornado, but there may have been one, so. Okay, Steven. Okay, that's just not appropriate, but thank you. Everyone in Washington State thought it was a tornado. Microbursts, honestly, it's really, it's crazy. And honestly, I think microbursts are one of the most interesting weather phenomenon. It's not obviously the most interesting, but it's one of the most interesting ones because it doesn't happen very often and not many people are aware of it and whatnot. But I mean, they really just spread out and they really bring damaging winds. It's crazy what they do. And everybody thinks it is a tornado. It's obviously, most of the time it's not. But yeah, microbursts are one of those things. Microburst in Arizona was crazy. Yeah, again, I wish, you know, I don't wish, but I wish I was kind of involved in maybe one microburst sometime, just kind of like go experience it. Like, obviously it's not something you want to experience if you're, you know, at home or something like that, but you know, if it's just not like in like an open field or something like that, and you know, it happens, you know, if you're like in the Dakotas or something like that, it's a little bit more common. So if you're up in like the plains or something like that, you can, you know, go out into a field and there's ever a microburst, really a strong downburst come down all out, like out of nowhere. But it's just so isolated, like it just doesn't happen that often. Thanks, Cheryl, Massa, as well as Andrew and Robert for all subscribing, by the way. I do appreciate it. Welcome. What did Steven say? You don't want to know. Hearing a lot of thunder. There's a lot of lightning out there. Let me take a look how much lightning we got out there as of right now. There's definitely a lot of lightning with these storms tonight. We currently have approximately... So over in Ohio, we have about 30 strikes per minute, or 20 strikes per minute. Just across the entire Northeast, that goes from Ohio back up into the upstate New York area. There's currently about 73 strikes per minute. It's actually not nearly as much as I thought, but that extends, again, there's a pretty long area of storms right now ongoing. It's pretty much a broken line at this point. Moxie, are you in the chat, Moxie? I'm just curious. I don't know if I've seen your name here recently. I think you are. Moxie asked a question on our Discord. If you stopped doing live streams on YouTube, what would you do? I would probably get a job. And well, I mean, like honestly, I'm still in college, but I'd probably just pursue doing, you know, weather on TV and whatnot once I get there. You know, I've said this a few times, but I got a job offer well before I started doing live streams on YouTube. But I declined it. I wanted to go through college and obviously, you know, even do this. I mean, this kind of happened well after, but do you think northwestern Pennsylvania is in the clear now as far as tornado goes? Northwest Pennsylvania, probably. Let me take a look real quick. I don't think anything's too crazy. I think it's mainly just a line right here. I find the radar site. The closest one is Buffalo right now. It looks to be mainly damaging winds down here. I can't rule out a brief or weak tornado, but it just seems very low. I think 60-mile-per-hour winds definitely the main concern down this direction. Again, if there were to be any tornadoes tonight, it would likely be somewhere up here in portions of New York. It's, again, a very low threat. Maybe from Buffalo back up here to the northeast. Can't even rule out maybe one just off to the east of there, but it's going to be a very low threat. I wouldn't be overly concerned. Main threat's getting damaging winds today. It has been all day, too. Thank you, Stefan... Yeah, what? I don't know how to pronounce that. Sorry, Nick as well as Richard for subscribing. I appreciate it. Sounds good, Tony. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again soon. I appreciate that. From Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Nice. Yeah, we'll be covering most likely New England tomorrow, so stay tuned. Damage and properties along trees down as of 10 p.m. Where was that at, Eric? We have apparently multiple trees down and stuff like that. I forget where that was. Actually, we have a lot of damage over here. Do we have any damage reports in Colorado? I think we do. We have a bunch of tree branches down, large tree branches in Lamar down. I don't see a recent damage report, though, out that direction. Oh, we actually have damage reports over in New England. We have one in Connecticut, apparently in Burlington from about a couple hours ago. Tree down on Lyons Road. We also had a 47-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Portsmouth, just over on the coast of New Hampshire. There you go, Nicholas. There you go. Oh, Ontario. Okay, thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Okay, so that was up in Ontario. Yeah, it looked like there was probably a tornado up that direction, unfortunately. Fortunately, they got the worst of it. Hey, Devin, how you doing? TV, that's just a verified user. That's why. Verified is not very common on YouTube. I think I at least have to have 100,000 subscribers to be verified on YouTube. Maybe one day I'll have a verified tag. Maybe one day. Again, this is currently western New York as of right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible across this line of storms. Again, we're going to have more storm activity entering New York here pretty soon. We also have, again, a severe thunderstorm warning up here in northern New York as well. Upstate New York, currently near Brushton, as well as Malone and Burke. Again, near the airport of Manissa or Massena, something like that. That's where the international airport is. That is also an area where we're seeing some damaging winds as high as 70 miles per hour. So definitely some damaging winds over this direction. Hey, Stephanie, I appreciate that. Southern New Hampshire, nice. You don't mind me asking, where in New Hampshire? I'm kind of curious, because I actually used to live in New Hampshire. Max velocity verified soon. It's gonna be a while, man. It's not gonna be anytime soon. You know, if I ever got to 100,000 subscribers, I think I can get it, but I think it's 100K that you need for it. Hey, Richard, I completely agree with that. I wish it was that easy. By the way, if you're just tuning in, friendly reminder. Again, if you want to, make sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe as well. It really helps our page out a lot, and turn on post notifications. A lot of you guys don't click the bell down below. Make sure to click that bell down below so you get notified when we go live and post videos as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to have a video forecast tomorrow. I might have a video forecast tomorrow morning for the New England event. I probably won't have one on Tuesday, but we'll see. I'm going to see what the severe weather is for the rest of the week. Again, we'll be live here for a while, though, so stay tuned. Got a response? I respond to almost everybody. Might make you feel special, but I don't know. Messina. Thank you, Michelle. So this is up at the Messina Airport. And that's, again, where we have the ongoing damaging winds around 70. I believe that's being carried by an outflow boundary, so that's kind of what we're looking at as of right now. Again, moving off to the east. I'll put a timing guide on this, actually. It's moving about 50 miles per hour. Let's go put a timing guide on this area of storms. And timing is going to be at the top of your screen on that line. So Malone 1208, Morrisonville 1252, Plattsburgh 1258, Keysville right around 10 or 11, or excuse me, 1259, Rosas Point 1 o'clock, Swanton 114, Burlington 115, South Burlington 117, St. Albans or Albans right around 118, and Essex Junction 120. Got going as right now with this cell. Hey, maybe one day. Maybe one day. Thank you, Tori, for becoming a Storm Chaser member. I really do appreciate that, Tori. Thank you very much. You are our 90th member of the month. We only need 10 more members, and we're going to hit our member goal for the month of 100, which I don't think we'll hit this month, but you never know. I do appreciate that a lot, though, Tori. Thank you very much. By the way, thank you, Greenville, Jonathan, Rob, and as well as Ted for subscribing. Appreciate you guys. Welcome. Some claps in the chat for Tori becoming a member. I appreciate that. 90th member. All right, yeah, that's your timing on this area. Storms up to the north. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, which I'm not sure where that might be. That's actually in Kansas. We'll take a quick look at this. This is an area we had some 70-mile-per-hour winds. 60-mile-per-hour winds and no hail expected with this, but some potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds exist near Tribune. That's moving off to the east. Not too much of a concern here, but obviously if you're anywhere west of Scott City, maybe a little bit of damaging winds around 60. Pretty rural area, though, near Tribune, but you're watching that pretty closely. That is not Essex County. I believe that's up in Vermont or New Hampshire, one of the two. Or even possibly, that might have actually been up in possibly Canada. Not sure where that was, but it was definitely not, that's definitely not New York. It's not Essex County, it's Essex Junction. Awesome, Tori. Awesome. We're Illinois. Thank you again. I appreciate that a lot. Appreciate becoming a member. I was looking for Watertown, New York. Let me figure out where that is first. For sure that's where you're at, right? Let me take a look. I don't think you're gonna see a whole lot tonight. We'll see. Oh, that's actually up here. Actually, you will probably see some stuff. I thought it was down in the southeast. Watertown's probably going to see some storms, maybe a couple hours. It looks like a lot more rain right now, but definitely Carolina, maybe a storm or two, maybe isolated severe weather. That's moving off to the east, so we'll have to watch that closely. Yeah, moving off to the east. The whole cluster of storms is right now over the lakes, so we'll have to wait and see when that rises. It'll probably at least be another 30 to 45 minutes, maybe an hour. So the current timing as of right now. Rain is awesome off metal roofs. Is it really? Gabe is becoming a member very soon. Are you becoming a member very soon? You could be our 91st member if you become a member. We only need 10 more for 100. I'm pretty excited for when we hit 100. It'd be awesome. Hey, YouTube Polar, appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, I'll probably be live tomorrow for New England, so stay tuned. And if I do go live tomorrow, I'll probably schedule a live stream fairly early. It's probably around noon time. I'll schedule one for probably 4 or 5 o'clock. I am planning on going live probably around 4 or 5 tomorrow. Sounds good, King Cheese. We'll see you again soon. Actually, I don't know if I'll be able to go live. We'll see. I should be able to go live. I'm trying to think. Because I do have something going on tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. What's going on in North Carolina? I don't know. Nothing severe, though. This stream is primarily for severe weather. Let me take a look, though, real quick. Probably just rain if you're seeing anything. No, it looks pretty dry. North Carolina's looking dry today. There's a possibility of severe weather, though, in North Carolina on Tuesday. Pretty low, though. You too, King Cheese, by the way. I think I already said that, but... Yes, I'm aware. I don't know why. I'm surprised I still haven't hid Graham from this channel. I just think some of the things he says sometimes are kind of funny. Some of them are really just way off, you know, everything, but some of the times his stuff can be funny. All right. Pittsburgh in the clear. Pittsburgh, I don't know about Pittsburgh. You might see something. But I think you're kind of far south at this point to see anything. Here's a look at the live radar from Pittsburgh, by the way. But you might see something overnight. I don't think it'll be severe, but you might see, you know, maybe a little bit of rain or maybe a couple, you know, rumbles of thunder. Nothing too much beyond that. You are under the slight risk, but I don't think you'll see much. If you do see anything, though, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds is my main concern for your location. But overall, it's going to be a pretty low threat. Actually, I'm going to go back down to Buffalo. Buffalo. I don't know what I just said. Just says random stuff, I know. That's really the only reason why I've ever kept him around. And Dozy actually just timed him out or banned him or something. So, well, there goes that fun. All right, let's go and take a look at the velocities on the storm. Now, not a whole lot of rotation. We do have a little bit of development, though, on this storm cell right now. Very, very weak, but we might see something develop down here at the southern end. It's near Gowando right now. Yes, Astrid, I'll take a look for you in a second. Let me go down here to Cleveland. I think the storms are moving off to your east now, but 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. This is actually a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. For those currently over Mayfield Heights, Middlefield, Salone, West Farmington's in the track of this. This will be 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really any tornado threat at this in the given time, but again, Cleveland's actually included in that still, but Cleveland's kind of now, unless you're in the downtown area, it's probably outside of your region now. But again, moving off to the east, still to watch pretty closely. And we might see some scattered severe weather start to kind of fill in. We'll probably get more warnings as we go throughout the next hour or so. I would expect more warnings, just mainly due to the fact we'll see more increase in development. So we'll watch that pretty closely. Antonia, I don't know yet. We'll see. Please read my message. I'm 100% sure I saw a funnel cloud in the storm south of Buffalo. If you have a video, send it in to me. You can send it into Twitter or Discord, and I can at least try to see if it was a funnel cloud. Funnel clouds are often confused for scud clouds, so keep that in mind. There might have been a scud cloud. Or scud clouds. There might have been several of them. If you have video, you can send it into Facebook. All my links are in the description below, so any videos, photos, all that, you can send in those ways. Just do not email me. Emailing me is not probably the best way to do it. Thanks, DB. I appreciate it. Yeah, you never know. We'll see. We will see. Yeah, sure. I'll take a look at Louisville real quick. I don't think you'll see any severe weather down this direction, but you might see a little bit of, you know, rain or something like that. Maybe a few We're almost a thunder. Take a look for you though. Line as well. Near Greenville and Charlestown, I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of rain. There's actually a lot of rain. No severe weather though. All the rain is still ongoing, and unfortunately, man, this is just insane. So much rain is falling in this flash flood warning here near Washington. Sanborn. I'm going to take a look at the rainfall totals. It's not updated over the last 50 minutes, but it has been updated for the last several hours. Take a look how much rain has fallen here, but I'm pretty sure it's been a significant amount, to say the least. It's been raining here ever since we started the live stream, so it's been going for a while. There has been a lot of rain. There's been 6 inches of rain near Bicknell. I mean, that's just insane. We're seeing extreme amount of rainfalls in this area. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this and post this to Twitter. Unfortunately, though, just a significant amount of rain in this area. All right, posting that to Twitter. If you guys want to check out my tweet, go to my Twitter. Again, it's linked in the description below. But yeah, unfortunately, again, we're seeing, at least estimated by radar, and this is not even completely updated. We still got another 10 minutes until we get the latest update for this past hour. 6 inches. I mean, that's so much rain. It's so unfortunate too. I mean, this area's been pounded with rain over the last several hours too. So yeah, and hopefully everybody's okay in this area. Again, if you are in any of the flash flooding, again, if you're driving out there, turn around, don't drown. This is a pretty dangerous situation that we're looking at down here in terms of rainfall near Bicknell, as well as near Vincennes, saying that right, as well as south of Russellville. But overall, 4 inches of rain still up closer to areas like Carlisle, as well as Sanborn, down toward Washington. Back out here to the west of this other flash flood warning. It's primarily in the eastern portions of that flash flood warning, but yeah, we're just seeing so much rain right now. It's again, very unfortunate sight to see down here. Let's take a look at these reports. We'll see it. Let's see what those say. So about an hour ago, about just over 3 inches of rain, which is very close to what this is estimating on radar in Lawrenceville Airport. And also, this is at 10:48, so just over an hour ago, 4.1 inches of rain. And let's take a look. Yeah, this is extremely accurate, by the way. So we are definitely talking at least 6, maybe even closer to 7 inches now of rain near Bruceville. So yeah, it's just a lot of rain right now. Again, we'll get our next rainfall totals update in about 10 minutes, so we'll keep you up to the latest on that. Thank you, William and Eric, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it. See you, Cleek. Appreciate you tuning in. See you again soon. Will I hit 14,000 subscribers tonight? I don't think so. I mean, we're only about 190 away, but I don't think so. Welcome back, Runway. Yeah, again, if you're in anywhere in this area, just, again, be safe out there. Don't drive into, don't be stupid and try to drive through water. With too many instances of that happen, and just never has a good outcome. Never does. Yeah, I mean, the rain is just, it looks like it might be starting to taper down a bit more. Possibly. Again, our last band of rain may be going through now, but never know. I mean, there's still another shower back out to the northwest. Definitely care while we get more rain here, but one thing to note, though, is that the rainfall totals I just showed you are from actually just over an hour ago. So they have not fully updated yet. They will update in a few minutes. Again, I'll go back to this location here pretty soon once we get an update on that. But yeah, it's very unfortunate, to say the least. Very unfortunate amount of rain. No, Steven, nope, you're good. Have a great rest of your night, by the way. Appreciate you stopping by. But yeah, Tennessee should be fine. Not tonight. Unless you're kind of down in up in northern Tennessee. Nah, you won't see anything there either. Yeah, if you see anything, maybe just an isolated, passing shower. Nothing beyond that. Sorry. Bro is losing it. All right, back. And also, yeah, Christian brings up a good point. If you are actually in a flash flooding situation at your home, get to high ground. That's the best thing you can do. Don't go outside and swim. I've seen that happen before too. Don't go outside and swim. That's just the dumbest thing to do. Especially with how much electricity and stuff like that might be even out in those areas. But 6 inches is a lot of rain. Have a great night, Douglas, by the way. Have a great night. We'll see you again soon. I haven't seen a storm like this in spring. I'm happy camper. There you go, Melanie. There you go. Always good to see some rain. Let's go back over to the velocities. Take a look at the area storms again. We got a leading edge of damaging winds right now, going from basically north of Gowanda back up to the north of Springville. So again, that's moving off to the east, near Hollandville for reference. It's again south of Buffalo is where we're at as of right now. So decent area of storms going through this location. Again, severe thunderstorm watch goes until 5 a.m. It is a long night ahead for some of you guys in New York. But if you're already getting hit by some storms, you shouldn't see too much more beyond that. But that's what we're looking at as of right now. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are ongoing closer to the upstate New York region. So obviously that's ongoing as of right now as well. All right, I'm going to take a look at Twitter and see if we have any new reports coming in on any of these storms. Again, if you haven't already, hit the like button down below. Again, I really would appreciate it. Also, make sure to subscribe. I would appreciate it. Jake actually sent in a really cool photo, by the way, over on Twitter. Very cool photo. Appreciate you sending that in, by the way, Jake. Let me go ahead and post a tweet in chat, by the way. If you guys want to make sure, go like it and retweet if you want. I'll post it in chat real quick. That's of the rain that we just saw, the significant rainfall over in portions of, what should I call it, southwestern Indiana. It's just an unfortunate sight to see. Again, we'll have another rainfall update probably in about 10 minutes or so. So stay tuned. You're right, Ellie. Yeah, that too. Unfortunately. All right, so let me go back over here. Again, for those over in West Kansas, there is still a little bit of severe weather ongoing. It should be winding down for the most part, but can't rely on isolated severe storm out that direction. We still have one severe thunderstorm warning ongoing west and northwest of Garden City. I don't think we'll get a new one. There might be some strong storms though going that direction. Some rainfall is obviously going that direction as well. Do I go live on Facebook now, or is it just YouTube? I do go live on Facebook only for North Texas weather. So the only time you'll probably ever see me live on Facebook is when I'm doing North Texas weather. But if there's a notable event for North Texas that I have to go live for, if I'm doing like an hour plus live stream for North Texas, I will do both Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So I can do that. Sorry to hear that, Unstable. Maybe you have to refund your $3 super chat. No, I'm kidding. I don't think I can do that. Get that leak repaired. What's coming for me in Jamestown, New York? First of all, I need to find out where Jamestown is. And second of all, I'll tell you in a second. That's actually down in the southwest. That's actually down this direction. I believe there's actually a severe thunderstorm warning down this direction. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. For those just off to the northwest of Cornell, this is near Warsaw for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and not really a hail threat, but 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible here. Back near Jamestown, maybe just some strong storms. I don't see any severe thunderstorms in your near future. Maybe this line behind it, but mostly rain and a little bit of lightning. But I don't think much beyond that is coming your way. But again, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, it's moving off to the east as of right now. There's a great picture, Jake. I'll probably retweet that here soon. My tweet goes after that one tweet I have goes through. Yeah, on Facebook. Yeah, I only do North Texas on Facebook. We're on a pretty big audience on there, so I don't want to screw that up by any means. Yeah, there was actually a tornado again over in Ontario, unfortunately, earlier today. I kind of already mentioned that, but there was obviously that happened. Very unfortunate. Again, we already had a lot of damage come out of there as well, so we will get our next report on totals and rainfall totals in a second as well for those down in the southwest Indiana. We'll see how much rain's fallen, so stay tuned. Nothing in Ohio. There hasn't been much in Ohio, and it was really, actually we're up to a considerable threat over here. But yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot in Ohio. The only threat now is just this evening and like overnight area of storms. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning upgrade. This is now up to 70 miles per hour. This is near Chesterland, Chadron Falls, as well as Bainbridge, Solon, and as well as Middlefield. Sorry, I butchered a lot of names. But damaging winds up to 70 are possible. Again, this is moving off to the east. So again, considerable threat on this line or area of storms. And definitely some high winds in this area. Let's go over to the velocities and take a look over to the velocities here. And the highest winds right now near Chesterfield And it's estimated around 60, but it might be as high as 70. Seeing around 60 right now. Definitely can't rely on winds up to 70 miles per hour. Again, this is currently moving off to the east. So, again, potential for damaging winds as high as 75. Definitely not out of the question this evening. So we'll have to watch that threat very closely for you. Sounds good, Evan. No problem at all. No problem at all. Totally understand. Have a great rest of your night, by the way. Appreciate you stopping by. See you again soon. Have a great night, Christian. Appreciate you stopping by as well. Moxie, we'll see. It's not going to be 9 hours, trust me. I've never gone beyond 8 hours. The longest live stream, that was for a reason, but 8 hours is my longest live stream. Thank you, Colleen, Greg, McLovin, and Uni for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. What about Syracuse? Talking about Syracuse, New York, excuse me. It's probably going to be overnight, so probably closer to 2 to 3 a.m. You'll start to see some storms over that direction. Damaging winds being the main concern. Can't rely, again, a brief or weak tornado. That's not out of the question tonight. Our storms dying down or ramping up. They're actually kind of ramping up a little bit. Overall, the threat will increase over the next hour or two. We will likely see more severe weather, but again, it's going to be pretty much scattered. We do have a new damage report coming in from Dunkirk. This is just down to the south of Buffalo. Multiple trees reported down in the city of Dunkirk. So, again, that's a new report we just had coming in. So damage reports are obviously going to flow in a bit more as we get closer, as these storms go through portions of New York, and as well as anywhere in the Northeast. But, again, that's a brand new report that we just had coming in. So keep that in mind. Hey, Danny, how you doing? Welcome back. Did you ever see a high risk? I've actually never, I don't think, been live for a high risk of severe weather. I've been live for a moderate risk one time. But that was more recent. I've actually probably been live for a few moderate risks. They're all North Texas related if there were. Is there potential for Cleveland to get more storms around too? Maybe, but probably not. I think the threat's going to be dying down for Cleveland. There's a couple of like little showers off the coast, but I don't think 2. Maybe up to 1, but that'd be about it. Safe cloud to ground lightning? Yeah, safe to cloud ground lightning I don't think is a thing. No, actually, you can live stream, I think, really as long as you want on YouTube. Oh, my software just crashed. I think you can live stream as long as you want, though. But live streams do not get saved past 12 hours on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. They just delete them. It's the one thing. Unfortunately. But, I mean, when am I ever going to do a 12-hour live stream? I have no clue. It might happen one day, but I think the longest live stream I'll probably ever have is maybe up to 10 hours. And it's really just situational. I mean, with tonight, maybe 4 or 5 hours at the most, but on a normal given day, on something like this, if it was like, the afternoon, I might do a little bit longer. Let me go over back to the, I think here, let's go and put this back on. Back over to the severe thunderstorm warning label. There we go. Yes, Shelly, I will be. Yeah, I'll be going live for hurricanes hitting the United States and stuff like that as well. I will be doing some tropical live streams pretty soon, so stay tuned. But obviously, we don't have any tropical weather going right now, so it's nothing to really go live for in that situation. Thanks, Cabell, I think that's your name. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Eating black cherries? I'm actually drinking a black cherry flavor drink. It's pretty good. Hurricane Idaho's bad, yeah. Honestly, a lot of the hurricanes that we've had the past couple of years were pretty bad. This year might honestly be a below average hurricane season, though, with how we've seen it so far. Either average or just below average. I was predicting like right around average to maybe slightly above average this spring, so far we've only seen 3 named storms. It's pretty crazy. Niagara Falls, I think if anything, you might see storms maybe like 30 or 45 minutes. I don't know if anything's behind it though anymore. Probably not actually. Maybe a little bit of a brief shower or rumble of thunder, but nothing beyond that. You should be fine for the rest of the night. Again, our recent report was multiple trees down in Dunkirk from those up that direction. Again, western New York, we're already getting some damage reports. Again, this cell is currently producing damaging winds around 70 east of Cleveland. Anything for New York or northern New York? Yeah, there are storms going through upstate New York right now. They're producing winds up to 70. But it depends on where you are in northern New York. You might just see regular ordinary storms. The worst storms, though, are right along the Canadian and United States border near Malone and Westville, that direction. But Yes, DB, I've considered it. I might do a storm chasing live stream once we start to get more action this upcoming maybe fall or something like that. Again, if I do any storm chasing, at least for right now, unless it's with somebody else, you know, up, you know, maybe read Tim someday or something like that, who knows if that'll ever happen. But if it were to happen, that'd be different. But if any live streams were to happen in terms of storm chasing, they would likely not be in the plains, for reference. So. Winds are up to 35 to 50 in Buffalo. Thank you for the report. But yeah, there's probably some gusty winds going through that location. Gabe, I know. Oh, it's... Who knows? Thank you, Astrid, by the way, for the report. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning out there, especially back down, even in Akron, you probably see it. If you look off to the north or even back out this direction. Let me take a look if we have a new rainfall total amounts coming in now. I'm going to take a look. And if we do, then I'll go back down to the obviously the big flash flooding event. And we do. Okay, let's go down to the flash flooding event ongoing. And the rainfall totals seem to be extremely high. I mean, we're still talking, this is southern Indiana, excuse me. The highest total we're seeing, it looks like right now, I saw 6.5 inches, 6.8. We're up to almost 7 inches of rain now that's fallen just southwest of Bicknell. So we've seen some very heavy rain, obviously. And even back up here in between, really near 58, northwest of Plainville, almost 5 inches in some spots up that direction. Again, those amounts seem to be pretty isolated, but we're still talking at least a scattered to numerous area of 3 to 4 inches in terms of rainfall totals. If not, again, it's possibly even higher. Again, we're seeing a lot of 6 inches, though, right near the city of Vincennes. So even near Monroe City, we're stuck about 4.7, 5 inches. 4.3 over in Washington, almost about 4 in Plainville, about 3 in Oaktown, Russellville, a little bit less, about 2 inches there. But yeah, there's just this big pocket of heavy rain that's fallen in this area. It's definitely, again, very unfortunate for these areas that we see. Yes, Jay, I would go storm chasing with Reed if you invited me. Even if I had to pay for a plane ticket, I probably would. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Again, flash flood warning still ongoing. We're talking about near 7 inches of rain. So, yeah, it's just so much rain here. We've already had, again, this little blue or green square there is representing some sort of flash flooding report of some sort. So our rainfall totals were around 4 inches here, and that was about almost 2 hours ago. So they're obviously much higher than that now. Have a great night and stable, by the way. We'll see you again soon. Again, I appreciate your super chat from earlier. Have a great rest of your night. DB, we'll see. Whatever happens. Maybe hurricanes, maybe tornadoes. We'll see what happens. Gene, I agree with it. I know. We need rain over there, too. But not this amount of rain. I mean, 6 inches or 7 inches in, you know, a town or city or whatever in Texas, definitely not what we need. We need just, like, you know, beneficial rainfall. And, yeah, just unfortunate amount of rain that's fallen here. And this is easily the most rainfall we've seen in any location today. You can just see this big blue blob. That's 3 inches plus. Other than that, there's really no areas I've seen that. There's a little area up there in Canada, maybe around 3 inches across the United States. It's just over the last 6 hours. We've actually had a little bit of flash flooding back in Colorado, but just a huge flash flooding issue over here. And also a report, there were several vehicles stranded on SR 67 near Church Road. Water rescue units were dispatched. So we actually have some, you know, ongoing dispatches right now. Yeah, 100. We actually got 1,200, I think, yesterday. 1,200 subscribers, I think. I'll take a look in a second, Karen. Let me go over to the live radar. Take a look over in that direction real quick. You currently have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. I think that number is still accurate. Oh, I'm actually 1 off. There we go. Let's go over here real quick. We actually have more damage reports coming in near Lamar. Report of overturned camper trailers, down power lines, and roofs blown off. Wow, okay, there's a lot of damage over there in Queens Reservoir. And also reports of numerous trees, branches down, but also, again, report of overturned camper trailers, downed power lines, and roofs blown off at intersection County Road SS and County Road 8. That was just an earlier thunderstorm over in northeast of Wiley, and that's near Lamar. So obviously a lot of damage out that direction. Unfortunately, that is just not what we need there. Again, 1 severe thunderstorm warning still ongoing for 60-mile-per-hour winds back out this direction, but hopefully everybody stays safe there. Again, we did have a tornado warning there earlier as well, but that is not what you want to see. Also, here's an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds that just got issued. This does include the Plattsburgh International Airport, and there's a few other areas there as well as Chazy, Moores, Fort Covington. A lot of those areas on the left side of your screen are included. Damaging winds again up to 60 possible with that little line of storms. Hey, thanks, Greg. I appreciate it. Think Reed would take you storm chasing? I bet he would. He might. I don't know. Little ride along. Hey, Tori, have a great rest of your night, by the way. Thank you again for becoming a member today. I really do appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night. Yes, if you have any videos or photos, you can, again, tweet me on Twitter down in the description below. You can also send them in on Facebook, Instagram. You can also send them in on Discord. Again, our Discord and all those links, again, are in the description below. I usually live stream for a good amount of time. Actually, today was a bit longer of a live stream. We're already up to 3.5 hours. Thank you, EL, Kim, and Trell for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to actually put our Discord in the chat, by the way, if you want to join our Discord server. Nightbot will post a link, but you can click that if you want to join our Discord. Again, you can send in photos, videos. You can also chat with us on there as well. I am pretty interactive with the community over on Discord. Again, it's a place to talk with the community. If you don't have an account, make sure to make an account as well. Join our little survey. I just said survey. Server. Let me go over and check something real quick. And if you're just tuning in for the first time, hit the like button down below and subscribe, by the way. Would appreciate it. We are close to 14,000 subscribers, by the way. We are actually only 150 away. We're getting pretty close. Let me go over to this real quick. Velocity showing orange. That's probably a glitch, big, by the way. That's just a glitch on the velocities. That happens to be a lot on this as well. Weather this year's been insane. It has been insane. How many volts and amps in a lightning bolt? Couldn't really tell you off the top of my head. Not gonna lie. Going back, we actually have new warnings, by the way, down here in the southeast. We actually have 2 new warnings. We still have a considerable threat ongoing down here. This is for Andover, Orwell, west of Jamestown. This is currently producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Moving off to the south, or east, excuse me, as of right now. So definitely a damaging storm. Again, considerable threat with 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So again, stay away from windows, dangerous cell, lowest floor possible. Trees can definitely not get knocked over as well with that cell. Cell. Yeah, Saharan dust has been really killing off the hurricane activity so far this year, and really any tropical activity. Thanks, Allie. Appreciate it. Thank you, Susan, as well as Lori, by the way, for subscribing. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Appreciate everybody subscribing, liking the live stream as well. It really does mean the world to me. And again, anybody that's become a member recently or even today, all the super chats, really do appreciate you guys. Oh, we just had 4 new people join the Discord server. That's a record. No, it's not really. Appreciate everybody joining, by the way. Yeah, again, if you have any photos, videos, anything like that, feel free to join our Discord server and post those there. Let me go over here real quick. We do have another warning, by the way. I forgot to mention this. This is up near Union City in Centerville. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's actually a tornado possible label on this. We have actually some rotation here near Cambridge Springs. A little bit of rotation. We'll have to watch that kind of closely there. A little bit of rotation. So we'll have to watch this closely. Again, tornado possible is actually on this right now. So we'll have to monitor this pretty closely. North of Venango right now. A little bit of rotation. We'll have to watch that closely. Again, low-end tornado threat still exists tonight. Yeah, Sahara dust again has been really limiting any tropical activity so far. So, has been overall. A little bit of rotation here. We'll have to watch this pretty closely. That's here Cambridge Springs. Let me do it from the other radar site. We'll take a look from up this direction. See what the rotation actually looks like, because there's a little bit there. Yeah, we do have a little bit of rotation. I mean, it's definitely there. Nothing that impressive, but it's definitely, you know, never know. We might get a tornado warning on this if it's able to strengthen a bit, but Got a little bit of rotation here. Cambridge Springs, again, moving off to the east. We'll have to monitor that very closely. Wait, why? Hey, stay safe, Barry. Yeah, again, Orwell right now is possibly seeing winds as high as 70. That's what the warning is down that direction. Yeah, we have a little bit of rotation on this. Again, tornado possible on this. We'll have to watch this closely. We were only 3 members from 250, by the way, on Discord. So if you're not already on our Discord, make sure to click the link in the description. This is actually northwestern Pennsylvania, so that's where the ongoing tornado possible is right now. We do have, again, a little bit of rotation on this cell. We will be watching this very closely. Let me go back over to the Cleveland radar site. It's near Cambridge. I think the southern one honestly gives us a better view. Actually, sorry, I do this a lot, but I'm going to stay at the southern one. Got a little bit of rotation right now near Cambridge Springs. I believe our next radar update should be coming in here in a second. Against not the strongest rotation, but there's a little bit there near Cambridge Springs. We'll watch that closely as it moves off to the east. Hey, Kayla, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, this is currently down in northwest Pennsylvania. Definitely an impressive looking rotation, though, right now. Near Cambridge Springs. Again, that's moving off to the east. We'll get our next radar update probably pretty shortly. Within the next about minute, it looks like. A little zoom out as right now. We got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the northeast. Again, probably more from where this came from tonight. Again, damaging winds as high as 70 to 75, and a potential for maybe an isolated brief or weak tornado or two may be possible as well. Thank you, Bear. Appreciate your report. Yeah, there's a lot of winds. It looked like to be possibly at least 60, if not 70-mile-per-hour winds there in Orwell right now. So there's definitely some high winds over that direction. Taylor, we're currently in Pennsylvania. We've been in Ohio. We've also been in New York. Those are the 3 main states tonight. All right, let's take a look at the latest radar update. Again, tornado possible still on this. Take a look at the velocities on the latest scan. Seeing a little bit. It's not anything too impressive. We definitely have winds. Rotation looks to be definitely still not the strongest, but we have a lot of wind there. Let's watch this closely. Again, tornado possible is on this, so we'll be monitoring it pretty closely as it moves off to the east. And back down to the west, by the way, just down to the southwest of this, we have an ongoing 70-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm that's, again, going through Orwell. Somebody in the chat just said there's pretty high winds going through here. Also moving off to the east, we're along Highway 322 near Andover, producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So another storm to watch pretty closely as well. Actually, I'll stay on this here for a second. Let's move it off to the east. Thank you, Eo. Appreciate it. Let me see. Olean, New York. Let me take a look at where that is. Is that upstate New York? Upstate New York, we're seeing some severe weather. Wait, no, that's down. Wait, no, it's actually southwest. Let's take a look. I think you're gonna get some strong storms. Carol had some winds up to 60. Storms are still about 30 minutes from me, probably, but yeah, damaging winds up to 60 are most likely gonna occur over that direction tonight. Most likely. Anything happening in Tornado Alley? Not much. The only threat that's ongoing right now is in Kansas, producing some potential isolated damaging winds, but other than that, mostly just rain over there. Time in this area is currently 12:19 Eastern. Kayla, I don't, unfortunately. I wish we had something sooner, but I don't think we're going to honestly see much, probably at least until maybe Friday or Saturday. Got our latest 7-day forecast over that direction. Storms at the end of the week. You can find our latest 7-day forecast on our Facebook page, by the way, but link down below, or Instagram for North Texas. In Scranton. I don't think so. I'm not sure where that is anymore. It's down here somewhere, isn't it? Pennsylvania. Let me look it up real quick. Scranton. Let's take a look. That is actually way to the east. Now you should be fine. It's definitely not gonna make. It's probably, this cell is not gonna affect you. That, at least in the short term. It probably won't affect you though long term either. least tonight. No problem, Jen. Tornado Alley's gone quiet. It is the summer. It's usually not nearly as active during this time of the year. This storm's currently producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. All right, I'm gonna take a real quick break. I'll be back in about 1 minute or 30 or 60 seconds, I should say. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I would appreciate it, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. While I take a quick 30 to 45 second break, I'd like to remind you to hit that like button down below. It really helps our page out a lot. Also, if you have not already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button down below. It'll give you our latest forecasts and live streams here on our YouTube channel. Also, make sure to hit that little bell icon to the right and click all so you get notified on when those live streams and videos come out. And if you'd like to support our page above and beyond, click the first link in the description. It'll redirect you to a membership page. For as little as $2.99 per month, you can become a member on our YouTube channel, which includes exclusive forecasts, and as well as a chat badge in both the live streams and comment section, and some emojis to go along with it, which you can use in live streams and as well as in our comment section. I'll also give you a shout out here on stream. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 seconds. All right, we're back. Alrighty. I left some rice here and it's actually kind of dried out. That's unfortunate. All right. I was gonna eat some rice, but I guess not. Alrighty. By the way, thank you, Monster Kyle, and as well as Cole for subscribing, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Welcome. Let's see. Thank you, DB, for the report, by the way. A lot of lightning. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning with these storms. As I kind of said before, there's been a lot of lightning. Jamestown right now is just strong storms. Maybe some gusty winds up to 50, but other than that, not a whole lot. A lot of lightning, too. We're looking up back in Jamestown. Let's take a look at the velocities on this. Again, it was a tornado possible label. Seeing still a little bit of rotation here near Cambridge Springs. Still a little bit. We'll have to watch that still pretty closely, but still a little bit of wind there. It's moving off to the east as of right now. Some soy sauce? Maybe. Some butter in the rice. That's actually not a bad idea. Can you check out the storm near Watertown? Where's Watertown? Oh, it's up here. Let's take a look. Some showers, that's about it. You're not going to see much. The only area of storms right now is out to your south. That's moving east. You'll be fine. Most of the severe weather's past your area anyways. Buffalo's actually under a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for 60-mile-per-hour winds. New warning for Buffalo. We're actually up to currently at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Have I ever been in a tornado? Not yet. Maybe one day. We actually have a recent report, by the way, 54 miles per hour over in Dunkirk. So, again, for the multiple trees down over in Dunkirk, looks like the winds were at least 54 over that direction. Here's back down to the southeast again, as for our southwest, I mean. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible right now over in Kinsman, as well as North Bloomfield, Orwell, Andover, Mecca, Johnston, Harts Grove, Roaming Shores, and Cherry Valley are currently included. All right. That actually sounds pretty good, Gene. Thank you, Kyle, by the way, for the report. Appreciate it. There's nothing happening in Oklahoma, by the way. Nothing in Oklahoma. A couple of showers in like the Panhandle, but nothing beyond that. No severe weather. No rotation on the Orwell storm. Now, this one's just damaging winds. Primarily just straight line. Go back over to the velocities. It's just some overall, just mainly damaging winds. I'm not seeing any rotation on this. The only storm that has a little bit of rotation is back up here. That has a tornado possible still on it. a little bit broad rotation here near Cambridge Springs, but as of now, again, it's not going to be tornado warned unless the rotation really kicks up, which doesn't look like it will at this given time, but it may in the future. We'll have to wait and see. Heard about that, John. I heard about that. Yeah, there's a tornado apparently up there too. Yeah, this is the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning that does have a tornado possible on it. Again, we'll watch it closely, see if anything does occur. Seems like a pretty low-end threat, though, if anything developing. Again, if you're just tuning in for the first time, again, a friendly reminder, I would appreciate if you hit the like button down below and subscribe. Again, it's really, again, I do this stuff all the time, so would appreciate if you hit the subscribe button down below. We are closing in on 14,000 subscribers. We are very close to it, so make sure to hit the like button and subscribe down below. And if you're enjoying the stream, by the way, always feel free to become a member down below. It starts from as low as $2.99 per month. You get a bunch of benefits as well. Click the top link in the description below if you're interested. Excuse me. Got going as right now. I am a little bit bad energy right now, but I will keep you updated for the next few minutes. We're going to watch that storm back up to the northeast if there's any tornadic developments over the next few minutes, but see what happens. All right, sorry. Just east of the Rockies. Yeah, I'll take a look in a second. Austin, it's very low threat tonight. Very low threat. Overall, the K index is too high, so overall storm coverage is going to be pretty high as well along with that. So I think the tornado threat's going to remain low, but we might see an isolated tornado embedded in like an isolated cell. Let me go back over to the Rockies. Let's take a look. You're talking about the cell. Are you talking about this one over here, Zero? Over this line? How about back over here? Assuming you're talking about this cell, right, in Kansas? Well, it's still warned for another 2 minutes, but for the most part, the winds actually are outside of the region. There might be some gusty winds still with this. Apparently, a house was flattened east side of Ontario. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Ontario had a really bad storm earlier. It was definitely crazy to say the least. Very unfortunate, too. Very unfortunate. Yeah, this area storms right now. It's primarily just gusty winds. Nothing really that severe anymore. It is a pretty potent line of storms, though, for sure. A lot of rain behind it, too. That will be going mainly through Kansas. Kansas is really the main state seeing that ongoing weather. We had some damage reports again from earlier. There was an overturned camper, trailers, down power lines, and roofs blown off at an intersection of County Road SS and County Road 8 over in Queens Reservoir, and that's in Prowers County, Colorado. So we already had some damage reports, unfortunately, over that direction. Hopefully the flash flooding threat, by the way, is starting to go down a little bit here, but yeah, it looks like just some downpours, and hopefully that's it after that. So I got a pretty strong storm down here near Princeton. A pretty decent looking cell. I actually get a severe thunderstorm warning on this. There's actually some decent wind speeds, it looks like. Maybe at least 50. Or about 45. Not bad looking storm, though. That's a pretty decent looking cell. Down to the southeast. Back up here to the northeast. Again, damage winds are on 70 possible in this area near Andover as well as Orwell. I'm actually having a Jasmati, I think it is. I don't know how you pronounce it, but I think that's how you pronounce it. Pretty good rice. We got a tornado near our house in Texas. Really, Ethan? Oh, that's, honestly, whenever you have a tornado near your house, it's just scary, to say the least. I've never really experienced it, but I've been pretty fortunate. Thank you, Gene, for the report. What happened since I started streaming? We've had a lot of severe weather, a lot of damaging winds. We have a whole flash flooding event going down in the southwest Indiana area. We also had a tornado warning earlier in Colorado. Really an area that wasn't really expecting to see severe weather. Tornado did happen up in Ontario. Or Ottawa. Whatever the province is. I can't remember the name anymore. But Quebec, I think it was. But up in that direction, there was a tornado at least on the ground for a little bit. So, yeah, what we've seen so far. A lot of damaging winds. That's kind of what the main concern was today anyways. The only reason why I went live is just really mainly for this tonight, but so far it is not really minimal, but it's been widely scattered so far in terms of severe weather. Back up to Cambridge Springs. Again, there was a tornado possible on this. Rotation is, again, still pretty broad here. I swallowed one single piece of rice and it just made me choke. But just east of Cambridge Springs, that is where we had a little bit of rotation, but as of right now, it looks like it's weakening. And it almost choked on stream. Went bad. Single grain of rice. Oh, it might have been basmati. I think that might have been what it was. Okay. Thank you, Global, by the way, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you haven't already hit the subscribe button, make sure to do that down below. Would appreciate it. And make sure to like the video. I'm okay. Don't worry. I just had a... God, I'm sorry. I swallowed a grain of rice. I should have been eating when I was talking. Apologize. All right. Again, this storm is currently moving off to the east, producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And again, right now near Spartanburg, as well as Corey and Townville. Again, those areas potentially seeing damaging winds around 60. There was, again, a tornado possible on this, but overall the threat should stay fairly low from here on out on that storm. But we'll see what happens. Keep that water close. Actually, my water jug's about to be empty. I might as well finish it here. Ahmad, probably right around 15 minutes from now. Wow, the amount of water I had left was this. I don't know if you got to see it. That was it in the water jug. There's hardly anything left. I thought there was more than that. That is unfortunate. It's awesome, Ethan. No rice for you. I'm done. I'm done with the rice for time, at least until the stream's over. I'm done with the rice. Done with the rice. It already caused me to almost choke. I'm eating I think it's basmati rice or jasmati. I don't know what it's called. It's one of the two. By the way, I was gonna mention this earlier. This soap smells so good. It's called Marriott or Marlowe soap. It's like a wine or something like that. So good. It's like the best smelling soap I've ever had. I got it at like an antique store. It's actually so good. Again, if you're just tuning in, I'm choking on rice, so that's what's happening right now. We're okay. I think we're okay. One grain of rice went down the wrong way. Syracuse is going to see storms probably within the next, I would say, maybe an hour or two from now. I don't think there's a whole lot near you. I might be mistaken. Maybe the storms are going a bit quicker. Take a look. Load the radar, maybe. There we go. Here's a look at the radar. So storms probably within about an hour or so, but overall severe weather is probably going to remain pretty limited there. But you have another area back up to the west that may also impact you later, so might get a couple of rounds of storms that might happen. We'll see what happens first, but this area storms possibility for damaging winds up to 60 does exist there. Let me back down to this radar site for now. Near Cleveland. We need to cook a meal for Max. How about a Caesar salad? Hey Ashley, how you doing? No tornado warnings right now. Again, low-end tornado threat tonight, but we did have a tornado warning not too long ago over in Colorado. So, Katie, I don't really know. I don't really have that many. Sorry to hear that, Ethan. Yeah, unfortunately, the heat's been crazy. Been a crazy amount of heat recently. Look at the mesoscale discussions. We actually do have a new mesoscale discussion across areas like New York and Pennsylvania. I can see the, it doesn't look like we will see what the thing says, but that just got issued about 8 minutes ago. I'll be able to get the information though. We'll see what happens though. There's a new mesoscale discussion, probably just saying like, you know, damaging wind's going to continue and whatnot. Those locations. Evan, anything in Lincoln, Nebraska tonight? I don't think you'll see much, but if you do, it's probably just gonna be ordinary storms up that direction. Nothing severe is expected for you. Thanks, Melly. I appreciate it. Yeah, again, I'm usually not live for this little amount of severe weather, but I mean, we're still looking at a good amount of damaging winds across the board, so keep you updated at least for the next 10 minutes or so. Overall, though, tornado threat should stay low for the rest of the night. Again, damaging winds being the main concern with any of these storms. We have a pretty big area of severe weather here, but a lot of these are just damaging winds. Overall, the event was meant to be messy today anyways. I know a lot of people were saying, you know, we're gonna have this big outbreak. At least somebody said out there. Somebody said there's gonna be a big outbreak or something today. Overall, the threat was supposed to be pretty low, and that's what we've seen so far. I mean, obviously a lot of damaging winds. That's the main concern that was, you know, stated from this morning, and very low end tornado threat. The tornado threat actually got shrunk down because of, you know, how the setup was supposed to be later this afternoon. It's been very messy. If it was a bit more organized, we may have actually seen a bit more of a tornado threat along with the damaging wind threat, but it's definitely not nearly as organized as originally forecasted. But we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued until 1:30 a.m. Eastern. Includes Akron, actually, so I know a few of you guys are from that area. Damaging winds up to 60 will be possible for your location. So Akron's the main area and track of this storm right now. Akron's actually just outside of it. I think it might be northern Akron included in the warning. Thank you, Ronnie, by the way, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome. Northwest Pennsylvania. Yes. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning. We actually have 9 total right now. 9 total severe thunderstorm warnings. Central Kansas this week, Andrew. I don't think we're going to see much. Maybe later this week. Or there might be a cool down later next or this upcoming week, so that might be something to look forward to. But other than that, I don't think much in terms of severe weather at this point. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for western and northwestern Pennsylvania for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That does include Meadville, Titusville, as well as Linesville, Harmonsburg, Adamsville, a lot of vills, Guys Mill, and a few other locations on the left side of your screen. Again, that's currently moving off to the east. Another 60-mile-per-hour damaging windstorm moving out that direction. So, again, that potential does exist. We have a new damage report, by the way, over in Chardon. This is for, looks like, tree down on car. So, a tree down on a car up that direction. So, obviously, more damage up there that we just don't need tonight. So, fortunately, that is what we're seeing up that direction. By the way, if you're just tuning in and you have Discord, join our Discord server. Again, that's our off community chatting area. Again, the link's in the chat from Nightbot. Again, we are like 3 people away, or actually we're 1 person away from having 250 members on Discord, so make sure to join if you haven't already. Katie, for Watertown or wherever you said before, yeah, it's going to be pretty low up that direction. You're for the report, Austin, by the way. Jamestown up that direction. Okay, here's a look at Jamestown right now. Definitely a lot of heavy rain. Actually, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I was thinking that this would have gotten issued. It got issued about 8 minutes ago, but 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible there. Moving off to the east. Hey, we officially hit 250 members, by the way, on our Discord server. Nice. Everybody join our Discord. Yeah, Ethan, anything in Kansas right now, it's just downpours or maybe an isolated strong storm. Nothing severe that was expected for the rest of this evening up that direction. Or over that direction, I should say. It's not really up from here. It's definitely, you know, sideways more than anything. And here's the storms ongoing. Let's kind of run through the storms one last time, kind of give you an idea of what's going on across the United States. As I mentioned before, a lot of severe weather ongoing, a lot of strong, severe storms still ongoing across most of the, or really not most of the country, but at least in the northern portions of the United States, northeast. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning ongoing up in upstate New York. That will eventually go into potentially Vermont. 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible here for Plattsburgh. That also includes the international airport there. We have a flash flood warning actually ongoing now from Malone, as well as Potsdam. That's near, as well as Lawrence. So those areas are included in a flash flood warning. Again, stay safe, turn around, don't drown if you're up in that location. A couple of strong storms down in southwest of Watertown. Those will be moving off to the east. Can't rely on isolated severe storm from here on out from up that direction. Our main area of severe weather right now extends from Rochester all the way back down into Ohio. Damaging winds between 60 to 75 may be possible. We also may see the potential for maybe an isolated brief or weak tornado. Not out of the question, but it's going to be a fairly low-end threat tonight. Back down in portions of the Ohio Valley, there is still a flash flood threat ongoing. We saw as much as 7 inches of rain just off to the northeast of Vences. I'm probably not saying the name right still, but often near that direction, near 550. As well as near Highway 150. Those areas saw a lot of heavy rain. Again, rain totals were as high as 7 inches over there. A lot of storms ongoing. I mean, it stretches all the way from really Missouri all the way back over to Kansas. Still have a line of storms in western Kansas, really producing maybe just some gusty winds. Not much beyond that, though. Again, that is currently moving off to the east. Not too much there, though, overall. Still got our ongoing rain across areas in the four corner states. And we also have a little cluster of storms back up in actually South Dakota. A lot of rainfall totals actually coming in up there. A lot of 1 to 1.5 inches of rain up near Hot Springs as well as Rapid City. So we are seeing a lot of rainfall totals up that direction. And we also have a little cluster of weakening showers and storms back out in eastern New York. That might enter Vermont as well as maybe western New Hampshire or even western Massachusetts. But again, severe weather is not expected there. So that's kind of what we're looking at as of right now. Again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in tonight's live stream. I really do. Again, if you haven't already, hit the like button down below. Subscribe if you're new here. I would appreciate it. That's going to do it for tonight, though. If you have enjoyed this live stream, by the way, I would appreciate if you become a member down below. It's really supportive of our page. Again, top link in the description if you're interested. Get a lot of benefits along with that, especially if you're on our Discord server. Again, but that's about it for tonight. I might go live tomorrow. Again, keep updated on our Discord as well as Twitter for the latest. All those links are down in the description below. I will link them one last time here in the chat. I'll put Discord in our chat. I will also put our socials in the chat as well, so you can click on either of those links. It'll bring you to the same place, basically. Discord server, also our social media in the chat from Nightbot. All right, guys, appreciate everybody tuning in. We're only 5 likes away from 900, by the way, so make sure to hit the like button. And I appreciate everybody tuning in. As always, have a fantastic, safe rest of your night. I do have to pull up the music real quick for the outro. Let me do that real quick. But again, I do appreciate every one of you guys. I love you all. It's been a great rest of your night. It's been a great night. What in the world did I just do? That'll be it for tonight. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, have a safe rest of your night, and we'll see you again soon. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to post them on our Discord server. We'll see you again soon, though. So we actually have a tornado warning. I was about to end my live stream, and we have a tornado warning. Okay, this kind of came out of nowhere. I was gonna end the live stream, but we have a tornado warning currently up north of Oil City. And seek shelter immediately away from windows. This is again a brand new tornado warning that just got issued. Let me make sure I post this to our Discord. All right. Tornado warning currently ongoing. Let me go back to my setup here. Let's go back over to the velocities. Let's get the radar on here. Let's do all that sort of jazz. Again, tornado warning is currently ongoing near Union City. Again, this is ongoing until 1:15 a.m. Make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows. Area of rotation is currently centered right now west of Spartanville. So, or Spartansburg, excuse me. So seek shelter immediately, again, away from windows. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient and everything that you need to know in this. Obviously, this really just came out of nowhere. Again, area of rotation is currently just off to the west of Spartansburg. And we also have a little area of rotation back up here north of Spartansburg. So we actually have a couple areas of interest. Yeah, this looks to be broad. That looks a little bit stronger. Let me go over to the correlation coefficient. Let's take a look at that and see what we got here. And I'm not seeing a whole lot at this point, at least in terms of at least something beyond the ground. But that, again, it could very well develop at any time. Again, this is currently northwestern Pennsylvania included in this ongoing tornado warning. Again, this just got issued. And again, we have a couple areas of interest. One just off to the west of Spartanburg and also just one off to the north. Again, seek shelter immediately away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, very dangerous storm here right now, moving off to the east. It is also producing damaging winds around 60 to even make things worse. I'm going to try to see if we have a better radar site. I think this might be the best one. We're in between about 3 different radar sites here. We'll go down to this one, see if it has a little bit better of a view. And not really. But again, near Spartansburg is where we have our ongoing area of rotation. Yeah, it's really the main one. We have another one kind of just off to the east of that. So just west of Spartansburg, again, it's our main area of rotation. Seek shelter immediately, away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, very dangerous storm right now, heading off to the east. Yeah, I was still here, by the way. I mean, I didn't actually think this was gonna all of a sudden happen like this, but yeah, this is still an ongoing tornado warning. I'm gonna be live at least for right now until, you know, we see what happens with this tornado warning. But all right, thank you, Christine, Chris, and as well as Person for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome. I was literally in the middle of my outro music. I was literally just about to end the live stream, and all of a sudden, this literally happened. I mean, usually I mean, this is the first time this ever happened. So. All right, back over to the velocities again. We'll get our next radar update here in about a second, so we'll take a look at that in a moment. And this is currently in northwestern Pennsylvania. Definitely a dangerous cell right now, ongoing though right now. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? I actually just finished my bowl of rice, by the way, in between when that started. It's kind of funny. What time I'll be live tomorrow? Probably the earliest I'll be live is like 2 or 3, but I'll probably be live for around 5 or 6. That's my plan. If I go live, again, I'm not 100% sure yet. We'll see what happens. Again, we still have an ongoing area of storm still, but this is our ongoing tornado warning right now. Again, this is near Centerville as well as Spartansburg. Again, right now the area of rotation is just off to the west of Spartansburg. Our next radar update just came in. And as of right now, you can see, again, a little bit of hail potentially even. I can't even rule that out, but mostly probably just damaging winds. Back over to the velocities. And they look like they're weakening out a little bit on the latest scan. Looks like we still have a little area of rotation, though, back up here. So that's something of interest as well. But this area here, pretty broad rotation near Spartansburg. And maybe a bit more rotation, though, up here south of Corey. So that's a little bit something to watch as well. Have in comparison, it's definitely going to be rain wrapped if there's anything in this embedded area of storms, by the way. So just keep that in mind. Thank you, Sarah, for the $1 super chat, by the way. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate all your support today, Sarah. Really do. And we have another tornado warning, and that actually just got issued on the second area of rotation. We are currently at 2 tornado warnings now, and that's kind of what we're looking at in the other area of rotation. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings. And the other rotation that was just developing is probably what's warned for. You can see the rotation here, just south of Corey. Correlation coefficient not picking up on anything yet, but we'll have to watch that very closely. Again, the one is really weakening out, so we have 2 tornado warnings. We also have the ongoing area that is going to be moving off to the east. It's going to go towards Youngsville and Sugar Grove. So again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, another area of rotation currently moving off to the east. Again, 2 tornado warnings. We don't have 1, we have now 2 ongoing. Actually just got another radar update. That came in really quick. And yeah, we might actually have something possibly, you know, I mean, we're not seeing on the correlation coefficient yet. There might be something on the ground there. I mean, that's pretty tight. Oops. This is pretty tight though right now. Moving off to the east. Just northeast of Spartansburg is where we have that ongoing rotation. And seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. 2 areas of rotation right now. Main area, though, is probably right in between the county line here, where we have the highest rotation levels of any of these storms. Yeah, and by the way, the 2 tornado warnings are not for the same storm. They are, well, it's for the same storm, but they're for 2 different rotations, just for reference. So it might be a little bit confusing at first, but yeah, that's what we got going as of right now with this. Again, make sure you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. If I do start to see the rotation weakening, though, I'll probably go off then, because I actually want to try to get to bed so I can go live tomorrow and whatnot. But we will be watching at least through what we see now. Again, we still have 2 tornado warnings ongoing, and rotation has been actually pretty strong with this first one over here just south of Corey. So our second one, I should say, near Corey. The other one near Spartanburg, not really impressive. It's pretty broad at this point, but the one up here just east of 77 is probably easily the strongest one that we have as of right now. So again, this will be moving off toward at least Highway 6, it looks like. Definitely something to watch very closely, excuse me. No, there's not 3 tornado warnings, there's only 2. But this is pretty decent rotation. I mean, we're definitely looking at some stronger rotation here. There's broad rotation here of Spartanburg, for reference. That's what we got going as of right now. Well, next radar scan's coming in, by the way, in just a moment, so we'll keep you updated. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Still pretty decent rotation here. Broader again over in Spartanburg. This is definitely our main area of rotation as of right now. Again, that's south of Bear Lake in southwest of Sugar Grove. Again, Youngsville, Sugar Grove, and as well as Bear Lake are all included in this ongoing tornado warning. Again, we currently have 2 ongoing, one for Spartanburg, which again, the rotation's been weakening. We still have 1 main area though right now, just west of 426. According to the correlation coefficient, still not showing anything defined on radar in terms of a tornado yet. Again, it would likely be rain wrapped. That is our main area of rotation as of right now. Again, just out of the southwest of Bear Lake. But again, if you want to support our stream, by the way, make sure to subscribe and like. By the way, I literally came on like I was already ending. The stream was already like halfway ended, and all of a sudden this just happened. So I would appreciate it again if you had to subscribe and like the video. But again, we will keep you updated with the latest on this ongoing tornado warning. Again, once the rotation starts to broaden out, I will likely end this live from there because I do have to get to bed, or tomorrow at least. Tomorrow's severe weather event. It's a brand new area of rotation. Hey, Andrew, are you still here? Oh, wait, this is 2 months ago. I thought you were watching a video from like 2 years ago. Just saw your comment. Ethan, are you not on a phone? No, are you watching on desktop or something? All right, our next radar scan should be coming in. Actually should be coming in right now. Let's take a look at the latest radar scans here on this tornado warning. Yeah, we have two tornado warnings ongoing right now. Here's the latest radar scan as of right now. Again, main area of rotation here. Spartanburg is pretty much weakened out, but we still have an area of rotation here, and seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. North central Pennsylvania as of right now. And that is currently a rain-wrapped area of rotation. It'll be very hard to see at night, so be careful. Correlation coefficient, again, not picking up on much. There's a little bit of green there that might also be hail, but definitely something to keep in mind. Again, there may be something at any time. Might be brief, it might be weak, but it also may happen at any time. So again, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in Youngsville, Sugar Grove, or Bear Lake. Oh, you're on iPad? Oh, I got you. Okay. Is Southeast Pennsylvania supposed to get any rain tomorrow? Yes, Debbie, there will be. Again, make sure to watch my latest forecast. That's all the details for you on tomorrow's severe weather event. All right, we'll watch the latest, the next scan. If it starts to weaken out, I'll probably end the live stream. But if it starts to strengthen or stays at the same level, we'll definitely keep you updated with the latest on this. New Jersey will be affected tomorrow. Yeah, there will be possibility for some severe storms over that direction as well. So main rotation right there. Very weak rotation with this cell now. I'm honestly not concerned about Spartanburg at this point. Still stay in shelter until the tornado warning's lifted, but rotation's definitely been weaker there. Main area of rotation, as I mentioned before, still here. Now southeast of Corey. Again, it's moving off to the east. Next radar scan actually just came in. There's still a little bit of rotation there. We'll watch the next one. See what happens. 5 minutes to go until Monday. There you go. No problem, Debbie. Problem at all. If you are interested in tomorrow's severe weather event, I'm going to post a link to our last forecast. You can check that out. That will give you more information again on tomorrow's severe weather event. If you want to watch that, you can click that link. You have to skip a couple minutes in, but Kate, as right now, this is northern central New York, northern central Pennsylvania, not New York, it's Pennsylvania. This currently includes Youngsville, Sugar Grove, and Bear Lake. Again, the main area of rotation is currently just off to the west of 426. We had some on Spartanburg, but that's not nearly as potent. It's not nearly as prominent there. Yeah, again, there's 2 tornado warnings as of right now. I believe this first one likely will get canceled, but still ongoing for right now. And the rotation seems to be weakening a little bit. I will give it until about another 3 minutes and see what happens then. Otherwise, if there's nothing that's really strengthening, I'll end the live stream there. Because again, I got to get to bed. I need to make sure we get a live stream in tomorrow, or at least some videos in, that sort of thing. I mean, for those that might have just been here, I mean, literally, we were like halfway through the outro music of the ending live stream. And I mean, this literally just came out of nowhere. So I saw it when I was literally eating. I was finishing my rice. But we'll see what happens. See, whatever happens in the next scan, if it does weaken more, I will go ahead and finish live stream there. But if it does strengthen, we'll keep you updated again. We'll stay tuned. We'll definitely still stay live. Imagine it changes if I get off. Hopefully it doesn't. I'm hoping not. Hey, Tropical, how you doing? Welcome. If you are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Again, I would really appreciate it. Like the live stream as well. We're only 17 subscribers from 14 or 13,900. So, thank you, Sarah, for the another $1 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, or super sticker. Appreciate that, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. If you want to support the stream, by the way, again, I've been live for 4 hours, but if you want to support the stream, again, click any of the links down below. Become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. You can also super chat or Venmo or donation link. Again, not required by any means, but if you want to support the page a little bit more above and beyond, I would appreciate it. Helps out a lot. Next radar scan, though, is coming in about 30 seconds or less. So I'll go and take a look at the velocities here in a second. It is actually going pretty quickly now. Once these tornado warnings got issued, they really started ramping up the speed of these the radars. Here's the latest radar update, by the way, coming in right about now. Take a look. Maybe in a second. It just came in. Hasn't rolled it yet, but we'll take a second. It probably might come in a second. It's the latest radar update. This is the latest radar update. Rotation overall looks to be subsiding, which is good news. But again, stay in shelter until the warnings get canceled. The warnings, it looks like, are still going for both locations, but I do think overall the threat should be going down from here. But again, stay in shelter just in case. Until those warnings are canceled, you should still be in shelter. I believe that's it for tornado warnings, though, hopefully. Let me just make sure we double check all the storms real quick. Make sure none of these have any crazy rotation developing. Doesn't look like it. We got 2 tornado warnings, as I mentioned before, ongoing in northwestern Pennsylvania. But other than that, that's going to be it for tonight. So this time, I'm going to hopefully officially end the live stream. Again, if anything does redevelop in the next 3 minutes, I will probably just get back on real quick, but I don't think we'll see much more development. Again, make sure to hit the like button down below, subscribe. I need to get bed. As I mentioned before, I'm going to hopefully be able to go live tomorrow for the New England event. Again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in as always. If you want to support the page again above and beyond, you can click the top link in the description below. But again, rotation's been subsiding a bit. If there's anything that needs to be noted, I will real quickly try to get back on live. But as of now, it looks like the rotation's subsiding on these storms. Again, I do appreciate everybody tuning in. We'll see you all again soon. Thank you. I love you all. Again, I do apologize for ending it now, but I want to make sure we get a forecast out. Let me take a look at the velocities one last time. Latest scan just came in. Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of weakening now. It's just a lot, mostly it's just wind, but can't rule out maybe a brief spin up. Just make sure to stay tuned. Make sure you at least seek shelter if you're under a tornado warning. Have a way to receive alerts. If you're still in these warnings, stay in shelter until they are canceled. All right, again, I do appreciate everybody staying tuned for this, and have a great rest of your night. Again, we will see you all again soon. I most likely will be live tomorrow, but if not, my next live stream is to be determined. Again, make sure to join our Discord server. I'll leave that in chat again. And again, we'll see you all again soon. All right, have a great rest of your night. And again, I love you all. Have a great rest of your night. See you again soon.